Last night we reported 4 and possible 5. We're now up to 6 injuries that have been reported to us. We have people working with the Red Cross for some sheltering. We're told by PICO is doing a fantastic job. They've been out all night. We're talking that all power should be restored. Well, not all power, but power into our residential neighborhoods, into our trailer parks and Lincolnia will be restored by midnight tonight. Obviously, gas had to be cut down yesterday because of severe damage by Faulkner. So PICO, the gas crews were out there working. And we have our crews. We've hired, the mayor has authorized bringing in additional crews from private contractors to get our streets cleaned up. We still have some street closures in Bensalem, but we're hoping that'll be open within the next couple hours as we can get the crews out there and get debris and trees removed off the highway, making sure things are safe for people to travel. Right now, we're still continuing. If people need shelter, they can call 1-800-RED CROSS, and they will get you shelter, and they'll work with us. And we're also having anybody that has major storm damage to call Bensalem Police at 215, the 633-3719 number. And we have a disaster declaration that the mayor has signed again, and we need that for any potential funding. To be honest, I do not see any funding coming from the federal government with this disaster, but we are going to do everything possible to get everything back to normal as quick as possible and to get everybody back home. Big things, we just ask people to stay out of the residential neighborhoods. Don't drive through there taking pictures. We've got crews in there cutting trees down. We've got our emergency services still in those areas. To drive by and take pictures only slows us down and only gets in the way. You're not going to be able to get through. You're going to wind up making U-turns, and that just creates all kinds of problems for us. So please just stay out of the areas that I talked about. Give us a couple days to get everything cleaned up and get back to normal. This should be noted. This is our 3rd storm in 15 days. Bensalem got hit hard. As you know, you've reported on July the 12th, then got hit with major flooding. We haven't recovered from that. That was in the lower end of the township near the city of Philadelphia. We then got hit again on the 17th of July with severe winds, thunderstorms, down wires and trees. And then last night, July 29th. So I can only hope this is it for us for a while, and we're going to get a break and get a moment's pause here, catch our breath, and get things back together for us. So we appreciate your reporting on that, and we appreciate everybody's cooperation. I do want to turn it over to our mayor, Joe DiGirolamo, who's been out since last night, working with us, and whatever we needed, he's been there to just get it done and do it. So, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Fred. Fred Boy, up to date and everything. I was born and raised here in Bensalem. We've never had anything like this happen, or a tornado. So for all those folks who are still out, the men and women of our township, all of our emergency people are still working and been out most of the night. So I feel that we'll have everything under control and make sure that everybody has a place to live and any other problems they have by the end of this day. So again, to all our emergency management people, what a great job they're doing, and hopefully this is the end of it. I hope we don't have another storm. They're talking weekend again, but it gets you nervous. But anyway, we're there. We're going to help and continue to do everything we can. Fred.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much. Questions?
Where was the 6th injury?
The 6th injury came from Penn Valley Trailer Park that we learned about this morning.
Do we know how many people were displaced at this point?
We do not have a number of the of the number of people that were displaced. We're lucky that a lot of people find other places to go. We know we have some people that were put up by the Red Cross. We've had people call this morning, so we continue to work with the Red Cross. Unfortunately, we've been working with the Red Cross for the last 15 days, so we're on a first-name basis with them at this point. But I don't have that exact number. We have numerous trailers. We have a lot of houses. Not a lot. We have houses with some substantial damage and a lot of trees. And I know there are insurance people out there. Hopefully, unlike last week or 2 weeks ago, people didn't have flood insurance. They were kind of out of luck. We're still waiting for. It doesn't look like we're going to get help from the federal, the state government. But we've been committed here. The mayor's been whatever we can do to help people. We're going to do it. But we don't have that exact number of the people displaced. We're not even 24 hours into this.
Any estimate about how many people we're talking about?
Of homes or displaced people?
Just either.
Homes, dozens of homes, for sure. Again, the weather's not too bad today, so hopefully with PECO, if their estimates are right and power comes back on tonight in some of these areas, we'll be in good shape, depending on what weather is, and people will have to leave. But I don't have the number of people, but certainly dozens of homes, residential homes.
I know you touched on this last night, but can you talk a little bit about first responders showing up to that? I mean, this is not something, as you guys mentioned, that happens very often ever here. So, what is the response like for you guys?
Yeah, we're very lucky here in Bensalem. The three disciplines. The mayor actually was one of the founders of the Department of Public Safety before he was mayor, and certainly he could talk about that. But he was on the committee to form the new form of government here and the Department of Public Safety. So police, fire, and EMS, we meet regularly, we train regularly, we work together, we're on a first name basis. So that helps. So when we respond as a team. But as far as for law enforcement specifically, July the 12th, there's been footage out there in the media of officers up to their shoulders. We've lost tasers and body cameras and radios, a lot of electrical damage to the officers back on July 12th. So, the natural disasters we're not really used to dealing with that often, but it is what it is. One emergency is the same as another as far as how you handle it. So the officers and the paramedics, fantastic men and women, and our firefighters work together, but we watch our officers and we watch the crews to make sure that they see things or they get involved in things that start having effect on them. We make sure, before the state mandated, we've been doing it for years here in Bensalem, making sure that they have the support system they have in place for peer counseling, psychological counseling, any type of mental health issues. So it's last 2 weeks ago when they're rescuing people in flooding, raging waters, and one officer, his actually legs were being swept out from underneath him. You think, you get a moment's pause and it's like, this is it. A tornado's coming down, and you've seen some footage that some civilians have of the tornado strike. That's something I watch on the Weather Channel. It's not something I see on Richland Road. So it's,
So you've been listening in to Bucks County officials right now giving the latest on this EF3 tornado that ripped through the area, leaving widespread damage behind. The latest that we heard from them, 6 people injured. Take a look at this, though. These are live pictures of a home that was damaged. As you can imagine, this is leaving behind quite a bit of reaction today. We have Fox 29's Hank Flynn, who is outside a few of these car dealerships that the tornado ripped right through. Isn't that right, Hank?
Oh my gosh, Daytona, it was actually a lot worse than people anticipated and worse than anyone feared. The National Weather Service has classified this tornado as an extremely powerful EF3, the likes of which I don't recall anyone ever seeing in these parts north of Philadelphia. This is suburban county, Bucks County, north of Philadelphia. We don't do tornadoes here, but take a look at some of the damage. It spared none of the street lights. There's one down through the windshield of that Chevy. As you look at Faulkner Mazda right behind it, the window's blown out, and that's one of 4 Faulkner dealerships here along Street Road that have been devastated, roofs torn off. If we take a look at some of this chopper video, we get a sky look at the damage. Certainly a lot of it back behind these dealerships. That's where the maintenance shops are. There's a crane back there that's been turning over and pulling out broken cars all day long, and there are many of them. Daytona, we spoke for a while today with a lot of folks that live in the trailer park back behind these dealerships. There are 2 back there. We spoke with 94-year-old Margaret Laughlin, 94 years old, and she's never seen any tornadoes, let alone around here. We spoke with her neighbor, Steve Smith, who wound up with a Pennsylvania Turnpike, a green traffic sign, the kinds that hang over the expressway, in his backyard, and the Turnpike is a full half a mile away. He said he was amazed at how loud the thunder was, super loud, and he was watching the tornado come through from his back porch because, again, who expects tornadoes around here? The next thing he knew, it was sliding by 50 yards away from him. It devastated his house. They're going to have a lot of work to do there. Now, we spoke with other folks. Penn Valley Terrace is one of those mobile home parks back there. The manager, Ed Hoops, said he had a ton of work to do while we were talking with him. His phone just wouldn't stop ringing. They don't have power in that park back there, so the first thing he says they've got to do is fix transformers that are down, get the electric up and running, and his phone again kept on ringing. Daytona, the wreckage is shocking at these dealerships, cartoonish in its violence, really. Buicks slung upside down into fences. In a statement, Faulkner Auto Group, the folks that run all of these dealerships, they said the employees remain top priority. They ensure safety, security, and campus cleanup, and they're looking forward really to getting back into business. This is one of the biggest dealerships in the area. They are a machine. Fran Weiser, she is part of the family that owns the other dealership. They had a spec mobile home back in their park back there that had not been tied down because, again, it was a spec home, no one living in it. It was just to show other people and possibly sell a mobile home to them. That mobile home had been picked up and thrown upside down with a refrigerator sitting on top of the pile. This gentleman from Surf Pro now beginning to take out some of these tree stumps. As you can see, all of these trees, you can see the top where that loader is grabbing it. It's been cut, but that's just because the tornado came through and sheared it off yesterday. In this area, not much was spared, but what you're looking at now is the beginnings of a real big cleanup effort. This company, Surf Pro, brought a tractor trailer through here and scores of workers, and this is just this side of things. We've had storm damage across the area, Daytona, but that's what's happening right here. Again, here in Bucks County, north of Philadelphia. This is not Oklahoma or Arkansas. This is not Tornado Alley. An EF3 140-mile-an-hour twister touching down here yesterday and absolutely wrecking the place. And we're live here in Bucks County, north of Philadelphia. Hank Flynn, Fox 29 News for Live Now. Guys?
Yeah, Hank, incredible live pictures right behind you. I mean, cleanup efforts happening in this moment in time. You can hear the chainsaws and the cleanup effort underway. I want to pop up a few other pictures from around the area. As we can see, some of these power lines have been affected. Is power down for the area still?
Power's not down across the area, but it remains down in some areas. The trailer parks back here have power down, at least as of last night. And I have not spoken with the power company today, but most of Feasterville Trevos had their power down earlier today. Pico trucks have been roaming all over the area, and power's up in a lot of the places that it was down last night. So again, recovery, a lot of the power back, but not anywhere close to entirely being recovered.
And Hank, last question for you. I want to talk about the timing of this tornado. Had it been just an hour or two before, it would have been during business hours. Isn't that right? For these car dealerships?
Oh, yeah, merciful heavens. There's 100 different ways, and everyone I spoke with today on this Daytona shook their heads in amazement and gratitude. If it had come through here earlier, not only would you have had all of the staff that remained here at the dealerships, you would have had customers out here in the lots, possibly looking at cars that were about to be thrown over. Again, Mr. Smith, the fellow that witnessed the tornado come by sitting on his back porch, he told me he absolutely would have taken cover, but the notion of a tornado coming by, even though there was a National Weather Service tornado warning in effect, the notion to him was completely foreign. No one around here had ever seen such a thing, so no one was expecting such a thing.
Right.
So when 6 people are hurt, that's actually, it's a sad thing for the folks that are hurt and for their families, and we wish them certainly a speedy recovery, but the real takeaway here is that no one was killed. My question is how, because when you look at it, there's just no way. It's amazing.
I know. We, like you said, hopefully the best for those 6 people who were injured, but also a blessing in disguise that it wasn't more. Again, Fox 29's Hank Flynn reporting live for us out of Bucks County tonight. We'll be staying with some of these live pictures across the county there as we survey the rest of this damage. And many crews still out and about on this Friday evening. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back with more stories from across the country. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have aerials with Skyfox overhead, Lollapalooza, the music festival in Chicago, Illinois tonight. Take a look at this. Every stage completely packed. We brought you some of these pictures from last night as well, and I don't think there was any room when it comes to standing. Everyone was packed in there trying to enjoy some music, trying to get back to a little bit of normalcy. But as we know, the world is slowly and carefully starting to reopen. Some businesses are discovering, though, that they can't get workers. One of the hardest hit is the restaurant industry, and I'm sure a lot of those Chicago restaurants are packed this weekend with a lot of people trying to get some food, get some grub after music festival. Well, Fox 32 in Chicago is talking about this issue, the issue of not being able to find enough workers for the amount of work that they have. Let's listen in.
Many businesses are discovering they just can't get workers. One of the hardest hit, of course, the restaurant industry. Talk to any owners, managers, and they will tell you trying to find workers is near impossible right now. And workers might tell you the back-aching work, low pay, and no health care in some situations are just some of the reasons they aren't coming back. We are joined by Emilio Enriquez. He is a line cook worker in the industry and an organizer of a group called CROP that stands for Chicago Restaurant Organizing Project. Good morning to you, Emilio.
Morning.
So I understand your ultimate goal is to become a chef, that you have a passion for this industry, but I'm also told you're now back at work, or that you're not back at work right now. Why have you decided not to return?
Well, as of very, very recently, I have returned, but a reason for the hesitancy for such a long time was a little multifaceted. Prior to vaccination, it didn't feel like the risk, like the reward, justified the risk. And then after being vaccinated, there's a lingering concern about the variants that had increased, as well as the pay wasn't a guaranteed good wage compared to the benefits that I was receiving at home.
Yeah, and that's an issue that, you know, everybody's been talking about. That's going to be ending soon. And you, it's amazing to hear when we first heard this that people were actually staying home because the benefits were better than going back to work. So
That's right.
That is one reason. But what can you tell me about why others in the industry have told you that they're not coming back?
Well, from the folks that I've talked to, and as the group that we've talked to, reasons for people not deciding to come back, it's also multifaceted. There's folks who we've spoken to that have finally had the opportunity to head back to school. Some who learned a new skill during this pandemic, such as computing, and saw that as a better alternative for them. And, you know, once enhanced, as you said, the enhanced unemployment benefits began, it kind of put into perspective for folks that they didn't have to settle for like a sub-minimum wage or low pay for back-aching work. But one thing that oddly isn't talked about enough is what I'm finding is since March 2020, 600,000 people have unfortunately passed through COVID, with some estimates suggesting it's closer to 900,000. And when you look at that number next to the study that came out of UCSF showing that among all professions impacted by the virus, line cooks receive the highest increase in mortality. It's very painful to say, but it's likely a portion of those workers who aren't returning because they have passed.
Wow, you are absolutely bringing something up that we haven't heard about a lot, which is so sad. And then with everything going on now, it makes you even a little more concerned with this Delta variant. I want you to tell me about your group, the Restaurant Organizing Project, and what you all are trying to do.
Of course. On a chapter level, as well as national level, we try to hold virtual meetings with like educational platforms, hold trainings with union and labor organizers for restaurant and service industry workers. We advocate and boost organizing drives that happen on the local level, such as Colectivo Coffee. We do a union drive. We started a newsletter to publish pieces in an effort to try to shift the narrative to more of a worker focus. But right now, as a group of purely volunteers, we are focusing on trying to base build and like create this network of service industry workers and make sure that there's a place for workers that they can turn to for assistance, information, advocate and solidarity.
That's such a good idea. I have to ask you, though, what do you think is going to happen to get people to come back to work? What are the restaurant owners and managers, what do they need to do, and what do you think they have to do?
Well, as the unemployment benefits are set to end in September, which in some states that process already began, we are definitely going to see some workers returning to the industry, but I think this is also going to be a moment where people are formally leaving the industry, which, leads to the question is like, what do they need to do to get us back or keep us? And I think it's a lot, and it kind of has to be, because the pandemic was the catalyst, not the sole reason for people's departure, is something we need to remember. Of course, we need to see better wages across the board. And I think the abolishment of the sub-minimum wage is a really good place to start, considering that it has certain ties to slavery and also promotes a toxic relationship between a worker and patron. We're also an industry that severely lacks healthcare and insurance benefits. And that's something that I think is a huge thing for workers and a reason for either them staying or leaving. I think unions ultimately lead through a stronger industry and gets workers a seat at the bargaining table and have a more democratic process. But among other things, there is a culture of sexism and sexual harassment and violence, as well as queerphobia and racism that runs rampant in this industry that we must address in more ways than one.
Well,
I think all these things will play into how we can get workers back.
I have to say this pandemic has changed so many things. The restaurant industry, definitely one of them, and it may never go back to the way it was. And from the sounds of it, you think that would be a good thing. I so appreciate your time and your perspective. Many businesses.
Again, that was Fox 32 in Chicago. Another live look in Chicago over Lollapalooza. We're just going to go in and out of these live pictures sometimes because, hey, it is Friday. It's going to be a good weekend. This started yesterday. Yesterday was the first day. It's going to go through Sunday. They've got quite a bit of acts that are coming out here. From the Vault looks like is playing right now. I think we had Miley Cyrus last night, Steve Aoki. So lots of DJs, lots of big acts. Again, that's Chicago. Let's move out to a couple of these other live looks that we have. We have New Jersey, people out and about as well, trying to get their weekend started. This is always kind of a fun shot as people are heading to the beaches, heading to restaurants, enjoying the nice sun out there. But speaking of weather, let's go back out to Pennsylvania as we're getting these really incredible live pictures out of Bucks County. Just destruction for a lot of these homes, down trees, that tree massive, so that shows you the depth of these winds that came through. An EF3 tornado coming and striking several of these homes, striking a few car dealerships. If you just watched that live report from one of our reporters down in Bucks County right now. Thankfully, at this time, only 6 people injured, non-life-threatening injuries, so that has been a blessing at least to come out of these storms that ripped through. So we'll be watching any other updates out of Bucks County, officials down on the ground there in Pennsylvania. But we now want to talk about what's going on at the White House. President Biden hosted Cuban American leaders to discuss the recent historic demonstrations in Cuba and the administration's response. We know that many people, specifically Republicans, have been calling on President Biden to take a stance and speak out about what's been happening in Cuba. Also here in America, you'll remember waves of protesters showing up in Miami streets. Governor DeSantis backing them, saying that he supports them and their decision. So we're going to play out this kind of roundtable-esque that just happened in the past couple of hours here at the White House.
Okay. Well, I'm honored to welcome members of the Cuban American community and Senator Menendez, Senator Meeks to discuss how the United States is going to continue to stand with the Cuban people who have suffered decades under a failed communist regime. Earlier this month, Cubans took to the street in a historic demonstration of the will of the people of Cuba. The regime responded with violence and repression, mass detentions, sham trials, And people disappearing who have spoken out, just disappearing. Family members, I'm told, are not able, have no idea where their family members are back in Cuba. And in a brazen violation of the rights of the Cuban people, the Cuban Americans are hurting. They're hurting because their loved ones are suffering. And it's quite frankly intolerable. So I want the Cuban Americans to know that we all around this table, and myself included, see your pain, we hear your voices, and we hear the cries of freedom coming from the island. The United States is taking a concerted action to bolster the cause of the Cuban people. We brought to bear the strength of our diplomacy, rallying nations to speak out and increase pressure on the regime, and we're holding the regime accountable. Last week, we sanctioned the head of the Cuban Armed Forces and a government entity called the Black Berets for their involvement in suppressing protesters. And today, we are adding sanctions against the Revolutionary National Police, as well as individual sanctions against the chief and deputy chief. And we're going to continue to add sanctions on individuals that carry out the regime's abuses. At the same time, we're increasing direct support for the Cuban people by pursuing every option available to provide internet access, help the Cuban people bypass the censorship that's being mandatorily imposed. You always know something's not going well when a country will not allow their people to be engaged and be on the internet and being able to make their case known around the world. And we're expanding our assistance to political prisoners and dissidents. And I've directed the State Department and Treasury Department to provide me within 1 month recommendations of how to maximize the flow of remittances to the Cuban people without the Cuban military taking their cut. And we're working to increase U.S. staffing at our embassy while prioritizing the safety of our personnel. So we've got a lot to discuss with this group. So and mostly I'm here to listen. I want to know what their ideas are. And you are some of the best experts on the issue. The first person to bring this to my attention and to make sure we were on top of this was Senator Menendez. And we think that, the Cuban American people are actually the best ambassadors for the Cuban people. And so my administration is going to make sure that their voices are included and uplifted at every step of the way. And we're going to get down to business. So thank you all for bothering to come in. Appreciate it.
Will there be more sanctions coming up, Mr. President, or is that it today?
Beg your pardon?
Will there be more sanctions against Cuba coming up, or are you stopping with what you did today?
There will be more unless there's some drastic change in Cuba, which I don't anticipate.
Is there any plan to bring the internet back to the island, Mr. President?
Let's go. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you.
So there you have it, brief remarks from President Biden that's coming in just within the past hour here. He said that the voices of Cubans would be included and uplifted, but he didn't anticipate any changes when it comes to sanctions against Cuba. So we'll be watching this story as it has definitely developed over the past months and the past weeks here. We'll be watching any other demonstrations in Cuba and also here at home in the United States. We're going to go out to a 2-minute break. When we come back, an event out of Texas today with a special guest who came in and joined in on a rally. More to come on that out of Austin, Texas in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. The Poor People's Campaign holding a news conference today about plans for a rally tomorrow that concludes the 27-mile Moral March for Democracy, which is going to include a special guest. That special guest showing up to today's rally. So we're going to listen into this event out of Austin, Texas.
I want to give just a few housekeeping notes before we get started on this press conference. We're trying to make sure that we keep everything as concise as possible. These people have been walking all day long, so we want to make sure that we get them in and out. We're asking our speakers to keep their remarks to 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Once the speakers have given their statements, I will then ask for questions. I will ask for a live question first, then we will read a question from the Zoom, and we will continue in that order for the remainder of the program. And I just thank you all for being here. Without any further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the president of Repairers of the Breach and the co-chair of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, Reverend Dr. William J. Barber II.
And because we believe in bottom up, I want to introduce the three tri-chairs first of the Texas Poor People's Campaign, who represent that campaign and 40 other groups that came together for this particular phase of our national season of moral direct action. So the spokesperson today will be Ms. Stephanie Swanson. Would you all step up together? And she'll introduce the other two persons that are with her.
I am Stephanie Swanson. I'm the tri-chair of the Texas Poor People's Campaign. This is Danita Jones. She's also a tri-chair. And Ms. Stephanie Wilkins. So we are so proud of all of the marchers that came out today. Our campaign down here in Texas is tired. We've had a very rough legislative session. There were attacks, continuous attacks on every single community. Our group is very diverse, and all of us felt it equally as much. And so when they went after voting rights, we had had enough. The rallies at the Capitol weren't cutting it. We asked Reverend Barber to come down and step in and help, and he helped us plan this march. So we are so excited that everyone is here, and we're so excited that all the marchers have done so well, and we're very excited about the rally tomorrow at the Capitol.
All right.
Thank you all for being here. Like Stephanie said, we were tired, we were broken, and we didn't know what else to do. So when you're tired, you typically get on your knees and pray. Well, we sent an email to Reverend Barber, the next best thing. And so we asked him to come down and help amplify our voice, because our voices weren't being heard. And so over these past 3 days, along with the help of you all, our voices have been amplified. People are hearing us. People are paying attention to Texas. And it's time that people pay attention to the people.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Stephanie Wilkins, and I just can't add much more to what my sisters in the struggle have said to you, but I'm going to say what Fannie Lou Hamer said. We were sick and tired of being sick and tired. We know that we are on the side of right. We know that whenever you're doing anything for the least of these, it is for everyone. It is for everyone's benefit. The word tells us, whatever you've done to the least of these, my brothers and sisters, you've done it unto me. And so what's happening in Texas and across the country, we know that it's wrong. It is more than a political issue. It is becoming a political issue, but it is a moral issue. Right. This is about right versus wrong. And what they're doing is wrong, to silence our voice by trying to take away our vote, which my great-grandmother, my grandmother, my mother fought for. It is wrong. And I'm so thankful that when we called out to Reverend Barber and Reverend Liz, they came. The staff came, and we have come together, and we are hot, and we are tired, but we're not going to ever give up.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
We're in this fight together. forward together,
Not one
not
step
one
back.
step back.
You see why these are the three tri-chairs and leaders here in Texas. When they called, and Reverend Liz and I talked, and we reached out to clergy across the state of Texas and poor and low wealth advocates, and Brother Beto, if he'll come up, and Reverend Liz, and we said we need to nationalize Texas. We talked to Roland Martin and others, Barbara Arwine, Latasha Brown, Reverend Jackson. So just like in the 60s, they nationalized Alabama to change the country. We need to nationalize Texas so that it would be clear Texas is the canary in the mine, if you will, and why there had to be federal action. But I want to give you, in the media, a little historical clarity about how we got here also, because it's important to understand this is not a moment. It's a movement. Poor People's Campaign has 42 coordinating committees, 42 states, over 2,500 religious leaders that are connected, and over 300 partners. And on June 20th of last year, we had a virtual march on Washington. Over 2.7 million people showed up. And we had another one on the 21st of June, and over 2 million people showed up. And we announced in June that we were starting a 365-day mobilization toward a mass poor people's low-wage workers assembly to address the issues facing the 140 million poor and low-wealth people in this country, systemic racism, particularly as is seen through voter suppression, systemic poverty, ecological devastation, denial of health care, the war economy where we spend 56 cents of every discretionary dollar on the war economy and less than 16 cents on education and infrastructure, and the false moral narrative of religious nationalism and white evangelicalism. And we were going to mobilize for 365 days to have the largest gathering, interracial, multi-gender, multiracial, multi-sexual gathering of multi-religion, of poor and low-wealth people and their advocates, June 18, 2020. And that's where we were headed, Reverend Jackson. And then we saw people starting to fumble and stumble and trip all over themselves to just do what was right, Barbara, based on the Constitution. You know, we saw the $15 minimum wage turn back because of a doggone filibuster. And we saw one senator from Arizona do the dance like she was happy to block living wages for 32 million people. Sinema is her name. We saw Manchin from West Virginia, who ran on raising the living wage, who actually signed off on the 40 People's Act when McConnell was leader. Block and block. And we saw this filibuster that has never been used to bring people together. That not only has been used to block, was used to block every anti-slavery law, it was used to block women's suffrage, parts of the New Deal. It was used to block minimum wage. It was used to block consumer protection. It was even used to block a rule that would have said women could have their contraceptives as a part of their insurance packages when they work for corporations. And they filibustered it, but they said they would vote to allow Viagra to be used.
Right.
So filibuster is sick. It has nothing to do. It is what it says, filibuster. And any politician that says, if you don't have the filibuster, you'll lose democracy, they don't understand that the filibuster time and time again has often killed democracy.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
And so in June, we went to Manchin's office and over 800 people showed up from the hood to the hollow. I'm giving you a little history.
Yes.
And the next morning he came out saying he would compromise. And
Right.
all of a sudden, he didn't compromise all the way, but he came out with something because he saw people on his doorstep that looked like him from his holler.
That's right.
And then the folks said, not us, they said, let's go to D.C. We went to D.C., led by people from West Virginia, Ohio, and Kentucky. They wouldn't let us in the door. They had written ahead to want to meet with him. They said no, so they said, let's go in the street. So Reverend Jackson and Barbara Arwine and Liz and I had no better sense than to follow. And they arrested more people on June 23rd than they arrested on January 6th. Simply because we were trying to see. And so when that happened, the folks said, well, I need to stop now. So we announced on July the 12th, and we were going to have from July the 12th to August the 6th, a season. And then after August the 6th, if things didn't change, we'd intensify even the more. July 12th, tens of thousands of people put in calls to the White House and to every Senate office. 5 things. At that time, 4 things. Immediately end the filibuster. Number 2, fully pass the real John Lewis bill, which is the 40 People's Act that he wrote with his dying breath. When it's written, because it isn't written yet, pass the Voting Rights Act, Restoration Act. Pass $15 living wage, and do it now.
So you've been listening into that event out of Austin, Texas today. We'll go back to that in a little bit as they are fighting for the People Act to be passed through Congress. But coming up after the break, we are seeing the shortest, lowest levels of elevation at Lake Mead since 1937. We're going to have a live report out of there in just 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Lake Mead rests in the shadow of the Hoover Dam. It's one of the National Park Service's most visited vacation spots, but there is a problem. The lake is getting really, really low. Fox's Ashley Soriano joining us live from Boulder City, Nevada, right near the dam. Ashley, what's going on?
Hey Daytona, yeah, I'm at the Lake Mead right now, and its elevation as of June is the lowest it's been since 1937. People who live in the area aren't the only ones affected. Businesses and tourists are as well.
Crystal Stockwell and her family have owned Las Vegas Boat Harbor and Lake Mead Marina since 1957. The lowering lake level has been causing headaches.
Both marinas float, so our maintenance guys are busy keeping up with the lowering waters. We have to move the anchors out so that we can move the marinas out so we're not stuck in the mud.
Lake Mead's highest potential elevation is 1,229 feet, almost the same height as the Empire State Building. In 1998, it was about 1,216 feet. That's compared to today's elevation of nearly 1,069 feet.
Well, we'd like to see it entirely full. The last time the reservoir was entirely full was the late 1990s, in around 1998.
Boaters and families at the lake already feeling the impact. The National Park Service has closed some boat launch ramps.
For boaters who have been coming out here for years, this
is a different landscape every time they come out now, because the lake has not been this low ever in their lifetime. Right where we're standing would have been underwater even a month ago.
Experts blame dry weather patterns, little rainfall, and less snowfall. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, which oversees water management, is thinking about plans to conserve and store water.
Colorado River is the lifeblood for about 40 million people. Under full reservoir operations, we can generate enough power annually for about 600,000 households. Now we're down to being able to generate power for about 450,000 households.
The federal government will likely declare a water shortage by mid-August. That means less water for parts of California, Nevada, Arizona, and even northern Mexico. As for Las Vegas Boat Harbor, well, they say business is good as people are eager to get back to their annual summer trips. Back to you.
Well, Ashley, we are hearing, though, from the National Park Service, they're seeing a higher number of visitors despite these low water levels. 8 million people, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, like I said, people are ready to get back to their summer trips. They saw a record number last year in 2020, and a National Park Service representative says that they expect the trend to increase. But again, the water level, the low water levels are affecting boat launching.
All right, Fox's Ashley Soriano reporting live for us for the first time out of Nevada. We'll be seeing a lot more of her face, giving us the latest on all the news out there. And we are going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. We've been getting in a lot of these new reporters who are going to be across the country for us, giving us all of these stories, sometimes breaking news, sometimes politics, sometimes climate change. So lots to cover here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go back out to that event in Texas, Austin, Texas. You'll see some familiar faces as there is a rally expected for tomorrow. They are pushing forward on these voting rights legislation. Lawmakers obviously heading to D.C. not too long ago. House Democrats saying that they are not going to take a step back when it comes to making sure voting is accessible for everyone. So here's that event again out of Austin.
If things didn't change, we'd intensify even the more. July 12th, tens of thousands of people put in calls to the White House and to every Senate office. 5 things. At that time, 4 things. Immediately end the filibuster. Number 2, fully pass the real John Lewis bill, which is the 40 People's Act that he wrote before, with his dying breath. When it's written, because it isn't written yet, pass the Voting Rights Act, Restoration Act. Pass $15 living wage, and do it now. The next week on the 19th, over 100 women, here 2 of them right here, were arrested, looking like the fullness of America. On Constitutional Avenue.
Yes. Yes.
Then the next week, we were in 27 states, 54 Senate offices, Democrats and Republicans. I was with Reverend Jackson. We were in Arizona.
Yes.
Senators of 39 people
Yes.
were arrested at a senator's office for asking for a meeting
Isn't that a shame?
and refusing not to move
Shame.
because our office is in a corporate building. And the people don't have First Amendment right for a redress of their issues. And then in the middle of that, when we were headed to Arizona, that's when we got the call from the folk in Texas. And they said, will you come? And we said we have no choice.
Right.
Because Texas is Selma.
That's right.
And we nationalized. And we said we call it the March for Democracy, a moral resurrection. When we came here, over 200 arrests have already happened in this season of nonviolent civil disobedience. And here's why we march. We must have federal voting rights protections now. Don't tell us you can't do infrastructure and protect the infrastructure of this democracy.
That's right.
And we know that that means in order to have voting rights protections, you got to do 4 things. I learned this from Barbara Irwin. She's one of the greatest lawyers there is on these matters. Number 1, you got to protect access and expand it. Am I right, Barbara? Help me. If I'm wrong, you correct me because I'm not a lawyer. Number 2, you got to deal with gerrymandering.
That's right.
Number 3, you got to get dark money out.
That's right.
And number 4, you have to have ethics, a way of looking at the ethics of all. And those 4 components, all of that's in the original For the People's Act, and media for pictures, the national media, that Manchin signed off on.
Right.
When McConnell was leader, he signed the For the People's Act as a co-sponsor.
Yes.
Once it was possible to come to the floor, all of a sudden the U.S. Chamber of Commerce calls him, because they said they did in the paper. The rich oil folk from Texas, and he started backing up. Even though 79% of West Virginians want what's in the For the People's Act. 79% of West Virginians. We also said that we needed this to be done by August 6th. Why? Because August 6th is the 56th anniversary of the signing of the Voting Rights Act, and it's a shame and a disgrace that we have less voting rights in America today than we had 56 years ago when Lyndon Baines Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act and just, if I'm not mistaken, handed the first pen to Eric Dirksen, a Republican, and the second pen to Dr. King from Illinois, Dirksen from Illinois. This is what we are saying must happen. We cannot let states' rights and states' retrogression take over our country. These laws are not just against black folk. 56 million people use the other ways of voting other than on election day. 56 million in the last election. These legislators are going after retrogression. They are trying to take away access to the ballot that people have already been using, even before this year.
Yes.
That's retrogression.
Right.
We can't have racist and class-based gerrymandering. And we can't allow this country to further become a civil oligarchy. And as Brother John Nichols says, a dollarocracy rather than a democracy. And there's no moderate position on this. In fact, there's no left position or right position, because when you swear to uphold the Constitution, you don't swear to be moderate. You don't swear to be liberal. You don't swear to be curvy. You swear to uphold.
That's right.
And one of the things you swear to do is establish justice.
That's right.
The next thing you swear to do is to ensure that no one denies or abridges the right to vote. And the next thing you swear to do is to ensure equal protection under the law. Compromising is nothing but capitulation to money. And we're saying that because we've seen movement now since we've been marching. Senator Warnock's got some strength. He's called people in. They're meeting now. Now they're talking about doing something before the end of the session. Before we were marching, they were talking about maybe October, November.
Right. Not happening.
But we got to make sure that we don't come out with something that puts us right back here 2 years from now.
That's right. That's right.
And Democrats particularly, though I'm not pushing for that, I'm going to say it. If you mess around and let this extremist group of people take over the voting rules, you won't make it back in 22 and 24 and 26. That's their goal. And more importantly, the progressive agenda. Because the same people trying to restrict the vote want to block living wages, health care, so forth and so on. And so we got to end this filibuster, and I'm through. We will continue to intensify. We cannot allow the bridge to every other piece of public policy, which is voting. It makes no sense to have physical bridges, and then you allow the bridge voting, that's the bridge to every other policy in this democracy, to be divided, destroyed, and done in with. Now, how are we going to intensify it? Reverend, I just got off the phone, Bishop, with over 1,000 religious leaders.
Yes.
And low-wage workers who are coming to D.C. on Monday.
That's right.
For civil disobedience and nonviolent direct action.
Yes.
Over 1,000 of them, and they're standing up every day. I spoke to the Texas state legislators yesterday and said for them to stand strong and don't be fooled. Don't let somebody tell them we'll give you the Voting Rights Act restoration, which hadn't even been written, and then walk away from the For the People's Act. They said they were going to stand strong. I heard recently from the Vice President's office reached out about a group of us, Reverend, some clergy and poor and low wealth folk and some voting rights lawyers coming to meet with them that's going to tell them the truth. We sent a letter weeks ago from thousands of faith leaders to members of the Senate, the White House. I've heard from the White House about the desire to meet with poor and low wealth impacted people, because I'm not going to go in a meeting by myself. I want poor and the people impacted, the 140 million poor and low wealth people, to be there with us. and moral leaders and voting rights lawyers and economists. They want to meet with us to look at how voting rights, economic justice like living wages and infrastructure from the bottom up are key to the healing of the nation. You can't heal the nation unless you do this. And so we're in it because now is the moment. We march now, we stand now, we're willing to go to jail now because now is the moment. And the last thing I want to say is to this history is that for the media, this country breaks filibusters when it wants to.
Yes, that's right.
The rules always get changed. And if we hadn't broken filibuster, we wouldn't have a civil rights law.
That's right.
That's how we got. They broke the filibuster. But then it was a courage. At least you had to stand on the floor and defend it.
Right.
This is a coward filibuster.
That's right. Yes,
Ain't no courage in it.
No.
Any man or woman that calls themselves a man or woman should be ashamed to stand behind
Yes,
it.
sir.
It's weak.
Yes, sir.
It's puny. Huh? But we putting Supreme Court justices on the Supreme Court for life with 51 votes.
That's right.
We passed the COVID relief bill, which we should have, with 51 votes.
Yes.
They're talking about a reconciliation infrastructure bill with 51 votes. Well, if all of that can be done with 51 votes, you can save this democracy and voting rights with 51 votes. You can pass living wages with 51 votes. You can ensure the justice for our immigrants with 51 votes. You can stop going to John Lewis's damn grave and saying you love him, but you won't stand for what he fought for while he was living.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm sick and tired of the pettiness. All up on people's graves. Let me tell you, politicians, I don't know why the Spirit's on me like this, but let me tell you, politicians, what the Bible says. Woe unto those who love the tombs of the prophets.
Whoa.
When the prophets are alive, you claim you won't stand with them. John Lewis is still alive.
Yes, sir.
Because the 40 People's Act, it still has his ink on it.
Yes, sir.
And no senator should ever go to another memorial of John Lewis or Dr. King or Rabbi Heschel if you have not attached your signature to this bill
Thank you.
and saved the heart of this democracy.
Yes.
Brother Beto.
I gotta tell you, we are so lucky to be in the presence of so many courageous Texans and Americans who've walked these 27 miles over the last 3 days, who are helping to bring attention and focus, not just from across this state, but from across this country, to the most important issue before us. The fact that our democracy is being attacked unlike any other time in this country's history since the Civil War. That's exactly what the President of the United States recently said in Philadelphia. What he has not said, and what we have the power to say now for him, and hopefully to get him to say, is that the next step of political courage is to make sure that we get the For the People Act through the Senate. As Bishop Barber said, they've made exceptions to the filibuster for fast-track trade deals. You can pass them on a 51-vote majority. For budget deals, 51-vote majority. For Supreme Court judges, 51-vote majority. For federal judges, 51-vote majority. We're asking for just one more exception, a 51-vote majority for voting rights legislation. If we fail at this moment of truth, we do not just fail the Democratic Party or the Republican Party or the generation alive today. We fail this country and every generation that follows ours, because Abraham Lincoln called us this the last best hope of earth. And we have inherited the struggle and the sacrifice of everyone who has come before us. And we either make the most of it now at this moment of truth, or we squander it forever. The folks on this march, and even more of them who are coming tomorrow, 10 a.m. in front of the state capitol to rally for the right to vote, these people will not be found wanting or lacking in courage at this moment of truth. In fact, we are trying to give the president the power he needs to make this his undying, unyielding, uninterrupted focus until we pass the For the People Act, get voting rights in this country, and protect American democracy for the next generation. That's what we're here to do. And we hope to see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Saturday, in front of the state capitol. We're going to have the Poor People's Campaign, impacted communities, more than 40 allied organizations. And if that's not enough, we're going to have Willie Nelson, one of the great American heroes of all time, who are going to be here. last thing that I want to say, it is so extraordinarily powerful to have Reverend Jesse Jackson here in Texas with us. This man could be anywhere literally in the world. He just got back from France, where he was awarded the Legion of Honor for his service globally to the cause of human rights on planet Earth. He was a leader in the original civil rights and voting rights era that secured the 64 and 65 Civil Rights and Voting Rights Acts. He's been there every single year and decade since, making this a better country. And he chose to be here, and not just to be here for the press conference. I walked beside Reverend Jackson. He was walking the miles. He put in the distance today. If that's not inspiring to us right now, I don't know what will be. So, Reverend Jackson, we are so grateful to be in this with you. Yes. Yeah.
We certainly are glad, and I want to say that we honor Reverend Jackson as an elder of the movement who's still in the fight. Normally they say elders are for counsel and young folk are for war, but he's counseling and warring. And I want you all to know that we've been having conversations already that after this, so folk are clear, they don't move by the 6th, they take a recess, we're going to state capitals all over this country and mobilizing, starting in West Virginia, starting right there. Because that's what has to happen. It's always from the bottom up. And so we are so thankful. And we're not against anybody. We supporting everybody that's in the battle. What we say is you don't have to be under the same banner, but you ought to be in the same battle.
All right.
Don't have to be under the same banner, but you ought to be at the same battle. In addition, as he comes, Lucy Baines Johnson is coming tomorrow.
Yes.
She talks about how it hurts her to see what her dad has signed into law being rolled back. We got a whole group of theomusicologists from around the country, Miss Yar Allen, that are coming, and the artists are saying they're getting ready to organize. Artists, they are organizing to speak out all over this country. But as we come at this moment, would you welcome our brother, our elder, our warrior, Jesse Jackson.
Thank you, Bishop Barber and Beto and Dr. Barbara Wine. I was blessed to be at Selma Part 1, John Lewis and Jose Williams and Ms. Boynton, Daisy Boynton in Selma, Alabama. And did Selma Part 2 in Texas. We marched then to obtain the right to vote, to attain the right. Now we march to maintain the right to vote.
That's right.
And in many ways, our dreams have been realized through the vote, not through sticks and stones, but through the vote. So today we know two things. One, if we lose this battle, democracy will lose and Democrats will lose.
That's right.
If we lose, Democrats and democracy will lose.
That's right.
We seek justice. We seek to open the doors of opportunity for every American. One thing we didn't have in 65, 18 years didn't have the right to vote in 1965.
That's right.
Serving in Vietnam, they couldn't vote. Latinos couldn't vote bilingually. They only vote English, couldn't vote bilingually. Right. Since 1965, we've opened up 18-year-olds can vote. Women can vote. We can vote. So here we are today, making this point very clear. One is that we've seen the history of filibustering. Just another but a glorified way of blocking progress.
That's right.
Blocking the American dream. I submit to you, if we lose, democracy will lose, and Democrats will lose. So I'm convinced that they have an interest in this state. There's something pernicious about it. We're not in a regular, we're in a civilizational crisis. Civilizational crisis.
That's right.
When you in fact have last president leading the drive to deny the validity of the election, that's a civilizational crisis.
That's right.
He has a following, people who find him blindly as a cult leader. When you deny the right to vote, deny the validity of our democracy. Kennedy won by 113,000 votes. Nixon had enough decency, but the protest, he accepted the outcome. Ford, Vice President Gore had more votes than Clinton, Bush. More votes than Bush.
That's right.
They stopped the count at 519, 27,000 votes in DeVal County had not been counted.
He didn't.
So here we are again at the crossroads of America. One, the protected right to vote. You can't accept the state's right to vote.
That's right. No.
Civil War, the last time we crashed this level, Civil War 1861, 65, Lincoln and his generosity caved in too quickly.
That's right.
He forgave those engaged in treason and terrorism, killing Americans, and he forgave the generals who led it. He pardoned them. And he left in the hands of the segregators, the slave masters, the government, to control labor, wages, workers, civil rights, social justice, and the criminal justice system. When the war was over, because blacks had been freed, enough of them freed in 1863, 200,000 joined the Union Army. The South was gaining on the North. As far north as Gettysburg, as Antietam, Maryland. Blacks, 200,000 soldiers, joined the Union Army and beat the South back. For that, the segregation masters never forgave them. Here we are today, one more time. Here we are today. Hear me if you will. That when they got the 10 years of Reconstruction, another 90 years of racial apartheid.
That's right.
Which this generation was part of. I'm glad to have been a part of the marches in that time. Today I march because I can't help it.
Can't help it.
There's a sense of urgency about this thing.
Yes.
The president must assume a leadership. I hope he'll meet with us next week.
That's right.
Yes.
We will meet with President Biden.
Yes.
3 or 4 of us to talk about what is at stake here.
Yes.
And why. And we're going to West Virginia in a few days. Meet with the people there. People who hardest working poor people in America are in West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Hardest working white poor people in America. They go down beneath the soil every day, come up full of coal mine dies every 6 hours. So West Virginia needs this struggle. We fight for decent wages and fight for job security.
Yes, sir.
So it's not close, Reverend, that on August 28th, the day of Dr. King's dream speech, there'll be a march in Washington. We will be marching in state capitals around the country. We have, the dream has been realized from Selma to the White House, but it's on attack now.
That's right.
We must focus on state capitals in the Confederate states, in Little Rock in Arkansas, and Atlanta in Georgia and Atlanta, should I say, and Austin, Texas. We shall on that day be marching state capitals around the country.
Capitals around, that's right. That's right.
Focusing on the Congress and the Senate. We can win this battle. We must fight this battle. To be sure, we have done a lot in the last few days. Barbara, you're the best organizer of our time.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You're the crown jewel of organizers, and you care so deeply. Beto, we thank you for your sense of witness.
Oh, yes.
Reverend Freddie Haynes, who's not here today. Reverend Freddie Haynes, Reverend Barbara, and Beto have carried the struggle, so we looked at it, talked with them every day, trying to get here. So I want to thank you again. We intend to meet with President Biden if we can next week, the leadership of this group, talk with him about the urgency. If we lose, he loses. If we lose, democracy loses.
That's
if
right.
we win, he wins. Democracy wins. I was in France last week, and I saw this crisis from afar, Barbara. On the one hand, President Trump leading the drive against the validity of democracy. The right to vote was the first time on the agenda in all of Europe last week. And then the issue of the bills, the Reconstruction bills. Let me say this to you: if you get Johnson got war on poverty and OEO, he's known for Voting Rights Act. You get the right to work. You don't have the right to organize and to vote. You lose your dignity and your self-determination.
That's right.
It's not enough to get a Reconstruction plan. Not enough to get bridges built. We need healing and we need hope. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. That is clear. I want to bring up, excuse me, in just a second, this powerful sister, my co-chair in the Poor People's Campaign. But I also want to mention, as we do, interject a couple of things. When we look at the past election, I think some people that don't understand the urgency of this moment are living in a delusion, Barbara.
That's right.
Biden didn't win by 7 million votes.
No.
He won by 7 million popular votes, but he only won about 40,000 cumulative votes in 3 states. And all of these state legislatures are going against those legal methods of voting.
Right.
Don't ever forget that word, media, retrogression. Retrogression. And we have to connect the dots. We've said to the president from afar and up close, you need to come to Texas.
Right.
And not just talk to black folk, talk to black, Latino, white, because these bills are not just black against black folk.
Right.
They're going to hurt everybody. You need to go to West Virginia. You need to go to Arizona.
That's right.
Then you need to say to Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi, I want to come to the well of the Congress.
That's right.
And just like LBJ, Kennedy, Lincoln, and Johnson, go to the well of that Congress with the full power and weight of the people and the presidency and say we cannot and will not have one part of our infrastructure built up a little bit with a small infrastructure bill. And I don't say small in a negative way. The Poor People's Campaign would say we need $10 trillion to really lift from the bottom over 10 years. And then allow it to be destroyed through the erosion of the infrastructure of our democracy. That's the kind of leadership this moment requires.
Yes, requires.
And as Reverend said, this is not about whether or not the Democrats are going to survive or the Republicans are going to survive. This is about whether democracy will survive.
Yes.
Whether the experiment of America will survive. And listen, maybe even whether the world as we know it survives, because if America is in chaos and rolling back votes,
yes,
and we're supposed to be the leader,
yes,
what does that say to the other growing democracies around the country?
That's right.
I've been invited by Pope Francis and the Eastern Orthodox Pope to the Vatican in October to sit with other bishops to talk about economic justice and poverty, because the Pope said recently that poverty and neoliberalism and trickle-down economics was taking us backwards. It's going to be a sad thing if I had to sit in there in the Vatican with the Pope and the Eastern Orthodox popes and those other bishops and say, Pope, Mr. Francis, Brother Francis, Reverend Francis, Pope Francis, we need to amend that. Not only is trickle-down economics, and not only is neoliberalism taking the country and the world backwards, retrogression and voter suppression in America is leading the world backwards.
That's right.
That's how serious this is. Reverend Liz Steele Harris has been on marches walking 150 miles. She's a serious theologian, a serious sister, an organizer. We thank God for her. She walked all the way, and she's got a word. Dr. Liz Steele Harris, would you welcome her?
All right, thank you so much. As was said, my name is Reverend Dr. Liz Theo Harris. I'm the director of the Cairo Center for Religions, Rights, and Social Justice at Union Theological Seminary and co-chair with Bishop William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. Our democracy is in peril.
Right.
We have fewer voting rights today than we did because of preclearance and all of these changes, voting abridgment, than we did 56 years ago. We live in a nation that has the wherewithal to end poverty immediately, and yet there are 140 million people who live in poverty or one emergency, one storm, one healthcare crisis.
That's right.
One job loss from it. 32 million workers in this nation could have enough to thrive, not just barely survive.
That's right.
If we were to put the federal minimum wage up to $15 an hour. And so we see this attack on our democracy and the lack of economic justice happening in the richest country in the world, as a moral abomination.
Yes.
It has been powerful to march these 27 miles with the people of Texas.
Yes.
And I am here to tell you, people are ready for a
right.
moral resurrection.
That's right. That's right.
People are ready to save the soul of this democracy. And it's when people are on the move, like the people in Texas are now, and like people all across this nation, this is when change happens. We build up the power to make those in power say yes when they've been saying no, no, no to us so far. It was powerful to march through the streets from Georgetown to here in Austin and have people come out from apartment buildings to businesses and say, we're with you. And these were people of every gender, every race, and from different parts of the state.
You've been listening in to that press conference out of Austin, Texas. I want to stay in Texas, but bring to you a little bit of breaking news. We are hearing that Houston Police Department has identified the suspect wanted in a road rage murder of a teenager following that Astros game. Yeah, we all remember that story. Well, here's the very latest.
A manhunt now underway in Houston for 34-year-old Gerald Wayne Williams. Houston police believe he's the gunman now charged with shooting and killing 17-year-old David Castro. Surveillance video July 6th shows a white Buick CXL downtown. According to police, Williams was the driver and got into an argument with Castro and his father as they left a Houston Astros game.
If I exchange hand gestures with you, does that require you to execute the person sitting next to me, my child?
The 17-year-old, shot in the head from possible road rage, died July 8th. Since then, authorities released this sketch of the possible shooter. HPD believes this is eerily similar to photos of Gerald Williams.
I had to turn over and see my son dying in front of me because he chased us for 2 more miles, and my other son's in the back seat.
Williams has an extensive criminal history, previously arrested a few times for robberies.
That was from our Fox 26 affiliate out in Houston, Texas. We'll be following all of that. We also want to kind of circle back on another story we were following out of Shakopee in Minnesota. Murder charges announced today after a man beheaded his girlfriend, dumped her body in an intersection. Here's the latest.
Holding a sign and balloons, Faith Howie and her family came to the intersection of 4th Avenue and Spencer Street to honor the life of their neighbor, America Thayer.
I'm not going to see that beautiful smile again that I seen every day.
They weren't alone. Former coworkers and friends stopped by the memorial, leaving flowers to remember a woman they call an angel on earth.
She just was always upbeat, funny, made me laugh every time.
Just one day earlier, Shakopee police were called to that intersection. A search warrant reveals when they arrived, they found Thayer's decapitated body lying on the ground next to a car. Authorities say they have a suspect in custody, who multiple people tell Fox 9 was in a long-term relationship with Thayer, where domestic abuse was a consistent problem. About a month ago, Howie says Thayer came to her apartment looking for help.
She goes, I'm afraid he's going to get up and start in again.
Court records reveal the suspect was convicted on domestic assault charges in 2017 and was facing arson charges for allegedly trying to burn his apartment down. On the most recent charges, he was released on $50,000 bond this spring. Those close to Thayer say they don't want people to remember the way she died, but rather the way she lived.
She just loved everyone that she came across, and it was just really hard and very traumatizing.
Reporting in Shakopee, Mary McGuire, Fox 9.
And again, murder charges against that suspect there announced today. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox 320 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We have a lot more that we're going to be updating everyone on, including the eviction moratorium across the country today. So we are going to take a 2-minute break, like I said. When we come back, more to come. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We, like I said, are going to be getting the latest on eviction moratoriums set to expire for so many people across the country. But until then, we're going to go into an update from some of our Congress members, lawmakers, talking about that bipartisan infrastructure bill that we all know passed through. It is now going to be debated and then possibly signed forward here. So here's an update from some of the lawmakers outside of the Capitol earlier today.
Olympics, getting to the finish line isn't good enough. We got to get it across. And it's not just about the largest infrastructure bill in the history of the country and the jobs it'll create and the future jobs it'll create. It's also showing the rest of the world that our American democracy still works. And China and a number of other countries are trying to diminish the successes that we can have in this form of government. And this is a loud, clear call that democracy works. And I appreciate the problem solvers and all the senators, Republicans and Democrats, who have put in the countless hours. I mean, to a certain extent, it is just work. I mean, it's magic. But like magic, you don't want to look too closely at what's going on between the fingers or you'll lose the magic. But it is a function of hard work. And my hat's off to everybody involved for having put in the effort.
Excellent. Vice Chair. We have Upton.
All right, Fred Upton from the great state of Michigan. Where are you, Fred?
Right here.
Hey. I dare say that this is why all of us are here, solving problems. This is why we ran. We know what the problems are. And in an era of divided government, the only way you're going to get something done is by working together. I want to compliment both Josh and Brian. We have a trust among ourselves. I want to compliment our governors. They sat down with us early as well. Back in April, Governor Hogan opened up his offices in Annapolis, and together, governors, House and Senate members, obviously Republicans and Democrats, sat together for a couple days to outline exactly where we ought to go, laid out the map, and this is it. So let's get it done. Let's get it through the Senate and bring it back. Have us come back after they finish and have a big yes vote to get it done. Thank you.
Vice Chair Abigail Spanberger.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I am glad to be here alongside Democrats and Republicans who care about growing our economy and who care about making smart investments in our nation's physical infrastructure. As I travel across Central Virginia, I hear common priorities: rebuilding from the pandemic, keeping Virginia's economy strong, and creating new jobs. It doesn't matter where people fall across the ideological spectrum. This is a shared priority in this moment of economic recovery. And it doesn't matter if they're a family, a small business, or a local elected official. The state of our roads, our bridges, our broadband internet, and our electrical grid remain a major concern. You can see that same consensus and appetite for progress in the deal negotiated between the Biden administration and the Senate. And you can see it here today as both Republicans and Democratic members of the House and our colleagues from the Senate talk about and speak in support of this deal that will move through the Senate and ultimately expeditiously come for a vote here on the House side. These investments are an economic imperative. According to the American Society of Civil Engineers, failing to act on infrastructure could cost the average American family more than $3,000 a year. And over the next 2 decades, our economy could lose $10 trillion in GDP and lose more than $23 trillion in business productivity if we don't step up our game. Now, like many things in Washington, there's been a lot of starting and stopping and more stopping when it comes to this deal, but I am optimistic about this infrastructure package. I'm optimistic about getting this legislation to President Biden's desk. Infrastructure lays the groundwork, in some ways quite literally, for unifying the American people. I thank you all for being here, and I look forward to this bill getting to the House floor as soon as possible.
All right, next up, another member of our leadership team, Dusty Johnson. Dusty, where are you? There you go.
Well, this bill is going to come over to the House side, and I don't want to press my luck. I'm not asking Speaker Pelosi today to support the bill. I'm asking for something a lot more basic than that. I'm asking to give us a vote. Let us vote. Day in and day out, Washington, D.C. is filled with gamesmanship, brinksmanship, partisanship. But what keeps this country moving is that occasionally, just occasionally, those tricks and those games fade enough for the real work and the legislative breakthroughs to happen. I'm not here to debate the merits of the bill. Instead, the message is just to the Speaker. Madam Speaker, we all know that you can single-handedly stop this bill. Instead, we would ask that you honor the real work, honor the legislative breakthrough by doing something simple, elegant, decent. Give us a vote. With that, I would introduce a gentleman who might only have a little pepper in his hair, but he's got a lot of salt in his heart. Tom Suozzi from New York.
That was very good, Dusty. I like that. You know, this is what the American people are hungering for. This is a very big day, a very big week for Infrastructure Week, right?
All right, so we've just been listening for a little bit here to the House Problem Solvers Caucus. It's a bipartisan group of members of the House talking about if the Senate does move forward on the bipartisan infrastructure package that's up for debate at the moment. They are urging Speaker Pelosi that they at least want to have a vote on it in the House when it comes up for one. And so you heard there about all things infrastructure. We brought you a lot of that news earlier today. Well, we want to move into another story that's going to be impacting and affecting millions of Americans. Lawmakers on Capitol Hill are scrambling to come up with a solution as a nationwide ban on evictions is set to expire at midnight on Saturday. Tenants and landlords are waiting patiently, trying to figure out their next step. Fox's Madeline Rivera has this story from Washington.
The last few months for Roxanne Schaefer have felt like an uphill climb, struggling to make payments on the home she's lived in for 5 years.
We have been paying our rent, we just can't come up with the full amount.
Now Schaefer, who's been using disability pay to cover part of her rent, says her landlord could soon force her out.
I got anxiety, I'm nervous, I can't sleep.
Since September, millions of renters like Schaefer, who fell behind on payments during the pandemic, were protected by a federal ban on evictions. But the eviction moratorium ends July 31st. And with not a lot of time left before August recess, Congress is scrambling to extend it.
This was a known and preventable disaster.
Several Democrats and Republicans are also criticizing an emergency fund meant to help renters. Of the $46.5 billion that Congress approved for rental relief, only $3 billion has been distributed.
Why should the renters be punished for the fact that the system did not put money in their pockets to pay the rent to the landlords?
The White House, meanwhile, argues its hands are tied after the Supreme Court ruled the ban could only stay until the end of July.
The Supreme Court said that it could only be extended with congressional authorization.
As lawmakers on Capitol Hill work to find a solution, many like Schaefer are facing a grim possibility.
I'll be homeless out in the street.
At least 8 states and D.C. will still have some protections for renters if an extension for the federal eviction ban fails. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much for that update there. We are following all angles of this story. We want to bring you some of this breaking news on this story because House Democrats were trying. They were scrambling there to get some action done to see if they could extend this before it expires. We are learning just a matter of moments ago, Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, and the House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn issuing this statement saying that we are proud and pleased that overwhelmingly House Democrats have understood the hardship caused by rental evictions and support extending the eviction moratorium to October 18th, 2021. Unfortunately, not a single Republican would support this measure. So they tried to, just moments ago in the House chamber, pass this via unanimous consent in the House. They were not successful in that. Some House Democrats obviously supported that to extend the eviction moratorium, like I said, to October 18th of this year. that is not going to happen at this time. Let's go out now to Fox 6 in Milwaukee for more on this ending of the eviction moratorium. Then we'll have a live report out of Houston on how it's affecting families there in Texas.
During the COVID-19 era is set to expire this weekend. The federal eviction ban has been extended multiple times now, but last time the CDC said this is going to be it.
Today, President Joe Biden calling on Congress to quickly extend the moratorium. Contact 6's Jenna Sachs with the resources in place that may help stem a tide of evictions here.
I'm just overwhelmed. It's a lot at one time.
When school bus driver Tracy had her hours cut, the CDC's eviction ban protected her.
I had been, like the last couple months, making a partial payment at the beginning of the month for my rent.
But that protection for struggling tenants ends July 31st when the eviction ban expires.
Now the late fees are going to kick back in, which is going to add more money on to it.
It's a problem that could go away when Tracy's unemployment finally comes through. Tracy was told she'd been approved 2 months ago.
It gets really frustrating, really depressing.
Since September, tenants who missed monthly rent payments could not be forced out if they declared financial hardship due to COVID-19. The ban didn't stop eviction filings, but greatly slowed them down.
In terms of governmental protections, there really aren't that many left. The CDC moratorium was really the last significant protection.
Attorney Rafael Ramos of Legal Action of Wisconsin says the ban gave many families time to access rental assistance.
I think the federal moratorium literally saved lives.
We've been pushing landlords and tenants to work together, communicate, talk about their needs.
Chris Mokler of the Wisconsin Apartment Association says while most landlords oppose the moratorium, many worked with tenants to secure resources, keeping an eviction off the tenant's record and getting the landlord some money.
As a general rule, if you file an eviction, you're not getting the money.
Even after the federal eviction moratorium expires, tenants in Milwaukee County and Waukesha County can still apply for rental assistance through places like the Community Advocates.
If you haven't applied yet, still apply.
Deb Hefner spoke with Contact 6 from their new rental housing resource center.
As hard as COVID has been, the timing for the center could not be any better.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, Community Advocates has distributed more than $25 million to more than 7,000 households for past rent, future rent, and relocation. Tracy found help in Ozaki County.
Family Promise in Ozaki, wonderful agency. Helped me out actually twice.
She hopes her management company will be understanding until her work hours come back or her unemployment comes through. I'm Jenna Sachs, Contact 6.
Jenna, thank you. In Milwaukee, you can apply for rental assistance online through Community Advocates or the Social Development Commission. We have resources on our website. Just head over to fox6now.com. And by the way, Jenna will have more in the coming days on how this ban's lifting could impact eviction cases and filings at the courthouse.
All right, we thank some of our affiliates there who have really encapsulated how this is going to be affecting millions of Americans when it expires at midnight tonight. We wanted to bring you the latest news, though, out of the House of Representatives on this specific issue because we were learning that the motion to pass this via unanimous consent, a motion to extend the eviction moratorium until October. It failed in the House. That happened just moments ago. House Democrats were scrambling to put that together. They didn't have enough support on the Republican side. As you know, Supreme Court ruling a couple weeks back ended this, and so that's why it went and punted to Congress. Congress now failing to move or act on this at all. So we're still following all of the local reaction in major cities across the country as this ends tonight at midnight. We want to be joined right now by Fox 26's Heather Sullivan. Heather, so good to see you. How are, people who have been affected by this reacting to this tonight?
Well, there are a lot of very worried families here in Houston, and they are expecting a wave of evictions to start happening. We've already been seeing evictions basically continuing through the pandemic. They never really stopped. But I can tell you right now, we are in the kitchen of a home. It's called Gracewood. We're in North Houston. And this is a home for single mothers and their children, a place for them to make their meals and get back on their feet. And we met a single mother and her children who are struggling with the loss of jobs and the loss of their home, something that so many families are struggling with as this moratorium ends.
It was pretty devastating. And yeah, I mean, having kids and being a mom and being the person that's solely responsible. I mean, at one point I didn't even know if we were even going to be able to stay together.
Meet Tara Campbell, 12-year-old Micah, and little Cordell, almost 2. Tara lost 2 jobs and had to move out of their rental home, not wanting an eviction on her record.
Sleepless nights, worrying that, with him being older, that he's going to, hate me and that he can't depend on me because I'm not able to provide things for him.
They're in a safe place now at Gracewood, which provides homes, counseling, and education for single mothers. But it's still tough.
I mean, it's been hard, but I just try not to really think about it, And just, this is it now.
Micah hasn't seen his friends.
It's hard. I miss them. I really do.
Program Director Vi White says they actually had a drop in applications during the pandemic.
Chalked it up to the amount of aid that people have been able to receive, as well as the eviction moratorium.
But she says that phone has already started ringing again.
Over the last 3 weeks, I think we've seen about an 80% increase in the number of applications we've received.
But through it all, Campbell says she feels lucky. Gracewood is helping her get her teaching credential and a brighter future.
I look forward to having that career, and it's going to be for the rest of my life and not go from job to job to job. Jobs that aren't COVID proof, especially.
Spoke today with an organization called Memorial Assistance Ministries, and they have started helping people apply for rental assistance that is still available, but they say their phone calls have certainly picked up just even in this last week as well. They had 100 phone calls for a new pot of aid that is now available here in the Houston area. So a lot of these organizations, they are ready. They have been expecting, they say, an increase in evictions, an increase in need. And they say they're also already starting to hear from people about that need. Live in North Houston, Heather Sullivan, Fox News.
Heather, thanks so much for bringing us that story here on Live Now. From a lot of people we've been talking to around the country, it does look like there are local and community organizations that might assist families like the one that you spoke to. So that's good news on that front, as this will expire at midnight tonight. Heather, thanks so much. We'll talk to you again.
You bet.
All right, we are monitoring some of these other live pictures, live stories that we have yet to get to. We just saw President Biden leave off Marine One on the south lawn of the White House there. I believe he is going to Wilmington for the weekend. I am just told, actually, no, he is not going home to Wilmington. He is going to Camp David this weekend. And so that's where he was going. We just have some tape playback there of Marine One on the South Lawn. As you know, Camp David, the presidential compound, I believe he's been there already once before. And so we're going to be monitoring some of these other stories. In a moment, we're going to get a live update from Florida on how the tourism industry is bouncing back well, you can't really say post-pandemic times now with the Delta variant surging, but they are trying their best down in Florida. So we'll have all that and more in 2 minutes after the break. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can take a live look right there. That is Ocean City, New Jersey, on the boardwalk at the Jersey Shore. Looks to be a beautiful Friday evening there. Hope people are enjoying the start to their weekends. Well, we are going to be still monitoring all of the latest COVID-19 news. We'll have expert come on as well, our friend of the program, Dr. Peter Chin Hong, a little bit later. He's an infectious disease specialist at UC San Francisco. And he'll be breaking down all of these latest guidance and developments from the CDC a little bit later tonight. But right now, we want to focus on Florida. The COVID-19 Delta variant is now spreading rapidly throughout unvaccinated populations there in the Sunshine State. Also, though, Texas and Missouri. Fox's Robert Sherman joins us live in Orlando with the latest. Robert, so good to see you. It's not looking so good down there in Florida.
No, not in some of these Sunbelt states that we've been seeing, as you mentioned. And nationwide, we're looking at the 7-day average, sitting at over 70,000 infections per day. We have not seen the numbers this high since mid-April. I do want to bring to your attention a new detail that came out today. A new internal CDC memo should suggest that the COVID-19 Delta variant has a greater transmission rate than that of the common cold, and a transmission rate that would be pretty similar to that of chickenpox, which is why we've seen the CDC adjust course and reverse paths on their positions regarding masks. And now they are under the impression that anyone who's living in one of these COVID-19 hotspots, whether they are vaccinated or not, they should be wearing masks. That includes students who are in schools. And you look around the country, we have seen places such as Miami-Dade County, Florida, St. Louis, Missouri, Washington, D.C., Los Angeles, California, which have all effectively instituted their own new mask mandates. Here's what President Biden had to say regarding the new guidance this week.
Even if you've been fully vaccinated and protected from severe illness from COVID-19, you could have the Delta variant in your system and spread it to someone who isn't vaccinated.
Walt Disney World also announcing that starting today, guests both vaccinated and unvaccinated will have to wear masks indoors and on resort transportation. Non-union and salary employees will now be required to get the shot. Tourism, the #1 industry here in the Sunshine State, and it has been on the rebound over the last couple of months, but the recent case surge could hamper that recovery effort. Take a listen.
We're starting to see from the data that there's pessimism about traveling. I'm just hopeful that we do what we need to do quickly as a community so people will once again feel comfortable coming back.
And to this point, just over 60% of adult Americans are now fully vaccinated. Despite the recent surges we've seen in COVID case numbers around the country, the Biden administration continues to emphasize that they do not intend to go back to COVID lockdowns anytime soon. Andrew?
All right, Fox's Robert Sherman there live for us in Orlando. Thank you for kind of breaking all of that down. There's been so much this week, and I feel like Americans are a little bit confused as to what to do next. It's not, great news with the Delta variant, so great breakdown there. Hope you have a good weekend. Robert, we'll talk to you again.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Take care.
All right, we do want to move on to some of these other stories that we have yet to get to. Right now, we're monitoring a lot on Capitol Hill. As you know, we want to bring you back out to the Problem Solvers Caucus. It's a member of a bipartisan group of House members talking about the infrastructure bill. They say if it passes the Senate, once the Senate starts debate on it, they want at least to start debate and vote on it in the House. They're urging Speaker Pelosi to put it on the agenda. No doubt she will do that. But as you know, members of Congress will be gone soon for August recess until after Labor Day. So not much time left for more legislative action. We do want to show you more of that event from earlier today. And it looks like actually before we do that, we do have President Biden from earlier leaving the South Lawn of the White House. He is going off to Camp David for the weekend, just outside of Washington, D.C. in Maryland. Always really great to see Marine One take off, no matter who is president. It's just such a cool sight there with the Washington Monument in the background. But like I said before, let's go back out now to the Problem Solvers Caucus in front of the Capitol Hill steps talking infrastructure.
Real work, honor the legislative breakthrough by doing something simple, elegant, decent. Give us a vote. With that, I would introduce a gentleman who might only have a little pepper in his hair, but he's got a lot of salt in his heart. Tom Swazi from New York.
You know, this is what the American people are hungering for. This is a very big day, very big week for infrastructure week, right? But it's even bigger, I believe, for giving the American people what they want. They want to see their government work. They want to see Democrats and Republicans get beyond the petty political partisanship and work together to accomplish things. I mean, just think about how discouraging and how discouraged people are when they see Washington, D.C. not working on something as obvious as infrastructure. You heard earlier speakers talk about how we went on a retreat back in April down in Maryland. I thought it was obvious that we were going to get this deal done back in April. It seems so logical. It seems so apparent from the agreement between Democrats and Republicans about how to get this done. And it's easy for a lot of cynical people to talk about why it'll never happen, they'll never come together, they'll never iron out this factor or that factor. But the reality is that people have done a lot of hard work to come together to get this done. It's really important for infrastructure, but it's even more important for America. Thank you. Oh, he's the one on the food topic, pepper and salt. I'd now like to bring up my favorite food. Everybody loves bacon.
Thank you. I think I got in front of Dean Phillips here, but I'll introduce him next. Okay, sounds great. Hey, this is a great quote from Winston Churchill, 1942, in the invasion of France, Operation Torch. He goes, it's not the end, it's not the beginning of the end, but I do think it's the end of the beginning. And I think we're past that point here when it comes to hard infrastructure bill. You know, we can't deny here, we've seen a lot of dysfunction in Congress this week, last month, in this whole 117th Congress. And I think there's a big yearning out there. I hear it every day. Can Congress work for America again? Can we put country over politics? I think people aren't sure we can. They've not seen the results. And I've heard from so many constituents and other various leaders in our country that think this bill, hard infrastructure bill, is the last best hope for the 117th Congress. And I think they're right. We got to get this done. Otherwise, I don't know that we have another opportunity to put country over politics again in the 117th Congress. That's my view. And I tell you, in our district, I'm in a very purple district, R+1 district, folks want a hard infrastructure bill that works on bridges, roads, seaports, locks. Our locks are 90 years old. If you want to compete agriculturally, you got to have modern locks. This is one example of many. People want to see a bill, they want to see it around $1 trillion. And I appreciate the leadership on the other side of the aisle here in this group that says, let's do a standalone vote, because that's what we need. If we attach it to another bill, I think this will not get across the finish line.
All right, we're going to move away from this at the moment. We do have some breaking news out of Boston we want to bring to you on this Friday afternoon. We're just getting these live pictures in from a possible train collision in Boston. Multiple people are injured in this at this hour. We're just learning some more details that we want to bring to you. Hopefully we get aerials up over this scene there. This is the Green Line in Boston. Two Green Line trains collided there.
Oh, hey,
this Friday
can we go over here?
It's about
I'm sorry, I know I'm annoying.
It's almost 7 p.m. on the East Coast there in Boston. Apologize there. We're working on stabilizing our shot. As you can see,
folks around me were thrown on the floor. Luckily, I wasn't. I hit my head a little bit on the bar behind the seat.
And what did you think?
Again, I thought that there was something wrong with the train that I was on. I hadn't realized that we had been rear-ended until I saw the damage from the back when I got out.
So it was two other impacts from your understanding, and then your train was the third to be hit?
I didn't feel any impact. It was just this massive jerk forward.
Describe that for us one more time, because we just got here. So you're sitting on the train and kind of walk us through the moments before and leading up and then after this.
So the train had come to a stop, and all of a sudden it jerked forward really quickly. People were thrown on the floor. I hit my head a little bit, but not badly. And at first we didn't know what happened. I didn't know that we had been hit until I was walking back and saw that the whole back of the weird car had been
So you were in the front train.
I was in the front train.
Do you mind pointing to us, like, which car you were on?
So I was in the one very, very front, yeah.
And then describe the injuries to the others who were on your train.
Yeah, so I think the worst that I saw, at least in my section of the train, there was a girl who was thrown on the floor, and I think she dislocated her shoulder. I mean, she was pretty bad. That was the reason I think that people started calling 911, because she was crying. Everyone else seemed jostled, but I don't know how injured they were. She was visibly injured.
And your train was on. Your train was stopped.
We were stopped, I think, at the light that carried down this way, and then it was just a jerk forward.
And the driver's reaction, what did the driver do or say?
So I saw the driver get out the front door, and then she walked back, I think, to check something behind the train or check with the other driver in the second car. And then she came back, and as she was walking back, she opened our door from the outside and asked us to get off of the train and wait on the platform, and said that the EMTs would be coming. And then it was about 2 or 3 minutes. BUPD, I think, was first.
How many people were on the train?
In my car, I think it was about 15 to 20. It wasn't crowded. I think most people were sitting.
And you could see through to the other car, right?
Yeah, we could see through to the front of my car.
When you see now just, what your car looks like and realizing what happened in that moment, how are you feeling?
Lucky, personally, but I hope that everyone else who was injured is okay, and that there weren't any more serious injuries.
Thank you so much. Can you do us a favor, say and spell your first and last name?
Sure. Brian Sirman, Brian. Sirman is Sirman.
And you're visiting from Nashville?
Visiting from Nashville.
Hopefully you can go on your date now.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Well, enjoy the rest of your time here.
All right, so there you heard just from a witness who was on the train when it collided, talking about his experience, talking about how he was shaken up, that he saw a girl thrown to the floor, possibly with a shoulder dislocation. And there we have aerial pictures now in Boston at this hour. It's almost 7 p.m. on the dot on this Friday night. 2 trains on the Green Line collided. Multiple people injured. So there we heard from one of the people who were on the train itself when this happened. You can see there the mangled front of the train. This is from the air, obviously, but a great vantage point to just see how this might have happened. We don't have any information yet on what may have caused this, but we do know multiple people were injured on these 2 trains that collided. We do have another ground shot as well. I'm going to put that up here. You can see police tape up. We just heard from that witness. Definitely something he didn't expect coming home from work on this Friday night. He was shaken up. He saw some people thrown to the ground by the force of the collision. We're working on getting more detailed information on how many people might have been injured in this. At the moment, there are some reports out there that could be more than 20 people. But on the scene, people are being evaluated for injuries after these 2 MBTA trains collided. This is, if you're familiar with Boston, near Babcock Street. This is all coming to us from Boston fire officials and officials at the MBTA. So obviously these trains are incapacitated at the moment. They cannot move, and so shuttle buses are replacing those trains. This is on the Green Line. The crash was originally announced around 6:15 this Friday afternoon, and so we're now about 45 minutes later. We have these two live pictures, and you can see there reporters on the scene interviewing witnesses, some officials there on the scene as well. We don't see any patients being treated on the scene. You can also see, apologize there, we lost both of our shots. It looks like the chopper is leaving at the moment. But hopefully we'll get some of those shots back. I was alluding to earlier, you saw a pretty wide tear and break in the rail track itself. And so once these shots stabilize, we'll bring you more information. But right now, this is what we're learning on this Friday night. Multiple people being evaluated for injuries after these two MBTA trains there on the Green Line in Boston near Babcock Street collided around 6:15 East Coast local time there. Multiple people are injured. We don't know how many, but we're looking at reports of at least more than 20. We just heard from a witness a little earlier. He was shaken up. He did not expect this to happen. And so right now, he said he saw a woman thrown to the ground. And so right now they are bringing in buses to get these passengers to where they need to go because these trains are incapacitated at the moment. We do have, looks like a shot of one of these transit buses that is on the scene, most likely going to be transporting commuters and people who were not able to get to their final destinations. And so we'll be monitoring all of this once we get maybe some more aerial photos as well. But there you can see kind of a close-up. I apologize. That is not the transit bus. That is an actual train carriage there, the metro carriage. You can see there, glass shattered in. The whole front completely mangled. Police tape now up. And so at the moment, we are just kind of gauging reaction from Boston City officials in case there will be a press conference maybe a little later. We haven't heard any word on that, if there will be, or the timing, if there will. But we are learning that the Green Line B branch trains were suspended for a length of the area there. Eastbound trains will end. They're telling commuters to use another route and other options. You see, presumably MBTA officials are on the scene. You also see Boston police on the scene. And so this is an active breaking news situation on this Friday night there in Boston, Massachusetts. We're going to keep these pictures up. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have more details on this, but we'll have a lot more stories left to get to on this Friday afternoon. Thanks for choosing LiveNOW as your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country. We'll see you in 2 minutes. All right, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are monitoring a situation out of Boston, Massachusetts at this hour. It's a little after 7 p.m. there on the East Coast. As you can see, multiple people have been injured in a train collision. Lots of people there have gathered outside to watch this all unfold. We are learning that 2 MBTA trains collided near Babcock Street this evening. Shuttle buses are now replacing the trains to get commuters to their final destination. But multiple people were being evaluated for their injuries. We know that multiple people, upwards of 20 to 25, have been injured. That number obviously could change. We're hoping to learn more details on if police and MBTA officials will update the public and the press in some type of press conference. If we find out more information on if and when that will happen, we'll bring that to you live here. And so we're going to keep these shots up. We're going to be gathering more information on the scene. But right now, we do want to head out to Capitol Hill at the moment. We have been monitoring a situation where House Democratic leaders have come out of the House chamber after this failure to pass an extension of the eviction moratorium by unanimous consent. It just failed about 30 minutes ago. Anyway, Speaker Pelosi, Whip Clyburn, and Steny Hoyer are taking questions from reporters at the moment, explaining why they couldn't get this done. They didn't have the Republican support in the House to get this done.
President Biden this evening calling upon state and local governments to immediately release the funds, distribute the funds to those in need. Important to note, under Maxine Waters' leadership as part of this, in our bill at the end of the year, last year, the omnibus bill, as well as in the rescue package, we had over $46 billion for renters and landlords, housing providers. Unfortunately, only $3 billion of that, as we are learning, has been distributed. Shameful. I mean, what? While people and the people who are on the verge of being evicted are paying the price for whatever obstacles these localities and states refuse to overcome to distribute these funds. So the president's statement, have you seen it? Please, I refer you to the president's statement. It was very powerful and very clear as to what the challenge is. But we are, if anyone has ever been evicted, or if you've ever seen anyone in your community evicted, where you see cribs on the sidewalk or personal belongings that then could be picked up by a passerby, if you see tears in the eyes of law enforcement officers who have to go in and evict families, if you see the hardship for families to be evicted and now have to go find another place to live, you know that this is really a challenge to the conscience of all of us who have any responsibility for the well-being of the American people. I do want to also add that this contributes to a health hazard. The COVID pandemic is not over. At the same time as the CDC is increasing requirements for masks, encouraging vaccinations, and other public health suggestions, they say they do not have, and I trust, they don't have the authority to extend the moratorium. The ball then yesterday came to our court, and we will make good of it. But again, it will take a little more time. Our distinguished majority leader has worked so hard on this, as has our distinguished whip. We've had beautiful conversations with members about the Gospel of Matthew and all that inspires us for our purpose to meet the needs of the American people. When it comes, though, to the technicalities of legislation, we just needed more time. With that, as you may be aware, the distinguished majority leader took action on the floor this evening. I will yield to him to explain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, let me say we had a very successful week last week and a very successful week this week. We passed 9 appropriation bills this week. So a very productive week. As the Speaker mentioned, and as you know, at the last minute, it became clear that we were going to have the moratorium expire and the administration concluded that it was without the legal power to take action, and came to us yesterday or late the day before that to ask us to take action. As the Speaker said, the overwhelming number of our members, wanted to support that legislation. There are obviously some concerns about landlords getting payments, as well as renters. As you know how the program works, renters to the landlords, and they have to apply. So there was great concern about the welfare of both renters and landlords. So we've been working very hard to pass that. Unfortunately, we had no Republicans who worked with us. We have a very close margin. And there were a number of people concerned and had said the last time that they were going to vote, but this was the last time. And they wanted the money to get out the door to renters and landlords, and that money is still not out the door. The President's made a very strong statement about that. So I went to the floor and I asked for unanimous consent to bring forth the bill that would have given the relief that we wanted to do. The Republican, the ranking member of the Financial Services Committee objected. We will not forget this issue. We expect to be back here in the relatively near future. I don't want to say when because I don't know when. Our Senate colleagues are going to be in session next week and maybe for longer than that on the budget matters, on reconciliation and infrastructure. So there's a lot of business for us to do, and we'll have to make that judgment. But this issue will not be forgotten. We're going to pursue it, and we're going to assure that A, the money gets out the door to the landlords and renters so that they will be made not to have a stress every week or every month that the rent becomes due, and that particularly landlords of small 2 or 3 units who are using that income to supplement their retirement, or perhaps that is their retirement, are not left at risk. Unfortunately, as I say, our request to bring that bill to the floor, and frankly to have some Republican support for, was not forthcoming. We regret that, but we will continue to work on this matter with the chair of the Finance Committee, Maxine Waters, to whom you have just talked. Now let me yield to the person who probably has worked hardest over the last, although Nancy and I have been working pretty hard, the Speaker and I have been working pretty hard, but probably the person who's worked hardest, Jim Clyburn, our whip. Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Eden. Thank you, Speaker. I don't know that I can add anything to this, but I want to emphasize the fact that we're not talking about any additional money. The money is there. $46 billion there, of which less than 10%, less than 10% has gone out. And I would think, like the leader says, when we come back here, I would hope that we would take this issue up and hopefully we can fashion legislation in such a way that this money gets out the door, to have state and local governments not getting money out to the people who need them. These landlords, many of them, I spoke to several today, where landlords are less than 10 units. And this is, as Denny said, this is their livelihood, this is their retirement. They've got 5, 6, 7 units that they're renting out, and they haven't gotten any money simply because the paperwork or whatever has got it all bottled up, but the money is just sitting there, and that's unacceptable.
Well, in addition to that, many of these people, all of them I would assume, have to pay their mortgage, and we do have foreclosure relief in our legislation as well. Right, whether it's for foreclosure or, for paying the mortgage, or whether it's for supporting their lives, this is really, really so unfair to the landlords, the housing providers, however they are identified, as well as to the renters who will now end up, hopefully the money will get out there. I do want to refer you also right away, though, again, to the President's statement. And here's what he said. Thank you, Justin Dunn. He said, as the She was right on the fold. As the eviction moratorium deadline approaches tomorrow, I call on all state and local governments to take all possible steps to immediately disperse these funds given the imminent ending of the CDC eviction moratorium. State and local governments began receiving emergency rental assistance funding in February and were eligible for additional $21 billion, bringing it up to over $46 billion passed in the American Rescue Plan. 5 months later, with localities across the nation showing that they can deliver funds effectively, it can be no excuse for any state or locality not accelerating funds to landlords and tenants that have been hurt during the pandemic. It goes on, and I refer to the President's statement, which is, there are some in our caucus who say, well, if we don't pass anything, then they have to give the money. So that was their sort of motivator to having money. But we think that the action taken by members of strong support that enabled us to speak to this issue with authority should also contribute to the momentum of the President's statement to go forward. But again, this is a health hazard for people on the street during a pandemic. And as I said before, while the CDC is saying do more on masks, do more on vaccinations, do more on other public health advice, we think it was curious that they would not be able to extend a moratorium, which is a health issue during
Madam
this
Speaker, so could you just, why is this coming up tonight? I mean, clearly the White House, they knew it was happening on Saturday. They knew this ended on Saturday. You seem to think they could take administrative action. I mean, it's unusual for them to come to you with a day to ask you to put together a bill.
Well, it is, but again, I have no criticism of the administration for what they are doing as they see the law. When this was taken up in the Supreme Court and we won the case, Justice Kavanaugh said, I'm not doing this again. And so that has put a damper on any actions that could be challenged in the courts because the Supreme Court looked like a dead end for this. But you'd have to talk to them and their lawyers about their motivation. The timing is what would you urge?
I said unfortunate. But just to follow up on that, did you urge the administration to take any particular executive action in the last 24, 48 hours, and they declined to do so?
Well, it wasn't a question of that. It was a question of why are we getting this right now when we do think that there could be executive action to do this. But they made it very clear that their lawyers were not supportive of them from a court. And the CDC, this is the CDC. And it might be interesting to you to note, and my colleagues can speak more wisely to this, one of the things two things were interesting to us. One was that the money had not been spent. What? These communities have all this time of this money and they're not spending it, putting it in the pockets of renters so they can pay their rent and leaving the pain for landlords and housing providers. One. Two, that the Secretary of HHS has declared by his authority a 90-day period that is a public health emergency period. That ends on October 18th. And on October 18th is what we said, let's just have until October 18th to get the money out. Once the money's out, then there's not going to perhaps any need for a further extension of the moratorium. Nobody knows the subject better than our distinguished Chair Maxine Waters of the Financial Services Committee. However, this legislation falls under the Energy and Commerce Committee because they're calling upon the CDC to do this. There's some concern of what could happen in the Senate when we just didn't see any lift in terms of the Republicans' concern for the hardship suffered by the American people. The prospect in the Senate did not look
Can I ask
Do you have anything to say on that question? On that question?
Can I ask you, ma'am, why not just keep the House and pass a bill and then send it to the Senate? Why not just, I mean, you're leaving for 7 weeks, or recessing for 7 weeks. Why not just keep the House in?
Not for
We're not recessing for 7 weeks.
Well, you won't be here in Washington.
We'll be here.
John, what I said,
You meant you're going to come back in August.
to listen again.
And I'm still here.
Speakers, you're more than I am, and I live here. But what I said was, and I want everybody to understand, the Senate is meeting now, right? Or they may be out now, but they're meeting next week. They may meet the week thereafter. They're working on some very, very timely and important legislation. The infrastructure bill, the budget, reconciliation. We're going to deal with all of those in a timely fashion. I have advised members that they will be subject to call. We will give notice, obviously, significant notice, but they are subject to call. So the assumption that we may not be here for the next 5 weeks is not an assumption I want you guys to make. I know you have a vacation coming up, and we'll try to...
No vacation, sir.
or maybe you have a district work period.
Stanley, tell them what you tell them about non-refundable tickets.
I don't know what I'd say about non-refundable.
He says that to everyone.
Don't buy them.
Staff, press, members, don't invest in any non-refundable tickets for a date certain to fly.
So everybody understand, I've been telling members now for a month that given the importance of the work that is going on in the Senate and the lack of knowledge as to when that is going to occur, they need to be flexible. As you know, we have a lot of younger members with families. Schools go back into session on the 15th, and we will see what we can do. But there are a lot of considerations. But we have advised members that they may well be back here in a fashion, as I said, which would keep this issue very much alive, very much in our focus, and ready to act.
After all these hours of negotiation, what was ultimately the issue, the problem that prevented you from getting 218? Was it just the window? Was it just the October 18th date? Or was there language about how to wind the program down? Why couldn't you get 218?
Actually, you hit on one of them. There were different dates. Some people said, I'll go for an earlier date. Others said it has to be a later date. Some were happy with October 18th because that's after school started. But the timing was an important shall we say, area of discussion, and members were very informed about it. It wasn't an obstacle. It's just it's what they believed.
And I also think a lot of members are very concerned that this money is all bottled up. And they want to know what can we do to get the money out of these offices and into the landlords and tenants' pockets. You can extend it and it's still bottled up. And so that's where we're at the difficulty, trying to figure out how we can extend this but push the money out of the door, and that gives our members more angst than anything else.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
All right, so there you were listening to House Democratic leaders there in Statuary Hall in the Capitol. That was Steny Hoyer, Speaker Pelosi, and House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, and they're talking about the failure by unanimous consent on the floor to extend the eviction moratorium that ends at midnight tonight. They say they're urging the administration to take executive action. They initially wanted to extend it to the middle of October. They said they had not 1 ounce of House Republican support to move this forward today. And so it remains to be seen on if they can do anything tonight or in the next couple of days to prevent millions of Americans from getting evicted from their homes, from their apartments. And so you heard from there that they were quite disappointed, that they acknowledged that there are hundreds of millions of dollars in cities and states around the country direct COVID relief that are still unspent. They want it to be spent to prevent Americans from getting thrown out of their homes and evicted from their apartments and the like. And so we'll be monitoring all of that and all those angles on Capitol Hill. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll have an update from Boston Fire Department on the scene unfolding there on this Friday night. 2 trains collided, multiple people injured. We'll have an update on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are still monitoring the situation out of Boston, Massachusetts at the moment. We do have an update from the Boston Fire Department that we want to bring to you, and they just tweeted this moments ago. They said multiple agencies are on the scene and working scene on Commonwealth Avenue. 22 patients transported between Boston EMS and Brookline EMS. There were no life-threatening injuries reported at this time. So very, very good news on that front. Now we have confirmed that number of injured to 22 patients transported there. And so they also posted that photo on their Twitter account. Let's go back, though, to the live scene at this hour. It's about 7:30 on the East Coast. That's one of our reporters on the ground there, and they're going to lose the shot. But you just saw there the train still on the tracks. We're going to see if they kind of steady their shot. We're also monitoring as well if there will be a police press conference or a press conference from fire department officials. We don't know if that will happen. If that does happen, we hope to get you the time of that. We'll air that live here on Live Now from Fox. So we're just going to, we know the shot is quite static at this moment, but in the meantime, we do want to move on to some of these other stories that we have been following on this Friday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Andrew Kraft. This is Live Now from Fox. We are going to preview some of the other stories we have yet to get to. A major decision today by President Biden's Department of Justice on former President Trump's tax returns. That in just a moment. But we do have some beautiful live pictures on this Friday afternoon that we want to show you, especially this one, my favorite right now, out of Ocean City, New Jersey. A lot of people getting a great start to their weekends, enjoying the boardwalk there on the Jersey Shore. More to come where that came from in just a moment. All right, and just a great live look there of the boardwalk on the Jersey Shore. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We have many more stories left to get to on this Friday afternoon. One of them, the Justice Department ordering the IRS to turn over former President Trump's tax returns to Congress. Joining me right now is Washington Post reporter Devlin Barrett. He covers the Justice Department and national security for the Post. Devlin, so good to see you on this Friday. When I first heard the news today, my initial thought was elections have consequences. There's a new administration. There's a new attorney general. Was this anticipated today? Did you see this coming?
I think we knew that the Justice Department was going to have to make a decision about this. We didn't know exactly when, and it's been a busy news day in other ways today at the Justice Department. But they were going to have to make a decision about this, and it's not entirely surprising that this is where they came down on it. I think because there's already some court rulings that would have suggested that this is where the courts were going to end up. And I do think that this is one of the ways in which all those legal fights that surrounded Trump when he was president didn't go away just because he stopped being president, that there's going to be months and perhaps years of legal fighting and positioning to take care of some of the legacy issues surrounding the Trump administration.
And Devin, House Ways and Means can now move forward with their investigation. Can you kind of go into the parameters of what they are looking into still from the Trump administration? What do they intend to find now that they have this ruling today?
Well, what they want to find, what they say their purpose is to understand whether there were national security issues tied to Trump's finances, whether the stated purpose of this was to determine whether there were issues with the audits surrounding the president, how the IRS essentially polices a president's taxes. Obviously, there are plenty of folks, especially Republicans, who think that is a fig leaf explanation. What they really want here is politics and to embarrass the former president. But there's an important step that has to come first, and this isn't necessarily over. President Trump's lawyers signaled earlier this year that if this came to pass, they still wanted the option to argue in court that the courts should block the IRS from handing this information over to Congress. We haven't heard yet from the president or his legal team on this issue, but there's still a possibility, I should say, that the president will try to keep fighting this on his own with his own lawyers.
Yeah, Devlin, that was my next question. It was surprising we have still not had a statement from the former president about this decision today. And that was my next question. What legal recourse does the former president have to stop this? Because, in the Trump administration, even federal courts said that this could not go forth. I believe it almost went up to the Supreme Court. And so now with a new attorney general, a new Department of Justice, a new administration, it looks like that this is happening. And so, does he have any recourse?
He does. So there was a live case. That case has basically been dormant since he stopped being the president. But that case still exists. He can still fight it if he chooses to. I think the big question here is, how much does the former president want to fight in court over these issues? We saw another case unrelated to this today where Trump basically signaled he wasn't interested in paying lawyers to fight anymore on the issue. Now that case is a little different. There's different facts, different issues involved. But the real question now is how much does the former president want to fight in court to prevent this from happening?
And, my other question was, too, how does this kind of dovetail with the New York AG's and the district attorney there in New York's investigation of the Trump Organization with the recent indictment of Alan Weisselberg? Are they related at all? Because we know the Supreme Court ruled that the New York the district attorney, Cy Vance, could get those tax returns, I believe, 8 years worth. So do you see any comparisons or similarities with this now?
So I think the similarities are that, when Trump was the president, obviously he didn't release his taxes, which some people took offense at. And ever since that time, a lot of different entities have been essentially trying to find different ways, different means to get at those returns and find out what they say. Now, they're doing it for different purposes. Obviously, the Manhattan DA's office has a different goal in mind when it looks at those tax returns. It's looking for any evidence of crimes, and it's charged the Trump Organization CFO. But Ways and Means are looking for, essentially, in their oversight role, any evidence of, unfair treatment, favorable treatment, that sort of thing. And, so they're but all of these questions, all these entities that are coming at him, it's all around the question of his taxes. And so that's the commonality. And, taxes in this country are considered private information for most people. And it'll be interesting to see, as these different entities looks at his taxes, how much of that information, if any, spills out into the public.
Yeah, that's what's so interesting to me about this is, the Trump DOJ had their own legal interpretation of this via the Office of Legal Counsel. Now, the Biden administration and their DOJ has another legal interpretation of this. And in your piece today in the Post, you said they had to find a legitimate legislative purpose in order to, garner these tax returns. In your view, what would that be? We are obviously President Trump is no longer president, and so any investigations looking into, his business dealings, conflicts of interest, ties with the Russia investigation, they still want to go after that.
Right, and so there's a 1924 law that says that particular committee, because it writes tax laws, can look at an individual's tax returns for the purpose of looking at how the IRS or anyone else conducts audits. That's important because, if you remember, Trump has long said his taxes were under audit, and that's why he wasn't releasing them. So essentially, this committee is invoking its power as an auditor of the auditors, essentially, to go looking at this. Again, because this is such a politically loaded issue, there's a lot of Republicans who think that's just an excuse. They just want to rummage around in Trump's money and see if they can find anything bad about it. But that is the framework that the committee is using to pursue these papers, these tax returns. And, like I said, there's still a chance that Trump decides to send his lawyers to court to fight this. We're still asking that question to see if that happens.
All right, Devlin, just to sum up things here, what will you be looking for in this going forward? Do you think there'll be any immediate action at the House Ways and Means Committee to kind of, do closed hearings on this once they receive them? Do you foresee this getting kind of still mired in the courts?
It's a great question, and I think there's sort of two stages to look at this. One is the stage of the courts. Is there going to be more legal fighting over this? Or are and if there is, how is that going to play out in terms of Trump versus essentially two branches of the government? Second, assuming the committee actually gets these documents, that's the other stage. And that's the point where I think it'll be really interesting to see what decisions the lawmakers make and how partisan it gets in terms of, okay, the Democrats say they are looking for evidence of national security threats, evidence of conflicts of interest. What do you do with any such information, assuming it's there? What do you do with any such information you find? Because, again, the Republicans' charge here is that this is just a fishing expedition. And, how do you present, if you were going to present any information, either through a committee or through documents, how do you present it in a way that has credibility? I think those are the questions that I think we're all going to be trying to answer as this plays out.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe, if the former president does decide to run in 2024, maybe once again, kind of Groundhog Day type, will Trump's tax returns be in play during that election cycle? Anyway, Washington Post reporter Devlin Barrett, thanks for coming on Live Now from Fox to break that all down for us. We appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Thanks. You too.
All right, we just want to go out now to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll have more where that came from afterward. We'll be talking about immigration when we come back, going down to Texas, hearing from Governor Greg Abbott there. A lot on that front. Also hope to get more updates out of Boston, Massachusetts, where 2 trains collided this afternoon on the Friday evening commute, injuring 22 passengers. We hope to have a press conference from there as well in a little bit. But for now, we'll see you in 2 minutes here on Live Now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to be moving on to some of these other stories we have yet to get to on this Friday night. We want to go out now because Senator Lindsey Graham, the Republican from South Carolina, earlier this morning was talking about the crisis at the southern border. We're going to hear from him about what he is urging the Biden administration to do to more proactively stem the surge of migrants coming over, some of which have contracted COVID-19. We're also then going to hear from Texas Governor Greg Abbott. There's some controversy brewing between the state of Texas and the Department of Justice. We'll bring more on that in just a moment. But first, Lindsey Graham.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Here for quite a while now, since 1995. I've never known anybody who is willing to speak truth to the power better than you, Henry. We have a Democratic administration. Tried to work with President Trump. I had my dust-ups, but you've done it in the right way. You've been respectful, but I want to be an ally in trying to get some relief to the people of your district. So,
Senator, thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you. I appreciate all the good work you've always done on immigration reform, and I really appreciate it. And I look forward to working with you and going down to the district too also. We just had a phone call because I've always told the administration, look, I'm a Democrat, it's a Democrat administration, and I've been very respectful about the administration. All I said, look, you don't have to listen to me. I want you to listen to the border communities, and I want you to listen to the men and women of DHS, their families. This weekend, I just spent about 3 hours with agents and their families and their chiefs there, especially their families. And they don't need pats in the back, they need help down there on the border. Today, we had a phone call, and I want to thank the senator and his staff for being there, because I want people to hear from my local communities. I want you to hear. So we had folks from Hidalgo County, which is where most of, the epicenter is. We had a county judge, county commissioners, mayors, police chiefs, and other folks there. We went to Stark County. Same thing, county judges, commissioners, cities, mayors, sheriffs, Zapata, and of course Hidalgo. And you heard, Laredo, you heard Webb County, and the mayor is very passionate, Mayor Sines and other folks, Chief Landina and other folks. So I want people to hear from the local communities. And again, look, these are, and I emphasize, mainly South Texas, Hispanic, Democratic elected officials saying, we need a pause and we need some help down here at the border. We're very compassionate. We understand. Most of us, come from families from Mexico. My father was born in Mexico, Guerrero, Tamaulipas, became a legal resident, became a naturalized citizen. They follow our procedures. And what they see, there's a underground tension in many ways in the Hispanic community saying, hold it. We followed this procedure, we follow the steps, and we're seeing people just come in. And I think you heard from folks that were saying also, hey, we're concerned about this overcapacity. What is the end game here? You heard about how they're going to parks. And so when families want to go out there, what do we happen? You saw what happened in La Jolla, where they released people without even saying, and it was not Border Patrol, it was a local NGO, and not telling the folks in La Jolla what was happening down there. And you hear there, you hear about safety concerns. Roma, Texas, as you know, in Stark County, it's right at the border. I'm very familiar. That's part of my district. La Jolla is part of my district. And people cross and they're walking through the streets and neighborhoods, and they're saying, hey, people are just walking through. You heard from some of the school officials say, hey, what about our schools? And there have been lockdowns in schools because they're right at the border and people start just coming through and they worried about their kids. So, and again, I've always said this, and you've heard me say it, you don't have to listen to me. They don't have to listen to me. The administration doesn't need to listen. I've been very respectful, very supportive of the administration, but something has to change when it comes to border immigration issues on that. And again, we had the Border Patrol chiefs. We heard from Chief Ortiz. You heard about how hospitals are overloaded, as Mayor Sines said. Hey, sometimes you have to pit a undocumented person that goes to the hospital with somebody that lives in Laredo or somewhere else. I mean, there's limited spaces. what do you do? And it's not fair to pit a undocumented person to a U.S. citizen, and we represent our residents, the citizens here. So this are, I think, and I'll close on this, and I'll let you talk about the letter. We have we put a joint letter together, and I'll let the senator and I'll follow up on that. But I thought it was important for the senator to hear directly from the communities and how they feel about this. You want to talk about the letter?
I do. Thank you very much. And to the members of the press right here, thank you. This is a story that needs to be covered. If this were the 28th Congressional District, figuratively, the room would be full of folks from all over the world unvaccinated. You would have a hard time moving around. And I don't think people can appreciate what's going on at the border until you listen to the people who live there. So we'll do another phone call, and we're going to stream this one. We're going to find a way so that if you're interested in what's going on at the border, you can hear it from the people who live through it. So what have we come to conclude? Comprehensive immigration reform, in my view, is still very much needed. But you can't legalize people, in my opinion, until you first secure the border. I was involved in the Gang of Eight, and before that with Senator Kennedy, McCain, Kyle, and Salazar in 2008, trying to secure the border, pathway to citizenship for the illegal immigrant population who are non-felons, switching to a merit-based immigration system to help our economy going forward. I still believe that. But the one thing I know you can't do is provide legal status without first fixing the border, because it will create a run on the border like you've never seen before. So this idea of putting DACA in the infrastructure package is a terrible idea until you first fix the border. And I sponsored the DACA bill with Senator Durbin. I've told him I am willing to work on a small deal, medium deal, or large deal, but the first deal is to bring relief and secure the border. So Henry and I have come to conclude it's now time for a new set of eyes on this problem. That the people in charge have had 6 months and it's getting worse. And I'm not here to throw partisan stones today, but something's got to give, right? So we were talking yesterday, what could we do? Who do we trust? Who do we believe could help us get out of this mess? And we both concluded almost instantaneously, Jay Johnson. Jay Johnson served with President Obama. He was a Democrat. I have a lot of respect for Jay. He was general counsel at DOD, and he dealt with these issues as secretary. So the bottom line for me is that we're urging President Biden to create a special position to bring order to chaos, put somebody in charge whose focus is just on the border and all the problems associated with it, that would have credibility in the eyes of Congress, and that's Jay Johnson. I can promise you that most Republicans respect Jay Johnson. And if Jay would be willing to do it, and if President Biden would be willing to nominate him, I think you would find solutions pretty quickly. So that's what the letter's about. Something's got to give, a new set of eyes. So what's causing this? It was the police chief, I think, who said this third wave of illegal immigration is brought to you by Washington, D.C. The pull factors by policy changes, the new pull factors are too great for any money to the Northern Triangle to matter. I worked with Vice President Biden to put $750 million into the system to help the Northern Triangle countries with their rule of law issues, with their economy, with their corruption problems. I am willing to invest more. But the root cause of this wave of illegal immigration is not a deterioration in the last 6 months of the Northern Triangle. It is that we've changed our policies where people all over the world believe now's the time to go to America illegally, because once you get there, you're going to stay. Now, what did Jay Johnson do on his watch? We had a wave of unaccompanied minors and families coming from Brazil to take advantage of the asylum program. Jay Johnson got on a plane and flew back with these people to Brazil. He sent a signal to the source of the problem that this is not the way to enter the United States. We had 188,000 people come across last month. About 25 to 30% were not from the Northern Triangle. Every week that goes by, the word spreads throughout the world that the border is now open. If you can get 1 foot in the United States, likely you're not going to leave. So what we're asking for is for the administration to put somebody new, a new set of eyes, in charge of this problem and working in a bipartisan way to provide the resources and the policy changes to have a timeout so that we can catch our breath as a nation, give the people of Laredo and the surrounding area some relief. Now, what did I learn? I learned it is hell on earth right now in his district given this problem. That the hospitals are full, that neighborhoods have hundreds of people every day walking through the neighborhood, crossing our border illegally, and it's very unnerving. That the police are overwhelmed, that the COVID numbers are increasing, that the Border Patrol is doing the best they can. A shout out for the Border Patrol. I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan, I think 57 times. I've seen our men and women in the military in action under the most difficult circumstances imagined. I would put the Border Patrol and Customs agents who are dealing with this crisis on par with them. They're incredibly dedicated Americans, and I don't know how they go to work every day. What they see in terms of small children, the overwhelming nature of this problem, I just don't know how they do it, and I want them to know that Henry and I consider you all and your families American heroes. So I've sent 3 letters. One with Congressman Cuellar to President Biden to put a new set of eyes on the problem, somebody we all trust, Jay Johnson. I hope you will consider that, Mr. President. And I stand ready to work with Jay or anybody else that has a rational plan for it. Number 2, I've written a letter to Dr. Fauci, and I'll give you a copy. I don't know what we should be doing, but I know this. I'm vaccinated. I've tried to be a responsible citizen. If you're not vaccinated, you need to get vaccinated, because I think the risk to you and your family and the community goes down greatly. I think it is safe, and I think it is highly effective. How you control the COVID problem in America must include an analysis of the border. We've had 50,000 people released in the United States because the Border Patrol ran out of capability and capacity to hold them. They literally put them on buses and shipped them throughout the country. I dare say any of them were tested. I dare say that the system at the border is not controlling the problem associated with COVID coming from other countries. In Guatemala, the vaccination rate is less than 1%. So I've got a letter to Dr. Fauci. As you tell us what to do as a nation, you need to look at the situation at the border and give us an opinion as whether or not it makes sense what we're doing. And let me tell you, I think it makes no sense. I have a German engineer who works for BMW in South Carolina. So Germany invested heavily in the BMW plant in Greenville, South Carolina, Greer, South Carolina. The man wants to go home to see his, I think, mother or father, somebody who's critically ill, and I'm having to move heaven and earth to get him legally able to go back to visit his mother in Germany. I can't go to Canada, you can't go to Europe because of COVID restrictions, but we're having 1.2 million people cross our border being detained with no rational policy at all. Probably the best thing for the German engineers, go down to the border, get caught, we'll probably send them to Germany. This makes no sense. It's dangerous. It needs to stop. So Dr. Fauci, you need to answer my letter as to whether or not you understand what's going on at the border and what changes do we need to make, if any, to really deal with the COVID problem, because I think the super spreader event of all super spreading events is at our southern border. To Secretary Mayorkas, I wrote you a letter last week. Of the 1.2 million people who came here illegally, how many of them have been tested? How many of them have been released to the United States? How many positives were there? And what system do you have in place to ensure testing? What happens if somebody comes up positive? And of the 1.2 million, how many have been allowed to stay in the United States? And what protocols do we have to deal with COVID? To the NGO community in your district, they're American heroes on the same footing as the Border Patrol. The Catholic charities and others are giving refuge to these folks. They're being overrun, and the system is literally broken. We're creating a national security nightmare for this country. It would be very easy for terrorists to integrate themselves in the flow of illegal immigration. Our border communities are under siege. The hospitals are full. The cops are having to do more than they can possibly do. And it is now time to define the problem and fix the problem. Count me in for investing in Northern Triangle countries as part of a solution, but the pull factors have to change. And I just want to thank Congressman Cuellar for having the guts to speak truth to power, to let the administration know what's going on the ground. And what's so sad for me is I had a mask that said, "Mask up the border." I mean, if you're really worried about who should be wearing a mask, you need to fix the border. This is a border completely porous and open when it comes to COVID. There are no protocols in place, and the capability of the Border Patrol to manage the flow has just been lost. We've lost control of the border in your district. Do you agree with that?
You got some big problems.
Okay, I'll say that. He says big problems, I say we lost control. So we'll be glad to take questions, but here's what's so sad for me. If I had a news conference taking a shot at Donald Trump about anything, this room would be full. All of you, not all of you, a lot of you have masks. You know, you're doing what you think is responsible for yourself and your neighbor. We're putting the people of the 28th Congressional District at risk. We're putting their economy at risk. We're putting their health at risk. We're putting the future of their children at risk because we've lost control of this issue, controlling our border and the COVID problem as it relates to illegal immigrant crossings. It is now time to work together without, you can blame everybody for the last 20 years. You can blame me, you can blame Henry. We're trying. But I'm not looking backward, I'm looking forward. And as I look forward, I'll end with this. The mayor of Laredo said, we're still pretty safe, but I worry about where we're going to be as a community in the next 6 months. The police chief said, the resources I have now are beyond the problems I'm having to deal with are beyond the resources, but every passing day it gets worse. The Catholic charities and other NGOs have said, without some help, we've reached the breaking point. So I've listened to the people of the 28th Congressional District. Your congressman has been the most effective voice in all of Washington about trying to find a way forward. I join his cause. I stand ready to work with the Biden administration, Democrats and Republicans, but I will not let this go without one hell of a fight. Questions?
¿Preguntas en español or English?
Sí, en
You be in
español.
charge of this, Spanish.
I was going to let you do it
Tengo una
in
pregunta en
español.
español, si
It'll be
se
a very
puede.
short news conference.
El senador Graham ha dicho que legalizar, dar camino a la ciudadanía para un grupo de inmigrantes sería un error si es que primero no se soluciona el tema de la frontera. ¿Cuál es su posición en cuanto a legalizar a un grupo de inmigrantes indocumentados en el proceso de reconciliación?
Sí, bueno, necesitamos tres cosas cuando hablamos de inmigración. Necesitamos asegurar la frontera, necesitamos un programa de trabajos temporales y necesitamos también tener una manera para ser ciudadanos los 11, 12 millones de personas que tenemos. Usted oyó al senador, él no está de acuerdo de la consideración. Para mí, si es posible, lo quiero ver. Quiero ver algo entre demócratas y republicanos, pero si es la única manera de poner en la Constitución, si se puede hacer, no sabemos. Todo depende de la decisión que se va a hacer. Yo lo apoyo. Okay.
Sí.
Sí.
Have you all spoken to Jay Johnson about this?
No, I'm sure he's listening to us on that. Yeah. Look, I have his contact. I have reached out. It's been a little busy. I've been getting home about 11 o'clock. Look. First of all, we're not criticizing anybody that deals with the border, but we do need a new set of eyes. You know, businesses do it all the time. Hey, let's bring an outside person to come in and give us a new eyes. We've had a border czar. If you recall, we'd had Roberta Jacobson. In my opinion, she did great in Central America. Being border, I think that might have been a little different, and she's not there. We don't have a border czar. We've had border czars in the past. And I think bringing somebody like Jay Johnson, and I think you heard me, I've always said Jay Johnson as the senator and we said we agree on him. And he was compassionate, but he followed the law. And look, and one of the things he did, and I know we had a lot of conversations, and you mentioned also, was that, look, you know, if somebody needs to stay here, that has to stay, he stays. But if somebody, he or she has to be returned, he returned. We see images. You know, you can't just talk about people coming over, but we see images of people coming in. Has anybody ever seen a single picture or video or image of somebody being returned? They don't want to show that because, unfortunately, they don't want to offend the immigration activists. And I've always said it's good to have immigration activists, but you also have border communities, and you heard from them directly, border communities and the men and women of DHS. So what we're saying is, you know, Jay Johnson would be, we haven't talked to him, but somebody like him would be good. Somebody who has his credentials would be good. But in my opinion, and I think also the Senator, Jay Johnson understood it. He wrote the playbook, if you think about it.
And let me just add that I've been involved in a bipartisan way trying to fix this problem. If they try to put DACA in the $3.5 trillion infrastructure bill, it'll blow up any hope of bipartisanship for a very long time to come. I think what we should do is we should have an asylum reform fix. People are coming here. We canceled the Remain in Mexico policy. Now people are coming here, making asylum claims, and they're being released and they don't show up. People are being released without a court date, 50,000 people. Guess what? None of them are showing up. I don't blame them, I blame us. So what I'd like to do is repair the asylum loophole, plug it for a while, try to find some ways to better secure the border, and for that maybe we can do DACA and TPS. You just got to slow down the flow. You got to have a timeout on these illegal crossings. You got to give these communities along the border some hope and breathing space before you break them.
And you heard the border communities. I mean, I'm just reflecting. I'm just a mirror of what my communities are saying. I mean, and you heard them. I have not said anything else that my border communities. Remember the profile I gave you? They're, you know, again, I want to get political, but they're Democrat, they're Hispanic mainly down there. They're Americans, but they're saying, you know, forget about political party. We need help down here. And look, last week, over 20,000 individuals. Yesterday, day before yesterday, there was a group of 509 people in one group itself. Steph, you wrote about the story about the 50 people on prosecutorial discretion. Last week, it was actually 55,000 people. That basically, people are being put on the honor system to show up on immigration without, I don't think the honor system should be the protocol that you should use, because as you wrote, people are not showing up. They're not given a notice to appear. So you have the notice to appear, then you have the prosecutorial discretion, the 55,000 plus. You have large numbers, and I've asked the administration very respectfully, what is the end game? What is the end game on this? And I don't know if they know the answer, or maybe they don't want to share it with me. What is the end game? And as the senator said, we got to look at push factors and we got to look at pull factors. if you just focus on the push factors down there, we've invested billions of dollars. You worked on the Senate side here. I worked with Kay Ranger, Republican from Fort Worth, on the 750 on the House side on the appropriations. We've added billions of dollars to Central America, but we still have people coming in. Push factors, but the pull factors. If a coyote makes charges $6,000 to $8,000, and use the lower number, 6,000. We've had over 1 million people. Somebody do the math, and I'll tell you how much money. And that doesn't even include the getaways, 10%, 15% getaways. And there's somebody making money out there, and it's the coyotes.
So just adding on to the Jay Johnson, you're not even sure if this is something that he would want, a role or position that he would want. So do you have another name in case he...
I'm open. Why did we do this? Because we feel like we're running out of time. The problem's going to get to the point you really can't, it'd be almost impossible to fix. So we agreed on Jay. We probably should have called Jay, but it's symbolic. If Jay can't do it, I understand. If he's willing to do it, the Biden administration would be making a mistake not to give him the opportunity. A new set of eyes. And I don't care who people voted for in the 28th Congressional District in 2020.
They voted for me.
Yeah, well, okay. They voted for Henry, and if I lived there, I would vote for Henry. So the bottom line is this is about the future. It's about a group of Americans on the border who are feeling the brunt of illogical policies. Many have existed for decades. They're getting worse, not better.
Senator, I think you've made clear.
So you're just listening to Senator Graham there holding a press conference on the southern border crisis, also a combination of those coronavirus cases that are spiking out there too. So it's not just a surge of migrants coming across the border, but also a surge in coronavirus. In the bottom right-hand corner, though, just want to bring your attention to what we are following here on LiveNOW. There should be an official update on that Boston train collision. We know multiple people are injured right now because of it, but we don't have many other details. So we don't know how many people are injured at this time, how severe those injuries are. So hopefully officials can be clearing that up here in the coming minutes. We're not exactly positive when the press conference is going to start, so we'll be keeping our eyes on it alongside you. And as they step up to the podium, we'll go out to it full. I am going to send some of you off into a 2-minute commercial break. When you come back, more on the southern border, also on Boston. See you in 2 minutes.
On the one hand, you have Senator Hickenlooper saying that it will be a pay-for. On the other hand, you have Senators Harper and Cardin saying that there's funding for it. Chuy Garcia said yesterday that there's a top-line figure of $126 billion. So beyond sort of like the legalization elements, I know you're here to talk about border security. How does these things fit together then? If you want border security, say, through reconciliation, it would need obviously a new
reconciliation is a partisan process that needs to be abandoned when it comes to illegal immigration. He's a Democrat. I'm a Republican. I think I can buy into aid to the Northern Triangle. So Vice President Harris, it's not that I disagree that the conditions in the Northern Triangle need to be addressed. Vice President Biden knows very well that I was the go-to Republican to put into the Senate bill, the S5 bill, a $750 million program to combat corruption, improve the economy, and help deal with the underlying push factors. Okay? Count me in for that. But if you just did that and you didn't change the pull factors, more and more people are coming outside Northern Triangle countries. And if you legalize somebody without first dealing with the pull factors, you're going to have a wave of new.
Wait for you guys to get your lights on. Everybody okay? Everyone got sound? You good to go?
Just say your name and who you are to start. Just make sure we're running.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Steve.
You guys don't want lights or lights? I'm keeping mine on. All right. My name is Steve Poftak. I'm the general manager of the MBTA. Obviously, as you can see directly behind me, we had a train-on-train collision tonight shortly after 6 p.m. We had 2 trains headed westbound on the B branch of the Green Line, and the trailing train collided with the train in front of it. Right now, we are in the midst of conducting an investigation. Obviously, our first thoughts are with our passengers and our employees who were injured. According to Boston EMS, 23 individuals were transported to the hospital. According to Boston EMS, all were transported conscious and alert. None of them are believed to have life-threatening injuries. Obviously, our first thoughts are with them, and our second thought is obviously turns to an investigation of trying to understand why this happened. We have our safety department on scene currently conducting an investigation. We've also notified our state oversight and federal oversight partners of this incident. We expect that at least our state oversight partners will be on scene tonight, and we'll obviously keep in communication with them about this specific incident. But we will obviously get to the bottom of this. This should not happen, and we will find out why it happened, and we'll ensure that it won't happen again. And then as a tertiary matter, once we're satisfied that we have all the information we need from the scene behind us, we'll begin the process of re-railing the vehicles and also making any repairs to the infrastructure that needs to be made.
How long does something like that take? Investigation, but we heard some complaints of people yelling at the driver. How much potential blame would there be on driver error at this point?
It is still at a very early stage, and I've done this job long enough to know not to speculate before we have all the facts before us. So we will conduct a thorough investigation.
You just laid out a plan right now. Can you tell us hours, in terms of how everything is going to take? How long can we assume these trains are going to be here? How long can this be closed down, etc.?
I actually can't give you a timeline because we will leave these trains in place until we get sign off from not only our internal safety department but our other partners that they have collected the information they need in order to conduct a thorough investigation. Then we will begin the process of re-railing these trains. So we're prioritizing the investigation and the safety, and then we will once that's been done to our satisfaction, we will begin re-railing the trains. So I can't give you a precise timeline.
Quick follow-up. Is there any safety on these trains that would prevent something like this? Is this similar to driving a car? Are there mechanisms in place that might keep these trains apart?
There's not a specific mechanism. Obviously, we have drivers and we have several fail-safe layers of braking systems that could be used. Part of our analysis will be what speed was the trailing vehicle driving at, and then were any of these systems activated.
Steve, is there any indication that the driver suffered a medical issue, was possibly texting, was under the influence? Can you tell us anything about that?
I don't have any information on that right now. The driver was transported to the hospital, and we will be conducting a follow-up, but I don't have any information to share on that right now.
What are the possible? How fast he or she was going at this initial point? I mean, the impact there is pretty substantial.
Not right now. We don't know. That is information that we expect will come out in the course of the investigation.
How old are the trains, and what is the speed limit out here? Do you have any idea on that?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but I think Joe can probably get that.
Are there cameras inside these trains?
I don't believe there are cameras inside.
What are the possible theories about what could have gone wrong? Mechanical error, operator error?
There's a variety of possible causes. I really don't want to speculate. Again, having been in this position since the beginning of 2019, I've seen situations like this where we think we have a theory early on, and then once we collect all the facts, we learn that it's actually different. So I've really learned not to speculate in situations like this.
How far apart are the trains supposed to be?
Substantially further than that. I don't have a precise number. So I don't have a precise number for you.
What conclusions? The type of injuries? Are we talking broken bones at all?
I prefer to Boston EMS on that.
I would give that to Boston EMS. By the time I arrived on scene, the last person had been transported, so I don't really have.
What conclusions, if any, can you draw on the investigation? Is he or she on leave currently?
They're currently under medical treatment. It is likely that they will be on leave until the investigation is completed.
An investigation can be quite big, right? I mean, there are several agencies involved, and a number of things that we looked at: mechanical, the driver.
That's right.
The whole 9 yards. I know it's a lot to walk through. Can you give me a brief walkthrough so I can understand?
Sure. There'll be an investigation, obviously, by. Thank you. There'll be an investigation, obviously, by our internal safety department. We'll also work with our state safety oversight partner, the Department of Public Utilities. They'll conduct an investigation as well. And then our federal partners, if they choose to get involved, can also perform some level of investigation as well. Steve, I know you said...
What conclusions, if any, can be drawn from how close these cars are?
I mean, I think that the only conclusion we can draw is that obviously at some point they became too close together. That's a situation that should not happen. The investigation will dig into why that happened.
Steve, to follow up on that, is there a timing with the trains? How far apart they should be minute by minute, like 5 minutes apart? Is there a regulated kind of a time frame they should be traveling?
We have a typical set of headways, the distance we try to keep between trains so that we've got enough trains well spaced out to serve our passengers. I don't know the B branch or the Green Line number off the top of my head. But again, it's too early to say. I don't, I surely don't want to speculate at this point.
I know you in the past that you've seen accidents like this in the past. What kind of causes have you seen that in the past that could potentially cause something like this?
Again, I think you're asking me to speculate here, and I really don't want to do that. If we could just take one more.
The last time a train collision happened with the MBTA?
The last time a train collision happened, I actually don't know that, but I think Joe can probably get that.
Are the trains derailed right now? Did they come off the tracks, any of the trolleys?
We believe as a condition of the accident, they at least several of them have now derailed. So that will be part of not only the investigation, but that'll be part of the work to clear the scene as well. There is significant damage to infrastructure, so that's part of what we're also going to have to repair. I think I've gone over, so I think we're going to...
All right, guys, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Have these trains been equipped with positive control?
So officials down on the ground in Boston giving us the latest on this situation, a train collision. We now know that the train that was trailing the train that had the most damage there actually ran into it. So it was that back train that ran into that train that was in front of it. 23 people transported to the hospital at this time. Thankfully, non-life-threatening injuries. They say that everyone was coherent and okay for the most part that was headed to the hospital. They couldn't really give intense details on how far those injuries go as far as broken bones, everything along those lines. There were reports, though, of passengers yelling at the driver of the train, the conductor of the train. We're not sure if that is going to have anything to do with the investigation here of why the collision happened itself. You could hear that official getting asked several times, one after the next, on what possibly could have caused the collision. He said that's what the investigation is going to be about and that he could not speculate over all of that. They say that they are prioritizing the investigation and the safety of all of those individuals who were involved, so they couldn't really give a timeline of when things are going to be back on the road there, literally re-railing some of those trains that were involved. The driver was also transported to the hospital. We're not sure as to what those injuries are like either. So we'll be watching that story again out of Boston tonight as we showed you those pictures as soon as we got them, those videos from overhead and down on the ground as well. That might be the only official update that we get today, so we'll be keeping our eyes on it. If we do get another one, we'll bring it to you. We're going to go back into some southern border news as we are hearing more and more from the Biden administration. Want to pop up this nice shot of the Capitol right there. The DOJ suing Texas Governor Abbott over using state troopers to turn back migrants. And we're also getting a response from Texas Governor Greg Abbott as well. All of that coming up here in 2 minutes on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at an event from earlier today. Governor Greg Abbott delivering the keynote address at the Texas Department of Public Safety commencement ceremony in Austin, Texas. Really interesting timing on this as the Biden administration sued Texas today to prevent state troopers from stopping vehicles carrying migrants on grounds that they may be spreading COVID-19. We've brought you that story specifically out of La Jolla, Texas, as we've seen that across the state. Several migrants with COVID-19 in the area. They are warning, though, that the practice could really extend problems amid high levels of crossings on the state borders with Mexico. The Justice Department asked for immediate block of Governor Abbott's order that was issued on Wednesday, which allows the Texas Department of Public Safety, which you're seeing this event right now, to, quote, stop any vehicle upon reasonable suspicion that it transports migrants. Troopers could then reroute vehicles back to their point of origin or impound them. We got a statement from Governor Abbott earlier today. I'm going to read that out to you in part. He says, the Biden administration is knowingly admitting hundreds of thousands of unauthorized migrants, many of whom the federal government knows full well that have COVID-19. He goes on to say, to be clear, the Biden administration is knowingly importing COVID-19 into Texas from across the border and knowingly exposing Texans and Americans to that disease. While the Biden administration is openly pondering looming shutdowns and mandates on U.S. citizens to control the spread of COVID-19, at the same time, the administration is knowingly worsening the problem by importing COVID-19 at extreme rates. So we're going to be following the latest on this border crisis here. But as you can see, this is the commencement speech. Not sure if he addresses the Biden administration in this. It's very possible. So we're going to listen in here on Live Now.
Defend private property and to protect innocent lives. Similarly, when DPS received intelligence about violent extremists planning to hijack protests at the state capitol, DPS troopers were deployed to heighten security and to maintain order. DPS has also been involved in our battle against even COVID by providing vaccines and healthcare and vaccination sites across the state. And, of course, as we face unprecedented challenges at our border, the Texas Department of Public Safety is on the front lines. Earlier this year, we launched Operation Lone Star to combat that challenge. And in just about 5 months' time period, the Texas Department of Public Safety has arrested more than 3,500 criminals and apprehended more than 50,000 illegal immigrants and has seized a record amount of deadly fentanyl drugs plus weapons and other contraband, making our state safer. Whatever the challenge, whatever the danger, DPS troopers consistently answer the call. Whether it's stepping up to stop international cartels or being first on the scene at a mass shooting, troopers are the go-to team to protect our state. And to just show you one of the ways in which we have to constantly evolve to the challenges that we face. These days, we're battling against far more than just criminals and criminal activity. We're also having to battle against an ideology that is hostile to law and order. It's the ideology to defund police and defund law enforcement. Wherever that ideology has been adopted, residents have suffered. They've suffered from crime waves, from looting, and even spikes in the murder rate. Well, as you know, we passed a law in Texas to prevent defunding law enforcement in the Lone Star State. But here's the deal that comes to you. We can pass a law against defunding police, but we cannot pass a law against a rogue ideology. All of us must be part of defeating that ideology. And one way to do that is to do what Director McCraw was talking about earlier, and that is to show the public what good law enforcement looks like and what can be accomplished by good law enforcement. You all are at the forefront of that mission every single day that you put on your uniform. You can defeat that anti-police ideology by being an example of the value that law enforcement provides to our communities. Whatever the challenge, you all are now part of the legacy of the Texas Department of Public Safety. A legacy built by heroes. Heroes like Trooper Moises Sanchez. On April the 6th, 2019, Trooper Sanchez was attempting to arrest a suspect who had fled from a scene of a crash. And tragically, he lost his life in the line of duty. Trooper Sanchez was a Marine. He was a community leader, and he was a dedicated Department of Public Safety trooper and a loving husband and father. Importantly, as he would want it most, his legacy continues to live on here today as his son, Zachary Sanchez, joins the ranks of the Texas Department of Public Safety. He, along with the more than 140 members of this class, represent the next generation of DPS troopers who will tackle the next generation of public safety challenges. The one constant is the public safety that you provide. So as you take your oath today as DPS troopers, you have answered a higher calling to protect and serve our state and all who call it home. So congratulations on this tremendous achievement, and thank you for your service to the state of Texas. May God bless you, may God watch over you, and may God forever bless the great state of Texas.
So the hard work was performed by the women and men sitting before us today and the support staff that worked with them over the past 6 months. I have the pleasure of sharing the highlights, the easy part. And so I'd like to share some significant moments that occurred throughout their training experience. Class 2008-2021 is populated by a group of individuals that showed up on the first day and bonded as a team, forged as they completed 1,701 training hours together. The group of women and men before you today represents the largest graduating class academy in the history of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
So again, just wanted to show you that keynote speech from Texas Governor Greg Abbott as they continue on into this commencement ceremony. We're going to step away and go out to a town hall from earlier today out of Arkansas. You're going to hear a lot of community members raising some questions, many of which you might have. Following that, we're going to ask our own questions here on Live Now from Fox with our infectious disease specialist we bring on the show quite often, Dr. Peter Chin Hong. He works and researches out of UCSF in California. He is very, very equipped on what is going on, everything coronavirus. So before that, let's go out to Arkansas.
Tracheotomy, and I'll have to have a lot of care at home, and I'll have to learn to talk again for the third time. This will probably be the best that I'll be able to talk for a while. After that, it'll be on my Kindle. I won't be able to eat or talk, as these are the notes from my nurse about what's going on at the hospital. I asked if there was a chance that my surgery could be canceled. She said this is at UAMS and this is on July 28th. Hi, Ms. Berteau. Unfortunately, pretty much any surgery, with the exception of an emergent airway, trauma, etc., is considered elective. Last year we did have to shut down, but the hospital is pulling out all the stops to prevent that again. With all that being said, I'm meeting with the OR admin daily to try to creatively find more spaces for our patients. I know I can't offer anything tangible at this moment, but I promise you, I'm working on getting the surgery moved up. Unfortunately, the Metro, and specifically UAMS, cares for a large part of the state. And we have been hit hard by this. With vaccination rates increasing, we're hoping we can beat this surge. But to put it plainly, the number of sick patients we're seeing now is blowing last year out of the water. I'll keep in touch and update you the second I find something out. They do surgeries in 2-week increments, so I won't know until the beginning of September whether I will actually get the surgery or whether the cancer will spread. I've already had surgeries on my neck and my mouth. If you don't get vaccinations, there are people that are a lot sicker than I am. I see them at my PET scans. I see them at my CAT scans. I see them at home cancer, and I saw them at UAMS that are wheeled in on their knees. They have the same cancer I do, and it's scary to watch what can happen. To know that I can lose part of my face, my jaw, my shoulder, while I'm waiting for you guys to get vaccines so that I can get rid of my cancer.
So I'm going to All right, so I'm grateful for what you said, and it's very real. The hospital shortage is absolutely very real. I think what we agree on is that COVID is real. People accept.
There's no one there. I was there Saturday. There was one person in bed 8 in our front line on Saturday morning. We know the truth.
All right, so let's identify. Would you all like to be recognized, or would you just like to yell? I would like to have one person that would speak. Where somebody wishes to speak from the corner.
This man right here. This man right here.
I hear you. I hear you. Let's give the gentleman the microphone and we'll come up here.
My name is Tom Mulcahy. I'm in Springdale. 2 questions. You know, the whole question about vaccinated people catching, spreading COVID, getting sick. Will the governor and the medical officer promise the state that 100% of the people who are tested or go into the hospital for COVID are tested whether they're vaccinated or not?
Information. It's available through the CDC, and if you cannot find it, we in the health department will be happy to provide you the ingredients.
Now, okay, this is experimental vaccine.
Let's go to somebody else. Let's go right up here.
You know that. Now you know that.
All right, so right up here. Where's who's next?
Watching you.
All right. We'll do it right here.
As was just mentioned, this is an experimental vaccine.
And what are the long-term side effects of this vaccine? We don't know. It has not been tested long enough. I'm a nurse. I'm very concerned about the long-term side effects. Are you aware of the Nuremberg Code that applies to medical research? And it says, the first few lines of the Nuremberg Code says the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential. This means that the person involved should have legal capacity to consent, should be so situated as to be able to exercise free power of choice without the intervention of any element of force, fraud, deceit, duress, overreaching, or other ulterior form of constraint or coercion, and should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the elements of the subject matter involved as to enable him to make an understanding and enlightened decision.
Okay, thank you. Well, no one is being vaccinated without their consent.
And you're making it very difficult by encouraging people to shame and blame.
If this is as dangerous as it is and people are dying, we should know how many people are dying.
It's on the public health website. You go to the Arkansas Department of Health, all of that data is on there that you can look at on your phone. Dr. Barrow?
So that data is updated daily. I review that data. It is available to the public simply by going to our website. We continue to update that data.
What is it? You should know that.
I can tell you that yesterday we had
the whole Delta.
Well, the death rate.
Yesterday, the whole Delta. Weekly trends. We want to see weekly trends of death. We can see
That information is available on the website by looking at each day.
0-1, sir.
All right, so we have. So, sir, you've had an opportunity to speak. Sir, you've had an opportunity to speak at length. I hope that you'll give the respect to the others that they'll have an
opportunity. Governor Hutchinson, it's good to see you. I thank you for being here, Dr. Atlanta. I actually like to thank all of our legislature for your thoughtful leadership during this time. I'm Deborah Varela. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist. And so when I thank you, it's as president of our association on behalf of our 800 members. What I know is that medical things, because I do practice anesthesia, evoke fear that's reasonable. And people deal with fear in a different way. One of the best ways to combat fear is, of course, through knowledge. I have absolute understanding where you're coming from. I'm sorry I forgot your name, the green, and you the white. I do practice where, for a time, we couldn't do elective cases at all. that switched around, and it was a great thing, because some things that we might consider elective, in your case, are truly not. And it's just heart-wrenching for me to think that, one, you have to anticipate the surgery, potentially not get your surgery. And then when you get it, and I've actually had this situation in the past week, because our hospital accepts patients that have critically ill people on ventilators. Perhaps some of the rural hospitals don't have full beds, but I can assure you, larger facilities we do. But to drop off a patient in a recovery room, not knowing if they'll be able to get a bed, that's how we cancel cases. When I walk in the morning and our emergency room is full of patients waiting to be seen, that's how we have to cancel cases that, like I said, often are elective. So I just ask that people sort of inform yourselves. Statistics are dynamic with regard to something like this. It's not disingenuous. Science evolves as we go along. So anyway, I just appreciate your time. I hope that you'll sort of address your fears to your knowledge.
Thank you. And I think the key thing is everybody should go to a trusted advisor. Usually it's a medical care professional, and ask their opinion on it. Get your information. Thank you, ma'am. And so who's next? I'm asking. Go ahead. Whoever you say is next.
Thank you, Governor, so much for being here in a rough crowd. I really appreciate that you take the time to hear us. I am a former pediatric nurse, and I am the mother of 8 children. And when I was a pediatric nurse, I had given thousands of doses of vaccines, until I learned that some vaccines are cultured in aborted fetal tissue. Currently, every SARS-2 COVID vaccine that's available on the market is manufactured using aborted fetal tissue. As a result, some Christians and other faiths don't feel that it's biblically acceptable for them to participate in the vaccine. However, there are many businesses in Northwest Arkansas, namely healthcare facilities, that have chosen to either mandate or are considering a mandate for their employees. Because of this, much like in the book of Daniel, these Christians are forced to either bow to the authorities who are wishing to persuade them to do something they feel is immoral, or they need to obey God. So, Governor, I have been praying that God Himself will step in so that Christians are not forced by their employers and a mandate to get the vaccine. Yet, even if God does not, I will not bow. And with all respect, I appreciate you, but God will not hold you guiltless if you fail to stand up. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and you have a lovely family. So let me talk about that a little bit. First of all, I am pro-life. I signed every bit of pro-life legislation. I value life. I did understand the concern about certain lines of embryos that was used in research. I know that there's some ethical Christian organizations that have endorsed the vaccine. Notwithstanding that, I couldn't get technical about it. But secondly, and Dr. Romero can respond to this more technically, but it's my understanding that one vaccine had that line of embryo research, but the others did not. Can you elaborate, Dr. Romero?
So thank you for those questions and your concerns. So there are alternatives. No fetal tissue is used to create any of these vaccines. So I can. There are several vaccines available. As the governor said, there is an alternative if you wish, that has no fetal tissue, none of these have fetal tissue in them. The cell line that was used to derive them, and that may be what you're referring to, is derived from fetus very, very, very long ago. That had nothing to do with it. But these are cell lines. They are not fetuses. They are independent. They are at this point now what we call continuous cell lines. They grow on their own.
Just a second, please. So, but that's our concern is that one cell line, but that is one vaccine. There's two other vaccines. So address the other.
So the vaccine which I think you're referring to is no. Right now there are three vaccines available in this country, two different methodologies, right? So the RNA vaccines, okay, are not derived, do not have anything to do with fetal tissue. I can provide you with the information on that. The other vaccines do use fetal-derived tissues from long ago.
So ma'am, let me conclude. We're not. I respect your opinion totally, and my goodness, you follow God. That's important. And I think in the history of vaccine, when I grew up over in Gravett, I went to school and I had a lot of vaccine shots. I mean, it was required before you go to school that you get the vaccine. But there's always a religious exception that we've honored, and so I respect what you said. So who's yelling now? Okay, let's let this lady speak.
Thank you.
And we're going to get back to that coronavirus town hall out of Arkansas in just a moment. As you can see, a lot of emotional and passionate people asking questions to the professionals about the coronavirus, about vaccines, what we need to be doing. There's a lot of questions right now. If you have any questions, submit them to our Twitter page at LiveNOW Fox. You can submit them and we'll try to ask them, because coming up here in just about 10 minutes, we'll have our infectious disease specialist, Peter Chin Hong, Dr. Peter Chin Hong out of UCSF. He'll be joining us live to answer a lot of those questions, as it has been very confusing and we totally understand that. So in 2 minutes, we'll be going back out to Arkansas for that town hall, and then hopefully some of you will be coming forward asking your questions, vaccines, Delta variant, and so much more. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. We want to take you out to some of those pictures down on the ground in Boston, where we saw a train collision. An investigation is underway. There were investigators taking photos. These are just some of the photos captured, videos captured by our Fox team out in Boston of the damage on that train. As I said before, the investigation is underway as to what caused the collision. One train that was trailing another train ran into the back of it. No word yet on why that happened, but we do know 23 people have been transported to the hospital, and no word yet on the timeline for when these trains will be re-railed and back in working conditions. So we'll be watching that as we just got that update. We'll probably play it out for you a little bit later here tonight on Live Now from Fox. But we do want to go back out to that town hall in Arkansas, where people are asking their coronavirus questions about vaccines, masking, and so much more. Here's that conversation in just a few minutes. We'll be having our own conversation with those frequently asked questions as well.
Okay, let's let this lady speak.
Thank you. First, I want to apologize. I haven't meant to be rude, but I understand this lady's issue with the cancer, and my heart goes out to her. But I have a son right now who is suffering from intermittent paralyzation from the waist down, and that's not having the vaccine. That's not a vaccine injury. But in that situation, it would be beyond dangerous for him to get it. And I know you are not talking about mandating the vaccine at this point, and that may not be on your heart at this point. But here's my concern, sir. Mercy Hospital right now is about ready to let hundreds of thousands of employees gone across the nation because they're mandating it. Our military is now having it mandated by Biden, and Biden is now talking about federal mandations. And other businesses, as they see the hospital and the military getting away with mandations, are going to start mandating it for other people. And my husband can lose his job, my son can lose. If people talk about, well, if your company mandates it, just leave, find another job. But it's going to get to the point where everybody just starts mandating it out of fear, and they don't realize how statistics are manipulated. I took a statistics class in high school statistics. And at that point, I learned how many different ways you can calculate the numbers. And the honest people will choose the calculation that is most accurate and most representative of the truth. But if they are not truthful, they can choose another method and they can manipulate the numbers. And Mercy, I have already talked to several of the nurses and doctors, and they have confirmed that the CDC has told them that they are no longer to report positive COVID cases from vaccinated patients to manipulate the numbers so that they can continue to push the fear that this is an unvaccinated pandemic. One last thing, this is also a personal thing. My mom was in a car accident, paralyzed from the waist down back in February of last year. I haven't been able to see her because of the whole COVID thing. I have a physical thing. I cannot wear a mask. It's not an option. I have a letter from my doctor. I haven't seen my mother in over 15 months. My dad and her both got the vaccination out of fear. Thank God. They are healthy and they're well, and it didn't affect them adversely. I am so thankful. But my dad has now contracted COVID. He's fully vaccinated. He's getting sicker. He may be headed towards the hospital, and he can't see my mom. They are both vaccinated. The numbers, again, are being manipulated to try to force unvaccinated people towards a mandated vaccine. And I know you may not see that now, but it's down the road. Everything that was a conspiracy 6 months ago is now coming to fruition. And 6 months ago,
you know what we can observe right here in this room? We have distrust. You know why there's distrust? Because for the last 18 plus months we have been fed information that we now can't even sort through. We gripe about social media, well, it's spreading disinformation. When we've had now verifiable disinformation from our own authorities, some in this room. We hear arguments about statistics. We go back to January. How many people were vaccinated in January in this state? No, let's go back a month. How many people in this month can we differentiate out sickness and deaths that were fully vaccinated? We can't, because that data is no longer being connected. We look back at how the numbers have been counted all along. As a pastor, I've had to bury people that COVID was on their death certificate. Only one of them truly died of COVID. The rest didn't have symptoms. But it was on it and they were counted. But that's the statistics we're going to use to base our fear tactics. I had a health care that are now struggling to get it. I have understanding. But we don't trust each other because everybody is getting overwhelmed from all directions. What is truth? Well, let's get the real numbers before we start doing it. And that's what makes me disgusted about employers. Catholic Christian employers mandating their employees get a shot or lose their job.
So, do we have a hospital administrator here that wants to give us the perspective? Where is he? Can you come up and just... So,
I'm Adam Brex, the CEO at Silent Springs Regional Hospital and also the physician specialty hospital in Fayetteville. So our policy is that we honor freedom, absolutely, but we do believe that the vaccine decreases the possibility of you contracting COVID-19.
Does your hospital treat COVID patients?
Yes, sir.
And what's your capacity now in Utah?
We are at maximum capacity right now.
And is that because of COVID or is it all other health needs?
We have, it's both. We've got significant COVID-19 diagnosis. We have patients on hold in the emergency department because of COVID. And the challenge with COVID is that there are long lengths of stay. So it slows down the operations of our hospital, and as a result, we maximize our capacity. Our limiting factor is registered nurses. We need more nurses.
Okay. Thank you. I could elaborate. Just, the statistics, I believe it's 14% of our hospitalizations across the state are COVID. So it means 86% of those in the hospital are there for other health needs. But the doctor's point is that COVID is there for a long time. They take up ICU space, and because with other health needs have been postponed, there is a difficulty of adequate space in the hospital for treatment of everything right now. Is that right, Doctor?
I'm not a doctor, but I'm a CEO. Absolutely. So we are at capacity. So we're at the point where we struggle to accept more patients because we don't have enough nurses to meet those needs.
All right. So, Jared, who's next? Where are we?
I thank you for coming to Silent Springs to hear us, and we are a little riled up around here. We have complied, we have masked our kids, we've done a lot to help flatten the curve, as they say. But my question to you, Governor, and I do believe that you care, why aren't you talking about therapeutics? Why are we only talking about the vaccine? Governor, my whole family had COVID, okay? And my mom is elderly, and she got more sick than the rest. We all got pretty sick. But let me tell you something. All of us took the therapeutics from day one. And if doctors were allowed to tell the truth and treat their patients with these therapeutics, we would not have hospitals full of sick people dying. We know ivermectin works. We know hydroxychloroquine works. We know all of these other medications that are out there that have been suppressed, and doctors are literally losing their license if they prescribe it. You should care whatever it takes, Save lives, Governor, okay? But you're not talking about that. You're going around doing these town halls, and all you want to talk about is the numbers and the vaccines. Well, you know what? There's other things to talk about. Tell the truth about the therapeutics from your platform.
a year ago, and I talked at first about testing. I talked about what we needed at the time, and then we talked about therapeutics. And yes, the therapeutics has been absolutely essential. You're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Well, I do talk about it, but so you have the microphone. May I respond? All right, so I've talked about therapeutics. It's very important. We have the therapeutics in the hospitals. That's how they treat patients, is therapeutics. They treat patients, the doctors treat patients.
So we've been listening into this Arkansas coronavirus town hall. As you can see, several people really passionate, some a little bit angry over what is going on with the pandemic right now. And it's understandable. We are pretty frustrated in America as coronavirus cases are going back up. People are vaccinated, but masks might need to be going on. There's a lot of questions right now. That's why I'm bringing in Dr. Peter Chin Hong. Doctor, thanks for joining us on this Friday evening here on Live Now, as always. So let's go ahead and get started right now with my first question. As we know, cases are going up, hospitalizations are going up, but we're not seeing deaths going up quite as much. Is that right? Hey, Doc, I think we don't have you right now. I'm going to try to troubleshoot this. We're going to take one commercial break. When we come back, hopefully we'll have your audio here. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Sorry about those tech issues. I think we do have Dr. Peter Chen-Hong on the other line with us. Do you have us, Doctor?
Yes, I do. How about this?
Yay! Happy Friday! It's a miracle. Okay, so let's jump right into it. We have lots of questions right now about the coronavirus. Let's start out with that first question. I was asking you statistics showing that cases are up, hospitalizations are up, but we're not seeing as many deaths right now when it comes to the coronavirus. Is that true? Why is that?
Yeah, so there are two things going on here with deaths, Daytona. The first is that deaths sometimes lags, or oftentimes lags, infections, then hospitalizations. It happens about 4 weeks after we see a bump in infections. But we do know from a lot of places where they've seen huge Delta surges, like Israel, the UK, Scotland, England, for example, where the deaths in vaccinated people have been really flat. But in unvaccinated folks, even in the US right now, we're seeing 99.6% of deaths are in the unvaccinated. So I think what you'll see is in areas with surges plus unvaccinated, you're going to see more deaths in a few weeks. In areas of high vaccination and surges, you're going to see deaths pretty much stay flat.
Okay, and we also have a couple of questions right now about mask mandates at this time. Some people asking, hey, I'm vaccinated, and if I'm wearing my mask as well, should I still be concerned? Should I still be nervous that I could catch these variants?
It's always a possibility. My gut sense is no. If you wear the mask, remember these outbreaks that we've been seeing that the CDC reacted on, like the big one on July 4th in Provincetown, Massachusetts. This is when we all thought that as vaccinated individuals, we couldn't necessarily get infected. So now if you put on those masks in that indoor risky setting, you're likely going to be fine. And really that's, again, outdoors is going to be safe. Indoor setting, lots of crowds. You don't know what vaccination status people are. Wear that mask until things settle down.
And as of right now, do we know if the Delta variant symptoms, the effects, are they worse, or how do they compare to the Alpha variant?
That's a great question, Daytona. So it all depends on whether or not you're vaccinated or not. It's very interesting. You have very, very different symptoms if you get it. If you're vaccinated, it looks like a cold. The new symptom for vaccinated folks with Delta is sneezing. In the past COVIDs, we haven't really seen sneezing as being a symptom, but you're going to get sneezing. It's going to feel like you have a cold. Some people think they have an allergy attack, but nothing's going to happen. You're not going to get very sick. It's going to feel like a cold. For an unvaccinated individual with Delta, it's going to be very similar to the regular COVID that we know. Loss of taste and smell, although probably a little bit less. Fever, cough, shortness of breath, and your body is going to react as a system.
Yeah, because I know there's a lot of uncertainty, and I know it's also very just soon for infectious disease specialists to understand the Delta variant. We're tracking new results every single day. We're also getting new information from the CDC every day. We're hearing from them an internal memo sent out that vaccinated people actually transmit the virus as much as unvaccinated people. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a great question too. I think the CDC statement about that came from that Provincetown outbreak again. So what they did was that they swabbed the noses of vaccinated folks and unvaccinated folks, and they found that the same viral load or the amount of virus is present, whether or not you're vaccinated or not. But I think what they didn't do yet was follow these people over time. And what we know from other studies, smaller, is that the number of days that you are producing virus as a vaccinated individual is less. So the idea is that you're probably still going to infect fewer people overall. But again, we're still seeing how this data evolves. But that's really why the CDC made that recommendation for even vaccinated individuals to wear that mask in indoor settings.
And continuing off of this study right here, that Provincetown study, that case study, is showing that vaccinated people can still be getting the Delta variant. There's breakthrough cases. Do you think this is cutting people's confidence in the efficacy of the vaccine?
No, I think the main point that the audience has to understand is that there's a difference between getting infected and getting super sick. As a clinician, as an infectious disease doctor, my main goal for a vaccine is to prevent people from going to the hospital, from going to the ICU, from getting a breathing tube and dying. And so far, we have no evidence that the vaccines are not producing that desired outcome that I and many others so really want.
For people who maybe haven't stepped foot inside of a hospital, haven't seen any of those COVID units, give them an idea of what it's looking like right now in comparison to when we were at the peak of the coronavirus not that long ago.
Yeah, so it's starting to pick up again. At my hospital, for example, before California reopened, we had probably maybe 5 cases in the hospital. Right now, we're about 8 times that amount. It's still not the surge of winter. We're probably not expecting a huge, hopefully, knock on wood, as much as winter, because again, most of the people who get super sick are those over 65 with comorbid medical conditions, and those who live in nursing homes, they have been immunized. So those are the ones we're hoping wouldn't go to the hospital. And so far, we're not seeing many of those if they're vaccinated. We're seeing mainly unvaccinated folks in the hospital, in the ICU.
And looking forward into beating this and moving forward officially back into normalcy here, what are your thoughts on booster shots? I know there's been a lot of back and forth. Are we going to need it? If you've had the virus before, are you still going to need it? Like, what do you see as the future for boosters?
I think right now the first group that I think will probably get a recommendation for boosters, immunocompromised individuals. So those who've received organ transplants, have received stem cell transplants, also known as bone marrow transplants, and who are on certain kinds of biologics. They haven't responded as well when we look for antibodies in the blood. In Israel, they've already started giving boosters to that population. That'd probably be the first group. Another group might be older individuals, but again, so far we haven't seen disease that takes people to the hospital in large quantities if you're vaccinated, even if you're older. So I think, that's kind of where we are with boosters. We have laboratory data that the antibody levels go down in the blood, but there are a lot of other places that's not the blood where antibody cells hang out. So I think that's where the feds in the US are kind of waiting for looking to see what the clinical outcomes are.
And last question for you, Doctor. There's 2 sides of this, and it seems to have gotten very politicized for people who have already had the already had COVID, who are saying, I still have antibodies, I've gotten tested, I still have them, I'm still protected. Why do I need to get the vaccine? What's your response to them?
So with folks who've gotten natural infection, maybe we could have had more confidence when it was Alpha or the regular COVID Wuhan variant. But right now, what we're seeing is with people with natural infection is not as reliable. We actually know from studies that there's 1,000-fold variation in people who get natural infection. You just don't know where you are in that spectrum. With vaccination, it's very reliable. We know what happens. We've studied this, followed people over time. So that's a rationale for really not putting your eggs in the I had natural COVID basket at this moment with Delta.
I know there's so many more questions out there. People probably watching right now who are like, well, what about this? And what about this? So if anyone ever has questions, they can submit it to our Twitter at LiveNowFox, and we can always ask Dr. Peter Chin-Hong of UCSF. Anything else that you think we should be noting heading into the weekend here?
I would just say we're going to get through this together. I know it sounds like a broken record, but we have the technology, vaccines. Right now with, people aware of this, for example, in the UK, they've kind of had a flattening of their spike. So I think we have brighter days ahead, even with Delta.
All right, that was Dr. Peter Chin Hong breaking down the very latest for us when it comes to the coronavirus. We'll definitely be having him on the show in the future. Doctor, thank you so much. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now. When we come back, we have more stories we want to be getting to from across the country. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now. 6:20 here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'll take you out to a couple different live looks that we have here out of New Jersey. It is packed. That's Ocean City right now. People starting off their Fridays, excited to get the weekend going, head to the beach maybe. We've got another live look of the Capitol right there. We've shown you the latest from lawmakers speaking about the southern border, speaking about voting rights, and so much more. And we'll take you to any of our other shots as we get them in throughout the night here. We also brought you out to that update in Boston as we saw 23 people hospitalized in a train collision. We got that official update. The investigation is underway. They're just trying to figure out what caused it. A lot of questions at this point in time. Just got off with Dr. Peter Chin Hong on coronavirus updates. We're going to now go out to Fox 5 in Atlanta as they have a coronavirus Q&A as well. Let's listen in.
Time right now, 9:33. An internal CDC document obtained by several news outlets warns that the COVID-19 Delta variant can spread as fast as chickenpox. The new research also indicates fully vaccinated people can spread the virus at higher rates than previously thought. The Fox Medical Team's Beth Galvin joins us live to talk about this. Good morning, Beth. Yeah. Not even sure we really want to talk about it, but we really need to get to the bottom of it. So what does this indicate about how contagious COVID it really is?
So according to this internal document, Sharon, that you mentioned that was first published in the Washington Post, an article about it, experts or scientists at the CDC are cautioning that, we're dealing with a Delta variant that has become much better at moving from one person to another. They're likening it, saying that it is actually more transmissible than the viruses that cause SARS or MERS or the common cold, saying, as you mentioned, that, it's as contagious as chickenpox right now. It's important to say that the vast majority of infections in the U.S. right now, and we're seeing a big surge in infections, that is being driven by people who are unvaccinated. But this document is saying that people who are vaccinated, who in rare cases do have breakthrough infections, can carry the same levels of virus in their bodies as people who are unvaccinated. That means that they can be contagious. That means that in some cases they can be symptomatic. And that means that they could be exposing others around them to this virus. Now, when we were dealing with older variants of the virus, we were being told that, yes, you get vaccinated. Very likely, even if you did get infected and you were vaccinated, you would not be contagious. You would not pass the virus on to anybody else. You likely wouldn't even have any symptoms with it. Now that's changing. We have a virus that's kind of evolved and gotten smarter, this variant. Now you may have symptoms. Now you may be able to infect somebody else, even though you are fully vaccinated. That is the reason why documents like this and other data that may be released today, Sharon, is why the CDC is sort of ratcheting up its warning, saying that people who live in high-risk areas, even if they're fully vaccinated and are going out into public indoor places, need to be wearing a mask. And that's going to be especially important if you are someone who is fully vaccinated, but you have maybe your mom is immunocompromised and she lives with you, or you have children who are not yet old enough to be vaccinated. Important to be wearing those masks in public indoor settings when there's a lot of transmission that's going around. And unfortunately, Sharon, in the metro Atlanta area and in Georgia in general, there is a lot of virus that's now going around.
Yeah, and Beth, to just piggyback on what you said about vaccinated people, there's also concern coming out of a 4th of July weekend outbreak in Cape Cod that seems to be spread largely by vaccinated people. So are certain groups at higher risk of a breakthrough infection?
So you're going to be at higher risk if you're someone who's older, because the vaccine might not create the same immune response in you as someone who's a younger person. Same thing if you have a compromised immune system. Say maybe you're a transplant recipient or you've had cancer care and your immune system isn't what it should be. So you need to be extra careful. But I think the take-home message in this is that if you're vaccinated, you are largely protected. You are protected against severe disease. You are protected against dying from the virus. They say 97% of the people who are hospitalized currently with COVID-19 are unvaccinated. 99% of the deaths that are current or recent with COVID-19, unvaccinated people. But it's important, even if you're fully vaccinated, not to take that as, that you're kind of bulletproof with this virus. You can still be infected. What the vaccine will hopefully do is protect you against becoming very ill and needing to go to a hospital to get care or possibly ending up on a ventilator. So it's important that you be wearing your mask if you have people around you in your, immediate circle who might be really at high risk of complications if they do contract the virus. It's also really important that CDC is still trying to drive home that people who are not vaccinated or not fully vaccinated, have not had both doses of the vaccine, that they go ahead and get vaccinated as soon as possible. Sharon?
Once again, some very valuable information. As always, Beth, thank you. Time right.
So again, that was Fox 5 in Atlanta. Well, with everything kind of moving back into normal, hopefully it doesn't go in the opposite direction. Many people are planning vacations right now. So Fox 13 in Tampa is talking about how you can stay away from those hidden fees and not spend more than you have to.
So there's still time for a little summer getaway, maybe a fall getaway. But the pandemic has still left a lot of places with changes to what they're offering. So you have to make sure that you're not paying for more than you end up getting. Our consumer reporter, Sravani Banerjee, joins us now. How do you make sure you don't get slighted?
Yeah, the experience that you get when you book a trip might have changed thanks to the pandemic, but the fees, they're not changing unless you ask, and you can ask. There are changes to your hotel experience. For example, no more included buffets, prepackaged muffins, granola bars. That could be the norm. You can also say goodbye to daily maid service unless you specifically request it. Hotels, they're trying to rebound financially, and that is a corner that they can cut if they have an understanding customer who doesn't need that service daily. On top of that, there are actually fewer people even available to do the jobs. The hospitality industry hasn't caught back up from all the cuts that they made. It is 300,000 jobs smaller of a workforce than in 2019, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah, we hear it all the time. They need workers, but I'm guessing that the price doesn't change.
you know, all those extra fees, they are oftentimes still in there. So you have to know what to look for. 2 years after lawsuits were filed by state attorneys general against Marriott and Hilton, lawmakers, they started looking into hidden fees at hotels, and they even introduced the Hotel Advertising Transparency Act. But not a lot has changed. In fact, there was just another fee-focused lawsuit filed against MGM Resorts earlier this year. Despite pandemic conditions, hotels are still lining their pockets with bundled fees for amenities like workout rooms, things that might not even be open right now.
Yeah, good point. So is there something we should do before we actually book?
You definitely want to ask about any extra fees, ask what they're for, and then ask if those things are even up and running right now. For example, I recently went to a resort where only one of the 3 on-site restaurants was open. The rest weren't even staffed. At theme parks right now, there are complaints that there are barely any food options, with some closed concession stands, rides shut down without lifeguards. So you want to call all of these places and ask what is open, what is not. Call the hotels, for example, directly. Ask what fees you're expected to pay at check-in, and if there are fees for things that you won't be using, like the gym, the pool, or Wi-Fi, you can always request that these be deducted. This goes for pandemic conditions or not. In many cases, a deeper dive in the fine print might reveal that those fees are not mandatory and they only apply if you use the services. So don't be shy about asking. You can use Resort Fee Checker, an app, to find out what fees a hotel tacks onto the price of a room before you even decide to go there.
Sounds like definitely worth the time to make a phone call to the source.
100%. And you can always file a complaint with the Attorney General, and they can help you try to get your money back if you feel like you've really, had a negative experience.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks so much, Sorbani.
So Sorbani actually hit the nail on the head, and that goes into our next story out of Chicago. There is a staff shortage, a major staff shortage for so many industries right now, one of those industries being restaurants. Here's the latest.
Many businesses are discovering they just can't get workers. One of the hardest hit, of course, the restaurant industry. Talk to any owners, managers, and they will tell you trying to find workers is near impossible right now. And workers might tell you the back-aching work, low pay, and no health care in some situations are just some of the reasons they aren't coming back. We are joined by Emilio Enriquez. He is a line cook worker in the industry and an organizer of a group called CROP, that stands for Chicago Restaurant Organizing Project. Good morning to Emilio.
Morning.
So I understand your ultimate goal is to become a chef, that you have a passion for this industry, but I'm also told you're now back at work, or that you're not back at work right now. Why have you decided not to return?
Well, as of very, very recently, I have returned. But a reason for the hesitancy for such a long time was a little multifaceted. Prior to vaccination, it didn't feel like the risk, like the reward, justified the risk. Mm-hmm. And then after being vaccinated, there's a lingering concern about the variants that had increased, as well as the pay wasn't a guaranteed good wage compared to the benefits that I was receiving at home.
Yeah, and that's an issue that everybody's been talking about. That's going to be ending soon, and it's amazing to hear when we first heard this that people were actually staying home because the benefits were better than going back to work. So
that's right.
That is one reason. But what can you tell me about why others in the industry have told you that they're not coming back?
Well, from the folks that I've talked to, and as the group that we've talked to, reasons for people not deciding to come back, it's also multifaceted. There's folks who we've spoken to that have finally had the opportunity to head back to school. Some who learned a new skill during this pandemic, such as computing, and saw that as a better alternative for them. And once enhanced, as you said, the enhanced unemployment benefits began, it kind of put into perspective for folks that they didn't have to settle for like a sub-minimum wage or low pay for back-aching work. Mm-hmm. But one thing that oddly isn't talked about enough is what I'm finding is since March 2020, 600,000 people have unfortunately passed through COVID, and with some estimates suggesting it's closer to 900,000. And when you look at that number next to the study that came out of UCSF showing that among all professions impacted by the virus, line cooks receive the highest increase in mortality. It's very painful to say, but it's likely a portion of those workers who aren't returning aren't returning because they have passed.
Wow, you are absolutely bringing something up that we haven't heard about a lot, which is so sad. And then with everything going on now, it makes you even a little more concerned with this Delta variant. I want you to tell me about your group, the Restaurant Organizing Project, and what you all are trying to do.
Of course. On a chapter level, as well as national level, we try to hold virtual meetings with like educational platforms, hold trainings with union and labor organizers for restaurant and service industry workers. We advocate and boost organizing drives that happen on the local level, such as Colectivo Coffee. We do a union drive. We started a newsletter to publish pieces in an effort to try to shift the narrative to more of a worker focus. But right now, as a group of purely volunteers, we are focusing on trying to base build and like create this network of service industry workers and make sure that there's a place for workers that they can turn to for assistance, information, advocate, and solidarity.
That's such a good idea. I have to ask you though, what do you think is going to happen to get people to come back to work? What are the restaurant owners and managers, what do they need to do, and what do you think they have to do?
Well, as the unemployment benefits are set to end in September, which in some states that process already began, we are definitely going to see some workers returning to the industry, but I think this is also going to be a moment where people are formally leaving the industry, which, leads to the question is like, what do they need to do to get us back or keep us? And I think it's a lot, and it kind of has to be, because the pandemic was the catalyst, not the sole reason for people's departure, is something we need to remember. Of course, we need to see better wages across the board. And I think the abolishment of like the sub-minimum wage is a really good place to start, considering that it has certain ties to slavery and also promotes a toxic relationship between the worker and patron. We're also an industry that severely lacks healthcare and insurance benefits. And that's something that I think is a huge thing for workers and a reason for either them staying or leaving. I think unions ultimately lead through a stronger industry and gets workers a seat at the bargaining table and have a more democratic process. But among other things, there is a culture of sexism and sexual harassment and violence, as well as queerphobia and racism that runs rampant in this industry that we must address in more ways than one.
Well,
I think all these things will play into how we can get workers back.
I have to say this pandemic has changed so many things. The restaurant industry, definitely one of them, and it may never go back to the way it was. And from the sounds of it, you think that would be a good thing. I so appreciate your time and your perspective. Many businesses are just.
And we are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, more stories from our sister stations across the country, including a recall roundup. That hand sanitizer you're using might not be too good. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now. 6:40 here in Phoenix, Arizona. This next story really interesting. Sorbani always does a recall roundup with Fox 13 in Tampa. One of those might be the hand sanitizer that you're using right now.
If you're about to make dinner, check your spice cabinet. There's a recall you need to know about. Our consumer reporter, Sorbani Banerjee, joins us with this week's Recall Roundup. Hi, Sorbani.
Hey everyone. Yeah, let's start with a recall for McCormick Seasonings. A lot of us probably have that in our kitchen right now. And the problem is with the company's Perfect Pinch Italian Seasoning, Culinary Italian Seasoning, and Frank's Red Hot Buffalo Ranch Seasoning. It could all be contaminated with salmonella. At this point, no illnesses have been reported, so that's the good news here. The products were sold at a lot of popular stores, Walmart, Target, and Kroger as well. So definitely check your cabinet for that. You also might want to be extra careful eating beef this weekend. More than 295,000 pounds of raw beef products are being recalled because they may be contaminated with E. coli. Greater Omaha Packaging and Omaha, Nebraska meat processor is recalling select products that were made on July 13th. That's according to the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety and Inspection Service. These products have an establishment number 960A. 960A. You'll find it inside the USDA mark of inspection. A list of where the products were sold was not included in the recall, so you really do have to check that label.
All right, so now to some concerns over dog food. What's going on there?
There's a pet food maker called Sunshine Mills, and this is a voluntary recall at this point, that some of its dog food might have unhealthy levels of a byproduct of mold. The dog food was sold under the company's brand names of Triumph, Evolve, Wild Harvest, Nurture Farms, Pure Being, and Elm. There's more information on the recall on the FDA's website, but definitely be careful with that one.
So another hand sanitizer recall because of concerns someone could drink it? Explain that one to us.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is with the packaging. Ardell Commercial is recalling a lot of their Limar hand sanitizer. It was packaged in little 4-ounce bottles. The product was in containers that looked like those small water bottles, and that means that it could pose a risk that someone might ingest it. No reports of any incidents yet, but if you're concerned, you can return it and get a refund.
All right, Sorbani Banerjee, thank you. If you're
And that was really good roundup right there. Now out to vaccine incentives. Again, Fox 13 in Tampa breaking it down.
A number of states are now offering people money, paying people to get vaccinated. You know, last night we heard the president urge states to use federal dollars to give people $100 for getting the COVID vaccine. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now on this Friday with a closer look at this strategy. Craig, is this something that they really think will move the needle?
Well, it has moved the needle. Clearly, the data shows going back to 2 months ago when some governments and companies first started offering financial incentives, they clearly paid off. Florida now is not moving in that direction. And keep in mind that that data from 2 months ago could be 2 months old. And this may not pay off, this new wave of incentives, as much as they did last spring. And to show you why, let's start with what's happening right now in places like New York.
Here's $100.
New York just started offering $100 payments to people for getting the COVID-19 vaccination. And our sister station in New York asked how that motivated people to get the shots.
It was a very good incentive, actually.
So good that it compelled them to wait.
I was supposed to get vaccinated on the 28th, but I did so a little later because we knew for sure that, the incentive is going to start today.
And he said it was actually something else that compelled him to get the shot.
We were convinced pretty much by family members and coworkers that this is the right way to do.
The data shows exposure to accurate information about the value of getting vaccinated is far more persuasive than financial incentives. It shows offering money and freebies did move the needle at first when vaccination rates first tapered off in April and May. Census Bureau data showed incentives were a factor in motivating up to 30 million people. And a UCLA study in May also found around a third of the vaccine holdouts at that time were motivated by the first wave of incentives. And that showed in states like Ohio. After it launched a vaccine lottery, vaccination rates shot up 28% in less than a week. But the data shows many of those people who were motivated by financial incentives were also people who wanted and valued the vaccine and just hadn't signed up because they had their minds on other stuff. After they got the shots, the vaccination rates tapered off once again. And studies now show many of the remaining holdouts are not getting the shots because they distrust public health officials and are taking their cues from misinformation and conspiracy theories on social media.
2/3 of people who are not vaccinated either believe common myths about the COVID-19 vaccine or think some of those myths might be true. Myths like you can get COVID from the vaccine, which is absolutely not true.
The risk in offering some of them money is that they could misinterpret that as compensation for getting something that lacks value in itself. In explaining Florida's decision to not offer $100 payments, the governor's spokeswoman said in part the vaccines work to prevent serious illness and death, and that these facts alone should be sufficient motivation to get vaccinated.
And with that, in Florida and also across the nation, and certainly in Washington, there is a fervent debate among the policymakers in terms of the merits of offering financial incentives at this point, given the perspective and the challenge they're facing with misinformation. Beyond the possibility it could be counterproductive in some cases, there's also debate of whether or not that money should be redirected toward public awareness campaigns. If people are being taken in by misinformation, for example, on social media, why not then use that same money to run more ads citing the facts and trying to counter it? There is a prevailing thought among some in Washington that could be a better way to go. But the president is saying, look, we need to try a little bit of everything to try to move the ball. And that's where we are.
With these $100 payments, and Craig, there's some confusion over why Florida isn't doing this or says they can't do it, but other states are getting this money to offer cash incentives. Is that money that they're offering also coming from the federal government?
Yes, it is. And the president made it clear that any state, including Florida, can use unspent COVID relief money to pay for those $100 bonuses or incentives to people who get vaccinated at this point. Now, Florida isn't, because philosophically they don't believe that it's the best way to go, the DeSantis administration. And also the governor is making the case that he can't do it even if he wanted to, because there's no longer a state of emergency issued in Florida. Therefore, he doesn't have unilateral powers to do that, that it would take an act of the legislature to approve those allocations, which certainly would take time if Florida even wanted to move in that direction.
All right. Thank you, Craig, for elaborating. Craig Patrick live for us tonight. Thanks, Craig. A number of
Just great information from all of our stations across the country. Now to Fox 26 in Houston, as they are zeroing in on COVID-19 cases in children.
Weeks before school starts, Texas children's doctors are warning parents that COVID cases are rising among children and hitting them hard. Some require ventilators. Dr. Stanley Spinner, Vice President of Texas Children's Pediatrics and Urgent Care, joins me live now. Welcome to Houston's Morning Show.
Good morning.
I have to tell you, as a medical reporter as well as a parent, this is scary. Originally, we weren't that concerned about COVID in kids. It didn't seem like they were getting those severe symptoms. Can you tell us what has changed?
Well, I think it's the Delta variant that's changed. We are seeing more cases now of kids being sick than really ever before. Our positivity rates are in the double digits at Texas Children's, and in our pediatric practices and urgent cares. The last week, we're actually around 20%. The patients being tested, about 20% of them are coming back positive. We're seeing more of our kids hospitalized. I think they are getting sicker. So we're not sure exactly why, but it seems to be connected with the Delta variant. That's the predominant strain right now.
And then when you take a look at how hard it's hitting these kids, it scares me even more. About 10% of these kids are in critical care, or at least 1 out of every 10 children who gets it have to go to the hospital. What's going on with these children? Do they have pre-existing conditions, or is this hospitalization happening in children who didn't have any prior problems?
Well, both. It's still the majority of our pediatric kids, our kids that get that sick, do have underlying conditions, and unfortunately there are a lot of our kids who do, whether they have heart conditions, lung conditions, diabetes, being overweight. There's a lot of these underlying conditions that we have in our community, but clearly those are the hardest hit. But we are seeing healthy children with no known underlying conditions being hit hard with with COVID now. So yeah, we're not really sure exactly why that is.
Are there any specific symptoms of Delta that you would really like parents to watch out for and get their kids help before they need hospitalization? Is there anything that we can do at home to try to help get them through this safely?
Well, once someone's infected, there's not much you can do at home besides supportive therapy. Obviously, hydration is a very important, rest. trying to reduce fever for comfort. There are no medicines out there that are going to safely and effectively treat COVID, and certainly the pediatric population. But the symptoms are the same that they were, with the previous strains. Fever, shortness of breath, coughing, runny nose. The symptoms that we see with the cold, the symptoms that we see with flu. So it's very hard to tell. Again, the majority of our kids still do well if they do get infected with COVID. I think the bottom line is if you see your child starting to act sicker than you are comfortable with, then it's time to contact your pediatrician quickly.
All right, that is an important reminder for everyone to really think about to get those kids help. Now let's talk about what we can do as we head into school. It is just around the corner. We know vaccination is still not available for kids under 12. Others haven't been vaccinated. The governor isn't mandating masks in school. So what do you suggest that parents and children do to keep them safe as we head back into school?
Yeah, well, first of all, it's critical that our kids get back to school. We all agree with that. The Academy of Pediatrics agrees that we all are strongly supportive. So in order to keep our kids safe, we really need to get them masked and keep them masked. And we need to, we know that the schools cannot enforce it in the state of Texas, the public schools, but we really need to emphasize the importance for families and parents to really tell their children that this is how they can keep themselves safe and keep the rest of the family safe. Wearing masks really is critical right now. For those certainly that are not vaccinated, but even for those that are vaccinated, we're seeing evidence of what the Delta strain can do as far as spreading. So everyone should be wearing a mask. The faculty, the students, that is the most critical thing right now until we can really get more of our population vaccinated, which is going to take time, especially with kids under 12.
And Dr. Spinner, we've seen that kids have been struggling with mental health through all of this. I think with the masks, they don't communicate as much. But that being said, do you still feel like their overall health is more important right now to wear that mask than them trying to communicate better without it? Because I know they don't want to put it back on. Yeah, no one wants to wear a mask, and I have a 4.5-year-old granddaughter, and it's terrible, but it's important. We are seeing a incredible surge in mental health cases, during this pandemic. Wearing a mask certainly isn't the best way of getting kids to communicate better, but the alternative is much worse. If our kids are getting sick and then they're missing school, in some cases being sick for long periods of time, not just for a few days, that's significantly more of a mental health burden to them and to their family. So, if you're looking at which is the best way to go, wearing the mask is absolutely the best protection and the best way of trying to prevent, the mental health crisis by keeping kids healthy and keeping them back in school. Now that your beds are filling up at Texas Children's Hospital, it's certainly gotten my attention. I know a lot of parents, and so we appreciate you taking time from there today to tell us more about what's happening.
Scary times. Yes. Thank you,
Dr. Spinner.
All right, thank you.
And what about mandates in the workplace when it comes to vaccines, when it comes to masks? You're hearing that a lot of kids are going to be having to wear masks going into the next school year. But what about when you go off to work? Here's Fox 26 in Houston again.
President Biden is now requiring that all 2 million federal employees get the COVID vaccine or submit to weekly testing. His announcement comes just days after the Department of Veteran Affairs issued a vaccine mandate for its healthcare workers. There is a growing number of companies that are now requiring the vaccine, but is it legal to do so? Well, Reggie Clark is a human resource professional joining us live this morning. Thanks so much for joining us. This is something, this is something a lot of folks are curious about. So can Texas employers really require employees to get the COVID-19 vaccine?
Absolutely. So federal law does allow employers to be able to mandate this. And this was recently upheld in the courts here locally at a case against Houston Methodist back in June, where it was determined that it is legal for employees to mandate a vaccinations.
Well, what are the options for employees if they don't want to take the vaccine?
Well, one, the employers should have a policy about the vaccination. If employees do have a religious or they have a religious, or if they have a health reason to ask for an exemption, they can ask for an exemption. Other than that, there's not many choices but to examine your employer's policy to see who's required to get vaccination. Is it just people who are high risk? Is it everybody? But it's important to understand the policy first. And I think sometimes people react without actually looking at the company policy. So I would encourage everyone to look at the policy first and really outside of the policy, the only exemptions are health exemptions and religious exemptions.
Well, if it is legal, why aren't more employers mandating vaccines?
Because it becomes a sticky widget, right? You have to create another policy. You have to hold people accountable to another thing. It's also the fact that so many people are working from home right now that it may not be the sense of urgency. It may not be at that level of urgency to require mandates as of yet. But I think as we try to get more into a rhythm and getting back to work, and after the summer, I think you'll see more and more companies start to go with the mandate.
Interesting. All right. Well, again, Reggie Clark joining us this morning. Thanks so much for your insight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we're going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. We've been really watching these coronavirus updates because honestly, that has been a huge story this week as far as guidance from the CDC, masks. You know, we've talked about these vaccine incentives at in different states, $100 from the Biden administration. So we're going to keep following that through the weekend and through next week as well. When we come back after the break, we'll be going out to coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they've been covering a series of stories today as well. We'll be taking the top of their 7 o'clock newscast because it is almost 7 o'clock out here in Phoenix, Arizona, also in California. So we'll see you back here in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now. I'm Daytona Everett. Hope everyone is having a really great weekend so far. Looks like these people out in Ocean City, New Jersey are having a fantastic weekend. This shot, people have been out and about, walking around. It's been super, super packed. We also know that Lollapalooza is going on in Chicago right now. Those crowds were looking very, very large. So across the board, things are moving, looks like, in the right direction. And coming up here in just a couple of minutes, we'll be going out to Fox 11 in LA as they touch on their top stories. But until then, we want to step into Fox 6 in Milwaukee as they're talking about one of the other top headlines, a eviction moratorium set to end soon here. Here's the latest.
A key protection for tenants during the COVID-19 era is set to expire this weekend. The federal eviction ban has been extended multiple times now, but last time the CDC said this is going to be it.
Today, President Joe Biden calling on Congress to quickly extend the moratorium. Contact 6's Jenna Sachs with the resources in place that may help stem a tide of evictions here.
I'm just overwhelmed. It's a lot at one time.
When school bus driver Tracy had her hours cut, the CDC's eviction ban protected her.
I had been, like the last couple months, making a partial payment at the beginning of the month for my rent.
But that protection for struggling tenants ends July 31st when the eviction ban expires.
Now the late fees are going to kick back in, which is going to add more money on to it.
It's a problem that could go away when Tracy's unemployment finally comes through. Tracy was told she'd been approved 2 months ago.
It gets really frustrating, really depressing.
Since September, tenants who missed monthly rent payments could not be forced out if they declared financial hardship due to COVID-19. The ban didn't stop eviction filings, but greatly slowed them down.
In terms of governmental protections, there really aren't that many left. The CDC moratorium was really the last significant protection.
Attorney Rafael Ramos of Legal Action of Wisconsin says the ban gave many families time to access rental assistance.
I think the federal moratorium literally saved lives.
We've been pushing landlords and tenants to work together, communicate, talk about their needs.
Chris Mokler of the Wisconsin Apartment Association says while most landlords oppose the moratorium, many worked with tenants to secure resources, keeping an eviction off the tenant's record and getting the landlord some money.
As a general rule, if you file an eviction, you're not getting the money.
Even after the federal eviction moratorium expires, tenants in Milwaukee County and Waukesha County can still apply for rental assistance through places like the Community Advocates.
If you haven't applied yet, still apply.
Deb Hefner spoke with Contact 6 from their new rental housing resource center.
As hard as COVID has been, the timing for the center could not be any better.
Since the beginning of the pandemic, Community Advocates has distributed more than $25 million to more than 7,000 households for past rent, future rent, and relocation. Tracy found help in Ozaukee County.
Family Promise in Ozaukee, wonderful, wonderful agency. Helped me out actually twice.
She hopes her management company will be understanding until her work hours come back or her unemployment comes through. I'm Jenna Sachs, Contact 6.
Jenna, thank you. In Milwaukee, you can apply for rental assistance online through Community Advocates or the Social Development Commission. We have resources on our website. Just head over to fox6now.com. And by the way, Jenna will have more in the coming days on how this ban's lifting could impact eviction cases and filings at the courthouse.
Great information right there from Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Let's go out now to Los Angeles as they are tracking the Delta variant and tracking some of those other top stories in the California area.
Coming up, new leaked data on the Delta variant shows how vaccinated people can pass it on to others. We talk with the Washington Post journalist who obtained the documents. Plus, we talk live with LA City Council President Nuri Martinez about the city's new vaccine rules and her potential future as LA's next mayor. And we talk live to Jessica Milan Patterson, the chair of the California Republican Party, on the increasingly close California recall race and our exclusive debate next week.
You're watching Fox 11 News Special Report.
Good evening. Happy Friday. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michaels.
Thank you for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. We begin tonight with that stunning leaked data from the CDC. The documents show the Delta variant is contagious, just as contagious as the chickenpox, and may cause more severe illness than earlier strains. This is according to the leaked document obtained by the Washington Post. According to this internal report, the CDC believes vaccinated people can spread the Delta as easily as the unvaccinated. Today, I spoke to one of the Washington Post reporters who broke the story. The information that's in the internal CDC document, is that what led to the CDC reversing course on its mask guidance earlier this week?
It's a big part of it. In the document, they talk about data that they've gathered, both themselves in partnership with other public health departments and outside studies that they looked at too. So all of those things combined played a big role in the agency deciding to reverse its decision on masks. And then the agency also published data on Friday that scientists were waiting for about an outbreak in Massachusetts, where 3/4 of the people who got infected were vaccinated. They almost all got mild infections, which is important to stress. It's a highly vaccinated population, so vaccinated people just naturally will make up more of the cases. But what it seems to suggest is that vaccinated people can spread the virus and can spread it to each other. So all of those were reasons that they said vaccinated people need to put masks on indoors in some circumstances.
The Delta variant being a big part of that.
Oh, yes. The Delta variant was the majority, the vast majority, about 90% of the cases in that Massachusetts outbreak. And the Delta variant behaves differently than previous strains of the virus, which is noted in the report. It's also noted in the internal documents that we got from the CDC earlier this week, because with previous strains, it didn't seem like vaccinated people carried the same load as unvaccinated people. But with the Delta variant, what the scientists have found in this study, and it's included in the internal documents as supporting evidence for the mask change, is that vaccinated people who got infected with Delta had the same viral load as unvaccinated people infected with Delta. And so what that seems to suggest is that they can spread the virus, that it's still highly transmissible. Vaccination still provides a lot of protection. These people almost very rarely get really ill or end up in the hospital or die, but they are spreading it. The degree to which they're spreading it is still unclear, but it's clear now that vaccinated people are spreading it at least a little bit.
Let's talk more about how incredibly contagious the Delta variant is. So what have you learned from these documents? It's being likened to just as contagious as the chicken pox.
Yeah, in these documents, just like you said, the CDC says it's as transmissible as chickenpox. It's more transmissible than SARS or MERS or Ebola. And we already knew that the Delta variant was more than 2 times as transmissible as earlier strains of the virus, that people carry about 1,000 times the viral load that they did of earlier strains. So this is just, it's such a contagious variant that it's almost like dealing with a new virus in some ways, because it behaves so differently from what we've seen from COVID and past mutations. The CDC documents say that Delta likely causes more severe illness than previous strains of the virus, primarily in the unvaccinated. But that's worrying, because previous strains of the virus have been more transmissible. They haven't necessarily been more serious or more deadly. And this one looks like it might be more serious. But you can see in the caseloads across the country that this is just a different thing that we're dealing with now.
In fact, that's the title of your article, "The War Has Changed." Those were words that were actually within the internal CDC document, correct?
That's right. There's a slide in there where they talk about how they need to revamp their messaging because they need to basically level with the public.
So that is Yasmin Abatalab. She is the health policy Washington Post reporter. She obtained those documents. Also worth noting here, the CDC report also calls for universal masking, which its current guidance stops just short of. So right now it's in areas of high transmission rate. If you have a high transmission rate in your area, that's when you're supposed to mask inside regardless of vaccination. Well, it wouldn't be surprising next week if the CDC calls for, no matter where you are in the United States, wear a mask.
We know that there has been such a trust problem all over the country when it comes to COVID, and so much confusion. So why is this leaked and not publicly available? Why are we not seeing the CDC director making this presentation?
I wish I had the answer for you, but I will say that it only makes the CDC look more untrustworthy, the fact that they released the Massachusetts outbreak information today simply because the Washington Post got their hands on it. So that's readily available. If you go to the CDC website as of today, it is there, but it only leads to more distrust.
But even in what they said, it seems like if you're unvaccinated, you're a whole lot more likely to get the disease now because of the Delta variant is out there. And maybe this will convince some of the unvaccinated people that it's time to get a shot. This is a graphic that Fox News put out for its audience today. The information here is showing that vaccines work. Out of 164 million people vaccinated in the U.S., 5,601 people had breakthrough cases. That's just 0.003%. And for the numbers in deaths caused by COVID, 1,141, that is just 0.001%. So it does happen, but very, very, very small percentage.
And the symptoms, by the way, it's like getting a cold versus the deadly pneumonia. I'd rather have a cold.
Yeah. All right. Well, this week with cases surging, not enough people getting vaccinated here in L.A., the city announcing that it will require city employees to show proof of vaccine or be regularly tested.
Angelinos have stayed home for over a year to protect themselves and each other. And quite frankly, I think it's safe to say that we're getting tired of protecting people who don't want to protect themselves or get vaccinated.
That is L.A. City Council President Nury Martinez, who joins us live now. Council President, good to see you. Thank you much for being on. We were all pretty struck by how descriptive you were the other night in talking about this in a very real way. What's been the reaction to that so far, and what is your bottom line message tonight?
Well, thank you for having me. Anyone who knows me knows I don't mince words. And so I'm very straightforward. I think we can all say that this has been an exhausting year for all of us. And having to convince people over and over again about the importance of vaccination and what it really is doing to Los Angeles. We don't want to go backwards. We don't want to go back to restrictions and restaurant closures and business having to close. We need people to get vaccinated as soon as possible. And I don't know what it's going to take, whether it's going to take you getting sick, being hospitalized, being put on a ventilator, God forbid you have a loved one, who gets infected and dies of COVID. What is it going to take to convince you that the best way to protect yourself is by vaccinating yourself today? For you and for all your loved ones, and for us to finally be able to get out of this pandemic, the only way to do it is to get vaccinated as soon as possible.
The city of Los Angeles is the largest employer within Los Angeles, within the city. Do you know the percentage right now of city employees who do have the shot?
No, actually, the EERC committee that met on Wednesday morning has already directed all city departments to come up with the data so that we can actually have real numbers to show how many of our employees by department have actually gotten vaccinated, and then require vaccination, or at least have them undergo weekly testing to be able to show up to work. That's in the process, but I'm going to be very honest with you. I am pushing towards a full vaccine mandate for city employees.
A full vaccine mandate, which goes farther than what you're doing right now, which involves testing.
So testing would be off the table. You have to have the vaccine or don't work for the city.
Or give employees enough time to get vaccinated. We're talking to the unions about what that would look like in terms of time given to the employer to be able to do that, and then X amount of weeks or days in order for them to come back to work. But I am in favor of a full vaccine mandate at this point. I think we're still working these details out, but to begin with, we need the data to figure out how many of our employees are actually vaccinated, what departments are lagging, and what we need to do to convince people to get vaccinated. But we're moving in that direction. And then logistically, what having to test our employees weekly would look like.
Okay, but you're just making some news there with us. So let's drill down on that for a second. You say that you want to have a full vaccine mandate for the city of Los Angeles. Is that something that so far you are seeing pushback from labor unions? And is that something that you are seeing support from your colleagues on the city council?
This has not been debated on the city council. This is just simply something that's been brought up as committee members, and I'm not in liberty to discuss what took place in committee. But I will say that the conversations with our union partners have been positive. I think everyone recognizes that we all need to do our part and step up and do the right thing. They all recognize that. I have not seen heavy pushback from some of our labor leaders. I think they also recognize they're going to have to convince their own union, folks to head in this direction, but I have not seen a whole lot of pushback. And I've just got to be honest with you. I think everybody recognizes we all need to pull together and figure this out and get out of this pandemic if we want to avoid any closures, layoffs to what we saw last year. I think that's what we're all trying to figure out.
I know you still have a lot to work out, but how would that, ahead of the vaccine mandate, and right now it calls for testing on a weekly basis. It's a cumbersome process. Do you have the details on how that would play out, and who's paying for all those tests?
And do the tests happen on company time?
Yeah, and those are all great questions, and those are all being worked out with the unions as we speak. The committee that's dealing with this issue is set to meet next week. We have a tentative date next week to continue this conversation about logistically what this would look like and how many weeks or days we would give an employee to show proof of vaccination or submit themselves or undergo weekly testing. Those are all details that are currently being worked out. I will have more information for you hopefully by the end of next week.
All right. Well, it's especially interesting to talk to you about this. It was interesting to see this week, this mayor's press conference, which we have been so used to seeing Mayor Eric Garcetti at, you being a presence at that. You are the president of the LA City Council, but if and when Mayor Garcetti becomes Ambassador Garcetti, you become the acting mayor of Los Angeles, potentially filling the term for the rest of the time. How do you feel about that? Is there a transition plan underway right now with Mayor Garcetti? What's the latest on potentially Mayor Martinez?
Break some more news for us tonight.
I don't have those kind of news to break today. I think I'm still considering a run for mayor, and there are ongoing conversations with my family. I've been very candid about that. It felt good to be at that podium on Tuesday. I felt very comfortable. The mayor and I, we meet on a weekly basis, and we talk about all the different projects we're all working on, how to move things forward. But after the year that I've had, moving the city forward and, having to work through this pandemic, I got to tell you, I feel like I can pretty much take anything on. We have to not only get out of this pandemic, we have to recover from this pandemic, get people back to work, and then we have to deal with this ongoing homeless crisis. And the issues at hand are very difficult, they're very complicated. But after the year that I've had in trying to advocate for, for poor families in our city, providing rental assistance, utility assistance, making sure that there's an eviction moratorium in place to protect people from being evicted. These are all important programs that we've helped push forward on the city council that I'm very proud of. That is actually sort of the footprint that the federal government used when they rolled out their second stimulus.
Let me drill you down on one thing, though. If it's certainly, my interpretation is it sounds like you want to be the mayor of Los Angeles based off what you just said. So if you want to run for mayor next year, do you think that it is appropriate that there is an interim mayor, a placeholder, so that you and all the rest of your colleagues on the city council and anybody else who wants to run get a fair shot at it, not coming from incumbency? Do you think it's appropriate that there be an interim mayor?
That's a debate that the city council needs to have. I can't tell you how my colleagues are thinking or what
you're on the city council, you're the president of the city council.
Yes, but I haven't had that conversation. There's so many people that like to become interim mayor. I mean, I get names tossed at me left and right. I don't have a pick. I don't have someone that I can tell you right now that I'd be in favor of. I will tell you that I'm not interested in the politics of that. Dragging ourselves into that mess and not doing the work that our residents elected us to do. So I want to be very careful with how I choose my words, because I don't want to get behind a candidate per se. I'm given the job simply because I'm the president of the city council. So by charter, I'm automatically the acting mayor if the mayor steps down. So that's the job that's going to be before me, and I'm happy and honored to do it. In terms of interim mayor, there's a lot of candidates that would like to do it. I do agree with you. Anyone running for mayor should not be the interim mayor. I think that's a disadvantage, and I would not be in favor of that.
Okay. There we go.
You got your answer. All right. LA City Council President Nury Martinez, potentially the next mayor of Los Angeles. Thank you so much for being with us on this Friday night.
And if you're going to be this blunt, come back. We're not used to that.
I would love to come back. I would love to come back.
Yeah.
Anytime I'm available, I've got to run and make dinner for my family.
All right.
But anytime you give me the opportunity, I'm happy to be back. Have a great weekend, you guys.
You too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay, still to come, Governor Newsom met with President Biden and
Okay, Fox 11 Los Angeles breaking down all of the headlines right there. 7 o'clock. The 7 o'clock newscast is now 7:15 here in Phoenix, Arizona, and in California. We want to go out now to a different event that we showed you a little bit earlier here on Live Now, but take a look at this. Javier Becerra, the HHS secretary, visiting the Virginia Health Center to celebrate the 56th anniversary of Medicare and Medicaid. They're discussing President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. Let's listen in.
We want to go to Green House, and she covered everything that I could think of, and then when I thought of something, she had that covered, so for somebody to take their time as much as she did to make sure that I was covered. It's just, I mean, it's a medical miracle for me.
Amen.
Not saying that miracles always happen, just the little ones that make you feel better about yourself, because I can go see her and not be worried about what bill is coming, what you can and you can't have. You know, especially y'all know how medicine and you're trying to get something from the pharmacy can be a nightmare walking out. So how I say it, that I appreciate you all more than I can actually say in a good way.
Thank you. Michael, and you want to make sure you thank Congressman Beyer, because he made it possible for so many Americans to actually have that expanded access to Medicaid. So when you were seamless, right? You went from Medicaid into Medicare, and now you have both. Never did we let you fall from our hands, and that means your health, your recovery because of it. Congressman Beyer, what we did was we just quickly introduced ourselves, and now we're hearing from the patients, and afterwards we're going to take a quick tour, and then we're going to do a quick little press availability. Okay?
Wonderful.
So why don't I let you introduce yourself, and then we're going to go to our patients.
Oh, well, good. I'm Congressman Don Beyer. I represent this district. I'm a huge fan of Dr. Khan and of Neighborhood Health. And my connection with this goes back 30 years to when it was ANSI, which was really wonderful. And I'm on Medicare, which I'm really excited about. And I'm just so excited to be in a Virginia that finally expanded Medicaid to another 500,000 people. We look at the things like Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid that have done more to lift people out of poverty and give people quality of life than anything else we've done in American history. So thank you. I'm so glad to be here with my good friend, the former Attorney General, the former Chairman of the House Democratic Caucus, the former Ways and Means member of Congress, and now our Secretary.
But still friend. Please give us a story. Your story, yes.
And now my husband has a emphysema. We went home to the Philippines. He died. But here he was always treated with that sickness every 2 years. We are in the Alexandria Hospital with no payment. And after that, when we get our citizenship, after 5 years, when my daughter already petitioned us, both of us said, my daughter told me, why don't you also register, Mama, so that we are always going with Papa, so that we can use the history of in the registration agreement. So I am always with her, with him. And when we went to visit our friend in Fairfax Hospital, my husband, I am MDC, so we went to the registration and then we for check-up. She was had a high blood pressure. And she says she don't do anything, and he was admitted for them. That's the time that, because she spent there for one day, overnight, spent overnight there. That's the time that he was registered as a medical Medicaid office. Gave us, we had the insurance of medical.
So he also had both.
Both of us.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And you continued to use the clinic here for your services?
Yes, until now.
Well, thank you so much for that. Thank you for sharing.
And when he was operated at the Carcino, Dr. Kandar was the one who operated him. And I think he is the one in charge of the hospital. So he asked me, what is your problem now? Doctor, my problem is money. So then she said, don't worry about money.
Amen. Amen.
We'll take care of it.
Yeah.
We'll take care of it.
Amen.
And he in the morning he was brought to the emergency room, out to the operating room, and was there at the we just waited for that 2 hours. He said he has collapsed. And when we went home to the Philippines to give a visit, he died.
Well, we are happy that he was able to receive quality services while he was here.
I will tell you that when she was to be operated, Dr. Kandar said, your husband will be transferred to private room. And my daughter is crying. Mama, why is she transferred to me? We have no money. Because she's a nurse, but you're not enough. So, because I called them. And we will take care of that. Don't worry, she will be okay. And in the following day. And the bill, they sent us the Philippines, 32,000.
Well, that's what the beauty of having access to Medicaid and Medicare. Thank you for sharing that story. Let me ask our other two patients to please, and I have to ask you to be brief so we can make sure we get everybody to say something.
My name is Ali Abri. I have been neighborhood health patient since 2002 when I had a problem with my high blood pressure. At that time I didn't have insurance and they accepted me as a sliding scale as they have. And I'm grateful that I found them because the service that they provide for the community is so essential. And the clinic that I go is actually, I call it United Nations. Everywhere is represented in that clinic, everywhere and they treat you regardless of where you come from. I really sincerely want to request that any way possible you can provide more resources for the community clinics like neighborhood clinics because they are so essential in the community what they do. And for me, it is, I just this year started using Medicaid and I don't make that much in my Social Security. And when it is the greatest program that any government can provide for its people. You know, and I'm grateful for Medicare. I promise I will use it only when I need it. As far as I have some concerns about the actual Medicare, but that's later on I will discuss that with your staff.
Good.
But I'm grateful for what you're providing for us. And just let you know that I appreciate it very much and I never forget that I have applied for Medicaid because just recently, the first time I'm using the Medicaid since this April, because I had a congestive heart failure, and then I was recommended to see the specialist. And so I need more resources to go through this process. So I applied for Medicaid and I'm waiting to hear from them. Okay. And if I get that, that will help me to live a better, healthier life. With my mind is, at least I'm not worried about what will happen to me if I cannot afford to to go to see a specific specialist for any other doctor. I thank you again.
Thank you.
And I am grateful to see you.
Yeah.
I always wanted to see somebody from Medicare.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Isn't it great that you can say thank you directly, huh? See, Chiquita, you can take credit for all that Medicaid and Medicare.
Please take it all you can.
Amen.
Whenever I call, of course, if I ever get through.
Let's hear from Mr. Dogan.
Good morning. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to meet you all. And I'll just give you just a little brief how I got with neighborhood health. During the time I was financially challenged at the time, and I was going back and forth to Charlottesville, and I had what you call stenosis in the spine, joint bone disease. So I was going down there getting shots. So this individual said, "Grover, won't you apply for neighborhood health?" So when I applied for neighborhood health, they approved me and everything. So they assigned me to Dr. Khan, my famous doctor. And what's so ironic, I got him on my birthday, which is Halloween. So,
You got the treat, not the trick,
he
huh?
was on Glebe Road. So when I got him, he said to me, he said, "You know something, Mr. Dogan?" He said, "You don't have nothing to worry about now." He said, "I got you. We're going to take care of you." I've been with Dr. Khan going on 11 years. He is phenomenal, you know, and his staff that work up under him. Anything that I needed in reference to my health and what have you, they was on point, on time at all times. And they showed a lot of concern and compassion for the people, like you were saying, how people are financially challenged and not able to have insurance, because at one time I had what you call SLH, state and local hospitalization insurance. Have you ever heard that? So anyway, then I got my Medicare and everything, what have you. So I'm doing great. And it's a lot that I can say, like to say, you know, everybody else have to have things to say in reference to whatever. But I'm honored and a pleasure to have someone in my life like Dr. Khan in neighborhood health. And to me, they're similar like the military. No soldier left behind.
That's it. That's it.
And have
Well
proven
said.
to me, you know, and like I say, they don't show no partiality due to nationality. They reach out to each and every individual, as this gentleman was saying.
Yeah.
So
well
I'm just
said.
grateful, you know, and so much I can say, but I don't want to take the flow.
Mr. Dogan, you said it perfectly. No one left behind. That's
one left behind.
maybe what I could do, if I could ask our administrator, who administers both the Medicaid and Medicare programs, to tell folks what Congress, with Congress's help, we might actually get to see for Medicare recipients and Medicaid, because there's talk about expanding the number of benefits under Medicare. And there's also a talk about continuing to expand Medicaid. So, Shahida, maybe I could ask you to mention what's out there.
Absolutely, and it really is, as the Secretary said, such a pleasure to be with you all today, because lived experience is something that we really want to bring to the department. Hearing your experiences helps us do our jobs better, and just want to thank you for your service to the country by leaving no one left behind.
Yeah.
It's so exciting right now. We are in just such a moment. There are more people on Medicaid in this country than there have ever been. We have, under CMS, responsibility for nearly 140 million lives under the Medicare and Medicaid program. And the ability to strengthen these programs is our highest priority, and all of us sitting here. Congress has done some incredible things over the last couple of months to support these programs. One of the things that I am most excited about is that the American Rescue Plan has allowed states to cover women postpartum for 12 months. This is, I think, one of the most important things that the country can do to make sure that women who are in the most vulnerable time of their new motherhood have coverage throughout that time. It's very personal to me because I'm a mother and have the appreciation of how much work and effort it is when you are juggling all sorts of things, and the idea of losing health care coverage during that time. And so we are working really hard to encourage states to expand Medicaid for women in that period of time. We are working as well to integrate behavioral health, maternal health across the department. And then Congress is going to be debating this year some changes that we strongly support. So bringing in prescription drugs and making those more affordable is a top priority of the administration and Congress, and we are working with Congress to hopefully pass that this year. We want to expand benefits in Medicare, dental coverage, and others, and really make sure that people are getting adequate care. And we continue to work to encourage states to do what Virginia has done, which is expand the Medicaid program. There is more funding in legislation now. Again, thank you to Congress to encourage the remaining 13 states to do what needs to be done to make sure that all citizens, all people who are eligible, get the care that they are entitled to across the country.
Maybe I can ask Dr. Carey to expand on that briefly on what the state has done so that its residents have access to these services.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for the leadership, Congressman Byers, Secretary, Madam Administrator. For Medicaid, it's a tremendous opportunity, but states need to opt in. They need to say, yes, we'll take advantage on behalf of our communities, our residents of Virginia, and thank you for sharing those stories. It fuels all the work that we do.
Yes.
So 2 years ago, or 3 years ago now, here in Virginia, we did expand Medicaid. And what we have seen is a tremendous increase in access. Right now, over 60,000 Virginians have become newly eligible. And I just don't know where Virginia would be during this pandemic if we did not have these resources. Over 175,000 Virginians became Medicaid members during the pandemic, and another over 300,000 through traditional Medicaid. And what an incredible safety net. And approaching 500,000 of those have been seen by a doctor, have had pharmacy services. So it's not just coverage without care. Great partners like Neighborhood Health take that coverage and make it meaningful, caring care with access. And the second major thing is oral health that we've been able to expand in Virginia. We know that oral health is part of all of health, and it affects hypertension, likelihood of a number of chronic diseases like diabetes. And we've expanded the adult dental benefit within Medicaid July 1st, so just this month. So we're really excited, and providers of dental services like Neighborhood Health, what an incredible opportunity that is to help more Virginians. So we are so grateful for the federal programs. Our message to other states that have not expanded Medicaid, please, it's so important to, as we've heard in these stories, all of Virginia. Now 1 in 5 Virginians are covered by Medicaid alone. And for those that have employer-based coverage, super. But for those that don't, it's so important to have high-quality coverage, whether through Medicare or Medicaid. And I think the experience during this pandemic is how critically important that is for all Americans and certainly all Virginians. So thank you so much for leadership.
Thank you. And I'll wait for my team, Hannah and others, to signal me that we have to move on. But if not yet, I'd like to ask Dr. Wellman to tell us, so how does everything you've heard translate to the services that you and your medical team provide?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think one thing I'm really proud of at Neighborhood Health is that everything you talked about, I can say we touched that. Like you talked about the maternal care, we're very concerned about maternal mortality and taking care of our women, just them knowing the risk signs that are pregnant women, and then, their mental health and their oral health, which affects their pregnancy outcomes. Oral health is a real pain point, I have to say, because you need a lot of space and equipment. It's hard to set up, so I would say for us that's really one of our goals, is to expand oral health for our population, which right now we really struggle with. I think the Medicaid expansion has been a huge benefit to Neighborhood Health. You all talked about the medication coverage under Medicare, which we know is not ideal. would mention that the 340B program that we have here really closes that gap for our patients, because we're able to give them, you know, medications like insulin or, you know, there are some of these really expensive hypertensive medications, anti-inflammatory medications for chronic diseases, and, you know, it can be like $5 instead of, you know, $300 or something at the pharmacy. So it's affordable for even for patients and our uninsured patients. So the 340B program is something I would beg you to pay attention to and protect. I think that the pharmacy companies don't always like it, and there's some pressure of like, you know, how can you use it and trying to limit it, and I tell you it's a lifesaver for our community and our patients.
And 340B in the lingo is a program that allows for prescription drugs to be provided to patients at places like these clinics at a far lower cost. And so it requires a whole bunch of folks to provide teamwork on it. Before we go, I'd like, because so much of what we are doing deals with behavioral health, and because we're hoping Congress is able to get many of these things across the finish line, I'd like to ask Congressman Byer to make some comments about where he thinks things stand so you have a sense of where we're going. But before we do that, was it behavioral health that you deal with? I'd love to hear, because what we're hearing, the administrator and I are hearing a lot, is that because of this pandemic, we're going to be dealing with a lot of Americans who have some below the radar problems, conditions, and a lot of them stress, mental health related. Maybe you could quickly, just very quickly comment on that and what you provide here at the clinic.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. And I'm really pleased to, you know, have behavioral health be a part of the conversation, because I think that as behavioral health providers, very often we work to try to integrate ourselves into the healthcare system. And neighborhood health takes sort of a whole human approach, if you will, an integrated approach. So we're working really closely with our primary care providers to make sure that we're screening patients for mental health issues and that we're accessible to patients while they're here in the office. You'll have an opportunity, I think, as we kind of walk around to see what that looks like, sort of boots on the ground, if you will. One of the things that I would draw your attention to in that context, because I think you're absolutely right, I think as a result of this pandemic, we're sort of seeing the second line of first responders, if you will, in terms of how patients have been affected by the level of isolation and the difficulties with some social determinants of health and trouble accessing resources. And you might be aware there's a resolution that's been put forward right now that's sitting in Congress to take a look at expanding Medicare coverage to include licensed professional counselor credential, which would be a tremendous benefit for patients. I think one of the things we struggle with really is access, you know, to providers, making sure that we're able to contract with providers and bring providers on board. And so that would really be an enormous benefit, not just for neighborhood health, but for, you know, clinics like ours all over the place, where patients really have better access by being able to, you know, see the providers that are credentialed and available to them. And that's not something that we're not quite there yet. So I'm really thankful for the question. I'm so pleased to be able to chat with you all today.
We want you to continue doing that work. Congressman Byer, give us a sense, give us an update, let us in on the secrets of where things stand in Congress.
Well, the biggest secret is we have a new Secretary of HHS, Secretary of and that's going to make all the difference. So, well, first of all, I'm thrilled to know it was 560,000, Dr. Karen.
Yes.
You know, when we were pushing it all those years, it was going to be a 400,000 increase. Right. So almost half a whole. So thank you very much for doing that. So terrific. We are in the American Family Plan, which is the second half of President Biden's infrastructure. The first half is like roads and bridges. The second half is people. Our human capital. And so the big thing there is that we're going to try to do this bill called H.R. 3, which would allow you to negotiate for drugs. Private companies can negotiate drugs, Veterans Affairs, but not Medicare. And that will save on the order of $650 billion a year.
Say that again.
$650 billion. You know. And then what we want to do with that $650 billion, our first priority is eye care, ear care, audio care, and dental care expanded in Medicare, which would be so, because right now it's wonderful to be, 71 like me and have Medicare, but if I needed a root canal and I had no money, I'm out of luck. I can't afford $1,500 or whatever. And so it's really, really important.
And then, doesn't it also mean that because Virginia decided to expand access to dental care through its Medicaid program, that if you pass it through Medicare, a lot of those seniors who have to use Medicaid dollars would now have it through Medicare. You'd have Medicaid dollars available than to do other things on top of it, because you wouldn't have to spend it to do the dental care. I just want to.
Which gets to the very good point that we keep trying to figure out how we can lower the age of eligibility for Medicare. President Biden said age 60 in the campaign. I think Bernie Sanders says 55 or 50. But one of the things we know, though, is that if you make Medicare, if you expand it younger, then you're healthier and it costs less later. It actually saves money rather than cost money. It's a wonderful thing. By the way, when we talk about behavioral health, one of the things we know is that many people that had COVID are going to have long COVID. And we don't know how long that will be, but we have to have the Medicare and Medicaid in place.
Yes.
And then the telehealth is so critical. That was the expansion with the pandemic. And telehealth has many applications, but especially for mental health and for therapy. And I really salute your initiatives to get this expanded to all licensed providers.
Well, I could see my staff is really getting jittery, so we're gonna have break so we could take a quick tour of the facility. Then some of us are gonna come back to do a quick availability for some of the media that are here. So thank you to Neighborhood Health and all the team that have made this work. Dr. Khan, we really do appreciate. We celebrate what you've done, but more importantly, I think we celebrate the people who use this facility, because you are the proof. You're the witness that this works. And we want to celebrate this birthday of Medicare and Medicaid with you, because it is a celebration when you stay healthy. So thank you for everything you do, for telling us your story. We don't have time. We don't have time. I apologize. But we thank you for what you have done, and we look forward to having you let your family and friends know that this community clinic is here to serve its neighbors. So keep using it, and we're going to make it better.
Where's the ice cream and cake?
Yeah. Well said.
All right, we just wanted to show you that. Today is the 56th anniversary of the passage of legislation that inaugurated the programs Medicare and Medicaid that have affected and helped so many millions of Americans. It was passed into law, I believe, under President Johnson at the time. And there is Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra in Alexandria, Virginia, earlier today, talking about the benefits of Medicare and Medicaid. So we just wanted to show you that, just a milestone as well from the Washington area at this hour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us at this hour on Friday night. We hope you're getting a great start to your weekend. We know some people on the Jersey Shore are. You can see they're on the boardwalk there in Ocean City. Lots of people around. Well, we brought you a lot of coronavirus news. We know there's been so many headlines, a lot of mixed signals, mixed messages. So we hope we've offered some clarity today on the stream. We've talked to a number of experts, reporters in the field about what this means going forward, as unfortunately cases of the Delta variant rise, and rise. Also, hospitalizations are up as well. And so we'll hopefully have more information on that in the next couple of days, in the next couple of weeks. Hopefully the cases do come down soon, because more people will be getting vaccinated. Anyway, when we come back, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll have an update from the Olympics, the medal count. We know we can't show you any of it, but we can still update you on where the medal count stands, which country is in the lead. We also have some news about Simone Biles' future at the Olympics there in Tokyo. So all of that and more in just a matter of minutes. We'll see you then. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We do, like I said before the break, have some Olympics news to get to. We want to put this up on the screen. This is just coming into us. A tweet from USA Gymnastics here. We're learning that the star gymnast Simone Biles will now not participate in both the vault and uneven bars competition there in Tokyo. We want to read from the statement saying, after further consultation with medical staff, Simone Biles has decided to withdraw from the event finals for vault and the uneven bars. She will continue to be evaluated daily to determine whether to compete in the finals for floor exercise and the balance beam. So some unfortunate news there. You'll remember just earlier this week, she said that she will not be going forward and participating in the team events with her team there. They ended up winning the silver medal in Tokyo. The gymnasts from the Russian Federation winning gold there. So unfortunate events that are plaguing Simone Biles. She's such a great athlete, a great performance artist there on the mat and on all of these different star kind of gymnast type things. And so we wish her well, but we'll be monitoring all of the latest developments on that to see if she does compete in the other two areas of competition. Though we do want to take the moment because, as you know, we can't show you any of these images and videos from the games themselves, but I can give you an update on the medal count as it stands right now. So total medals overall, that's gold, bronze, and, gold, silver, and bronze combined. The United States is winning. We have the most medals at 44 right now as it stands. As far as gold medals are concerned, China in the lead with 19. After that, Japan with 17. And then third, the United States with 16. So we are third for gold, but most medals so far garnered there in Tokyo. One more week of competition left in Japan. Anyway, we do want to move on to some of these other stories that we have yet to get to. We want to show you an event from President Biden earlier today. He says the U.S., though, must confront climate change as it responds to wildfires burning all across the country. The commander-in-chief, alongside Vice President Harris today, held a virtual meeting with 7 governors to discuss how states are responding to and preparing for wildfires, demanding urgent action as the West battles the intensifying flames. Biden emphasized that resources are being stretched due to pandemic-related supply chain disruptions. So here's a bit of that conversation from earlier at the White House.
Can you all see us and hear us? Perfect. Jay, you're beginning to convince the American people there is a thing called climate crisis. About time.
Indeed.
Well, thank you all for being here. I'm going to make a brief statement here, and then we'll get to ask the Vice President to say a few words, get to some questions, and we'll get down to business, if that's okay with you all. 1 month ago, we convened the first of what will be a regular presidential briefing on wildfire preparedness. And we were joined by many of the governors who are with us today, as well as experts from across the administration and leaders from the electric utility sector. I said then that the threat of Western wildfires this year was as severe as it's ever been. And in the past month, we've sadly seen the truth of that being played out. Since our last meeting, the number of large, uncontained wildfires has nearly doubled to 66 of those fires. And the number of firefighters on the job to battle them has tripled. Over 3.4 million acres have already burned. In Oregon, the bootleg fire has destroyed more than 400 structures, including more than 160 homes. In California, the Dixie Fire has grown to over 220,000 acres, and our firefighters are working in really rugged and dangerous conditions and terrain. The number of states are experiencing the impacts of smoke from these fires, degrading their air quality, not just where the fires are burning, but all the states moving east, not all, but most. In short, we've got a big, complex wildfires burning across multiple areas, and despite the incredible, and this is not being solicitous, the incredible bravery and heroism of our firefighters, our resources are already being stretched to keep up. We need more help. particularly when we also factor in additional nationwide challenges of pandemic-related supply chain disruptions and our ongoing efforts to fight COVID. We've had a few COVID clusters at our fire camps, which have further limits resources. It's just one more reason why it's so darn important that everyone get vaccinated, I might add. Sadly, we've also lost 2 brave firefighters in the last month in a plane crash in Arizona, and 5 were seriously injured last week battling Devil's Creek fire in Montana. To state the obvious, and you governors know better than anybody, it is really, really dangerous work. And it takes incredible bravery to do it. And these heroes deserve to be paid, and paid well, for their work. That's why last month I was able to announce, and it's not paying that well in my view, to be honest with you, immediate action to make all federal firefighters making at least $15 an hour. I think they deserve more than that. We're also working with Congress to make sure that our firefighters are paid better permanently. So far, FEMA has approved 20 fire management assistance grants totaling up to $100 million to help states pay for the cost of fighting these fires. We're also working with FEMA and the Defense Logistical Agency to get ahead of this emergency supply chain challenges. And we still have some supply chain challenges relating to hoses and a number of other things. We've tapped additional aircraft from the Department of Defense to aid in the fire detection and firefighting. We also welcome the support of our allies from Australia, for example, sending large air tanker to which it's going to begin flying missions this week. And last month, I also noted that the EPA would be launching an upgrade app for mobile phones to easily share location-specific information with the public about the effects of fire and smoke and air quality for them. It's now even more important because smoke from many of these fires burning in the West and along the Canadian border is affecting air quality in states across the country. As of today, the upgrade app, the upgrade LiveNOW app is live and ready for use. Folks in affected areas should download this important tool as quickly as possible. I also encourage our states and county leaders to continue partnering with FEMA, as many of the leaders on the scene today are leveraging our public alert and warning systems to communicate information directly and quickly to the public about wildfires, evacuations, power outages, and more. I know several of the governor's states have used the system recently and send warnings of evacuation orders, and it has undoubtedly helped people, and we don't know for certain, but likely saved some lives. But we're in for a long fight yet this year, and the only way we're going to meet those challenges is by working together. Wildfires are a problem for all of us, and we have to stay closely coordinated and doing everything we can for our people. That's why I asked the governors to join us, Democrats and Republicans alike, so they can update me and the Vice President directly on what they need and what we can possibly do more of. And so we can discuss what's needed today to meet an urgent danger at hand, a plan for what we can do to make sure we're better prepared next time. One of the important aspects of the bipartisan infrastructure deal that is before the Senate now is that it includes billions of dollars to strengthen wildfire preparedness, resilience, and response. It includes funding for prevention efforts like forest management and to restore millions of acres of high-risk areas to protect homes and public water sources for drinking. And, and overlaying all of this is the necessity to successfully confront climate change. We have some significant changes we're making in these 2 pieces of legislation that, God willing, will pass in the next month or so. But we can't ignore how the overlapping and intertwined factors of extreme heat, prolonged drought, and supercharged wildfire conditions are affecting the country. And so this is a challenge that demands our urgent action, both today and, as you all know better than anyone else in the country, not just today, but tomorrow, next year, and the year after. And so I want to thank you, governors, for your leadership during what is an incredibly challenging period for all of you. God love you. You're going through anyway. And I'd like to ask now the Vice President to make a few comments, and then I have some questions for all, and we can get into discussion with your permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We stand with you, and this is a commitment from our administration that we will not only stand with you, but stay in touch with you, mostly to hear from you. We know that the way that we can help you manage and expand your capacity is through the partnership that we have, the federal and state government, along with local governments. This issue is ongoing each year, as we have discussed. It gets worse. It affects real people. Everything from children who are breathing the smoke to parents who are up at night concerned that they may get an evacuation order at any moment. So know that we are here to maximize the federal capacity to support the states. I'm in D.C., but of course I'm a California girl, and I care deeply about this. We, as I think I've shared with many of you, our family has been under evacuation orders in the last couple of years, and our folks should not have to fear that they are going to lose their home, everything they have, much less risk their lives in these moments. So thank you all for your courage, for your leadership, and I look forward to staying in touch with you.
Thank you. Folks, I asked the staff because I think I've had the great honor of being over the last 15 years in your states and in the wilderness areas and the national parks. And I asked my staff to put together maps exactly where the fires are and the areas they're in and what they're affecting. So I want to start off with you, Governor Gianforte, up in Montana. You have your hands full, man. And looking at the map, all the way from Poverty Flats and Crooked Creek, all the way up into Ruby and Hay Creek, and the other end of the state. But the big fires look like they're in Trail Creek and Alder Creek, in those areas that are significant. And I have a simple question, and it's a complicated one, but what can we do for you that we're just not getting done now? What additional help can we give you now that is not there yet? I mean, cut through all the jargon about all the policy wonks are talking about various programs. Bottom line, what do you need, and can we help that we haven't?
Good morning, Mr. President, Madam Vice President. I want to thank you for the opportunity to join you, and I want to answer your question because there are some things we can do to collaborate and work closer together. Just to give a moment of background, as we meet this morning, our heroic firefighters are confronting 19 large-scale fires in Montana alone. And to put that in perspective, just since January 1st, we've had 1,600 fires start in Montana. We've burned about 220,000 acres. These wildfires threaten the safety of our communities. That Poverty Flats fire that you mentioned in the last week burned from initial start to 65,000 acres, currently threatening 1,200 households out in the Bighorn County area. Our first responders, these devastate our local communities, and the costs keep mounting. The state has spent $13 million since July 1st alone. It could have been much worse, and this gets to your question, Mr. President. Without our state's commitment, and we've shared this with the Forest Service and BLM, and they've been very cooperative to aggressive initial attack. Montana, without that commitment, we would have had many more large-scale fires. And we ask that our federal partners join us in applying this operating principle, whether it's a fire that starts on private, state, or federal land. Yeah. Fires are easier to manage when they're smaller. And when we get after them, we do much better. As we continue to confront this wildfire season, we're also focused on addressing Montana's forest health crisis. We published earlier this year the Montana Forest Action Plan, which identifies 9 million acres of forest land with significant forest health issues and an elevated risk of wildfire. Of those acres at risk, we found about 4 million acres that would benefit most from cross-boundary forest management. Given the need to actively manage our forests, I've charged our Department of Natural Resources and Conservation to double the number of acres it treats with active forest management this year at 25,000 acres. But this is just a starting point. We'll actively manage private, state, and federal land with a variety of treatment types, including thinning, logging, and prescribed burn. We've also invested in 14 different cross-boundary projects in Montana this year. These projects demonstrate the importance of working together across ownership boundaries to create meaningful landscape scale change. And using funds from the state's fire suppression account and the Forest Service state and private forestry division will expand existing work and jumpstart new activities. But it's not up totally to us. We ask that our federal partners join us in doing what needs to be done year-round to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires. Of the 9 million acres at high risk, 60% of those are on federal land. This makes tools like the Good Neighbor Authority and stewardship contracting more important than ever. The benefits are really clear. We have healthier forests, improved wildlife habitats, more recreational opportunities, and more good-paying jobs, and most importantly, less severe wildfires. Without active forest management, we can't be successful in our forest health improvements. In closing, I just want to say, I want to thank our federal partners. We have good collaborative relationships here in Montana with the Forest Service and BLM. I also want to thank Governor Newsom and Governor Cox for sending crews to help us deal with these fires that are currently burning. We have thousands of first responders on the front lines right now protecting our communities, natural resources, and livelihoods across Montana, across the western United States. So many people have sacrificed, and I can't thank them enough. We can't measure it in dollars spent or acres burned. We have to keep them and their loved ones in our thoughts and our prayers. I agree with you, Mr. President. Now's the time to act. I think it's all about aggressive initial attack and getting more proactive in our forest management. Again, Mr. President, Vice President Harris, I want to thank you for letting me join you today.
Greg, let me ask you another question, if I may. There's press in the room, and lots of times I know I do, and we all do, use terms which those of us who are in public office, whether it's president, senator, governor, et cetera, use, and I don't think, understandably, the American people don't fully understand what they mean, and even sometimes the press has so much to cover. I'm not sure. You talked about the Forest Health Plan, and talk about, as I say to my staff all the time in plain English, what's that mean? Explain a little bit what that means.
Sure. So we have many forests in Montana that have not had good stewardship. The growth has gotten to the point, I can take you 10 miles west of the state capitol in Helena and show you a federal forest where 90% of the trees are standing dead. They've been killed by beetle and this really creates a tinderbox situation. It reduces habitat, so very, very little wildlife lives there. And when we get a lightning strike or a campfire out of control, and a fire starts in a forest like that, we put firefighters at risk. They're very hard to control. The state has been very proactive. The state has about 5 million acres. We've been very active in being stewards of those grounds. And when we thin a forest, this is not clear cuts, but when we thin, when we remove excess fuels, water comes back into surface streams, wildlife comes back into that community. And when wildfire goes through a managed forest, it doesn't get into the crown. It doesn't burn as hot. We don't have the devastation, and structures aren't threatened. So everybody wins when we have good stewardship of the forest.
That's really important. Believe it or not, I knew that, but it's really important for people to get it, because we talk about thinning out the forest. We're talking about a lot of trees because of climate change as well, where you have bugs, insects eating up the trees as well, making things that that are changing, killing the forest themselves. And they become real tinder. And it's like, dropping a match in a, almost like in a pool of fuel. And so going in and cutting all that out is not the same as going in. I'm glad you made the point of clear cutting, going in and just. So look, we do have, and I'm hopeful that we're going to get a lot of the infrastructure plan passed and the Recovery Act that has a lot of money in here to help you all manage these forests, and to have much more money in there for the Bureau of Land Management. Anyway, to be able to give you the help you need, because your state, which I've been through, is a magnificently beautiful state. It's and I mean, and the thing that, I come from the state of Delaware, we had more acreage burned last year than the state of Delaware and Maryland combined. For you all on Montana, that ain't, but back, I want people to get a sense of how massive these fires are and how they affect the water systems. And anyway, but I'm sorry to take your time, but I wanted you to be able to explain that so people understand that are listening to this. Let me ask you, Governor Inslee, you've been talking about the impacts of environmental change for a long, long time. And one of the things, and I asked them to get me a map of where all your fires are in your state. And when you have Delancey and Cub Creek 2 and Cedar Creek, I mean, they're massive fires, massive. And what are, as you look at what's transpired over the past month, and you look at the road ahead of this wildfire scene, what is your biggest concern, Jay? What is your biggest concern? And again, I ask the same question. What is the thing we can do most? I mean, you go all the way from Delancey down to Lick Creek, as they say in the creek, down in the southeast part of your state. What are your biggest concerns?
Well, first off, thanks for your leadership, Mr. President. It is so refreshing to have a president who really cares about the Western forest. My biggest concern might surprise you, because all of the governors share these immediate concerns. We have a huge need for additional aerial assets, additional dozer bosses so we can get our dozers into fire lines. We need more trained people. We do have an emerging concern about our fuel supply for our aerial assets. Everything we need to fight forest fires is in dire need across the western United States, not just in Washington State. We've had 1,000 fires. It's burned 4 times more at this time of year than normal. We've had 2.5 times more acreage burned in the last decade than the previous. So those are the obvious concerns, and everything you need to fight a fire, we could use your help on. And I think you've been totally on top of this. And so I thank you for your leadership on all of these things, including management issues. There's unanimity, there's bipartisan acceptance of the need for active management. We're managing our forests just like Montana is to try to get in and reduce fuel. But here's the surprising thing when you ask me this question, and the thing that I worry most about. The thing I worry most about is if for some reason the Congress did not follow your leadership in this reconciliation and infrastructure bills that allowed you to realize your vision of creating millions of jobs while fighting climate change. That's my biggest worry right now, because the fact of the matter is there is nothing in human intervention against these fires while climate continues to ravage our forests. We used to think of these things as forests. They're really now just fields of fuel, and they're fields of fire with just one spark because they're so dry. And that aridity creates something like gasoline on the floor of our forest. There is only one way to prevent these forests from being gone in the next century, effectively, to be totally unrecognizable. And that is to succeed in following your vision in the reconciliation bill for a clean energy standard, for a huge transition to the electrification of our transportation fleet, to a civilian climate corps. And so I want to tell you, we are going to be with you as you stand tall while you negotiate this reconciliation bill, to say, look, we have to have those climate investments. There is only one way to save these forests from the ravages of climate. Our own federal scientists have said that if we accept a 1 degree centigrade change, we'll have 600% increase in these fires on a regular basis. We won't recognize these forests as forests anymore unless we succeed with your vision. So when you start having those discussions with Mr. Klain and Steve Ricchetti and everyone else at the end of the reconciliation process, you got to know you're going to have an army behind you standing tall for those things. Now, there's some other small things that I'm talking to your staff about having better independent assistance for towns like Malden that burned down. There's some other coordination. Yeah. But that's the thing that's going to ultimately decide whether these forests survive in the next century. Thanks for your leadership, Mr. President.
Well, thank you for saying that. But, you know, one of the things that I say to all your colleagues, when it was proposed to me by some folks that we should have a civilian climate corps of thousands of young people trained to do these things. And at first it didn't, you know, I said, yeah, that sounds good. And then I started looking at it. And the truth of it is, it's not fundamentally different in terms of the help it can provide across the board. Training a lot of these, I'm talking about thousands of young people getting paid to be trained and trained well for it's not fundamentally different than a civilian corps put together in the Depression that had a different purpose. They were building a building, they were doing a whole range of things. But I just think I'd encourage, and we'll send it to all of you, but all you governors, Democrat, take a look at it and see if you think I may have, as my mother would say, my eyes are bigger than my stomach, that I may have a bigger appetite. But I really think it can be helpful. And again, I say to your colleagues, there's a lot of money in here to be able to deal with your immediate needs as well. Anyway, thanks, Jay. And I know you have this, but I want to get
thank you
more of it to you. Gavin, Governor, I applaud your establishment of the Wildfire Forest Resilience Task Force, which I've learned is co-chaired by your Secretary of Natural Resources. I think it's a great example of being able to coordinate federal, state, local, because this is getting real. This needs a lot of coordination. And I understand that PG&E, which provides electric to 17 million of your folks, I understand they recently announced underground 10,000 miles of power lines. Is that true? And what's that going to do to the cost of energy in your state? And because that's expensive stuff.
It's $1 million to $3.5 million a mile underground in California. Do the math on 10,000 miles. Of course, do the math on decades of neglect. 10,000 miles, drop in the bucket. They have 106,000 miles of distribution line, 25,000 just in high risk fire-prone areas, which will only grow. That's a 10-year commitment. It's important, but want to put it in perspective. Also want to put something else in perspective. Your eyes, Mr. President, are not wider than your stomach. California is proving your theory. Over a year and a half ago, we established the Climate Corps in the state. It's inspiring beyond words. It's also inspired the philanthropic sector.
I mean, it's not a joke. It is inspiring when you see it. I mean, it's incredible, I think. But
absolutely. And it's the one thing this country needs more than anything else, and that's common experiences. And to focus on the things that bind us together, not just divide us. This transcends politics. We have kids from urban and rural parts of the state across every conceivable difference, and they're advancing together in ways that truly are awe-inspiring. So, Mr. President, that's a vision we can manifest. We're not asserting it, we're proving it. In a small way, you have the opportunity to do it at scale. Look, I just want to briefly, because there's so many of us, quick update. We're blowing past every record, and not in a good way. We're at over 5,700 fires year to date. We suppressed 59 just yesterday with some initial attacks. Over 500,000 acres already burned in California. Put it in perspective, record-breaking year last year. We were at 130,000 acres burned. We're at 504,000 as I speak to you today. Here's the answer to your question, and forgive me for being so pointed again, respecting your time, but I want to be a little bit more specific. Jay referenced it obliquely. Please pay attention to this fuels issue. We had to get our National Guard to get some emergency fuel supplies for our aerial fleet a week ago. This is a major issue, and it's not just impacting our aerial suppression strategies on the West Coast. It's increasingly, as you may know, impacting commercial aviation. It is a major issue. Number two, we just simply need more boots on the ground. We can't do without you. Got 7,400 people, 7,400 already. We're not in fire season. Fire season in California is late September, October into November. We're in July. We already have 7,400 personnel actively working to suppress fires. Last year, the federal government asked us for over 5,000 mutual aid support that we could not provide. That gives you a sense of what the federal government wanted from California last year to send to other states. That should give you a sense of how far behind we are with federal support. We have 4 DC-10s, Mr. President, 4. Now, DC-10s aren't the answer to every problem. They don't fly over 35 knots. They have restrictions. They're legendary restrictions. But the reality is there's 4 for the country. And we're competing. They're all contracted. We compete with you. We compete with our states. We don't even have access right now to DC-10s. We lost that 747, that iconic 747 that now has been converted to a cargo plane. You've seen that in Australia, not just across the West Coast. That's now been grounded by a private contractor. We are the largest civil aviation fleet for firefighting in the world, California. We do not come close to having the tools in the air that we need. We need your support to dramatically increase the aerial support in addition to boots on the ground. Final 2 quick points. Every year we're competing, and you have a lot of legislators that have been doing heroic work in Democratic states, Republican states, trying to get access to the Pentagon satellite technology for early detection. It's been a game changer for us, and we're getting it on a year-to-year basis, but it's hard. Every year we fight to get a 1-year extension on that access to a critical tool of technology. I'd encourage you to help us so we're not just fighting every year for something that I think you would support and the Pentagon, at the end of the day, final analysis will approve. Here's the final thing. It's the elephant in the room. I was with Governor Sisolak 2 days ago in his state of Nevada. The reason why is we had a fire that was on federal property. 57% of the forest property in California is federal. Just 3% under California jurisdiction. 3%. 57% under U.S. Forest Service. U.S. Forest Service is spectacular. We have deep admiration, respect, but there's a culture that too often is wait and see. We can't afford that any longer. This was a federal fire. They waited, and what we saw is the fire took off because we didn't put enough initial assets. Greg was making an oblique point here. I want to be a little bit more explicit. We need your help to change the culture in terms of the suppression strategies in this climate, literally and figuratively, to be more aggressive on these federal fires. That fire bled into Nevada and obviously impacted not just our 2 states, but deeply impacted the redundancy of this concern that comes out every year around jurisdictions and incident command and the imperative that we're all on the same page in terms of those initial attack strategies. So forgive me for being long-winded, but I wanted to get those.
That's why we're doing this. I want to find out what's the greatest concerns you have, and I will, when this meeting is over, I will be on the phone to the Department of Defense and talking about the access to satellite capability. And but I'm looking down the list here. All right, I will follow up with you, Gov, or the Vice President will. She has a mild interest in California. With all the points you just raised, and I do appreciate it. Now I want to get to each one of you, but we're gonna ask the. I think now is the time the press is about to leave the room, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct?
Yeah.
And so we can move on, and.
All right, so there you heard from both President Biden and Vice President Harris on that virtual call with some of these governors, especially from the western United States. Gavin Newsom of California was talking, Greg Gianforte of Montana talking, and so they were trying to come up with more solutions into how better to be prepared better for wildfire season as they become, increasingly more extreme as the summers are hotter and drier, as we've seen already this summer. Lots of fires there. We've shown you a lot of these crazy flames from not only California and Montana, but Nevada, here in Arizona as well. Washington State, Jay Inslee was on that call. So we're going to be moving on to just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. That's a live look at the moment of the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, on the Jersey Shore. Many people out and about, starting their weekends off. We also have a live look as well. We'd like to show you these images and scenes from around the country. There's the U.S. Capitol. We have been airing so much news, reporting so much news to you this week about all the goings on there on Capitol Hill, on the Senate and the House side, not only today with the expiration of the eviction moratorium, but also on infrastructure talks. Senate passing a procedural hurdle to move forward with debate on that $1.2 trillion package. And a number of other legislative priorities. We also have live looks from around the country as well right now. This is a live look in Denver, Colorado, and we were looking at this before I showed it to you, of a pretty crazy lightning storm going on right now in the Mile High City. You can kind of see some of the flickering still in the night sky. That is downtown Denver at the moment. And then, of course, most of the news that has been focused this week has been on the Delta variant and the coronavirus, the pandemic. More restrictions being suggested and mandated and recommended to try to stem this huge rise and surge in the number of cases, most of which are affecting those that are unvaccinated around the country in hot pockets. And so right now, that's a live look at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta. So we just wanted to show you some of these pictures. My name is Andrew Kraft. I want to thank you for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. A couple of things before we get into our next story. We want to show you the White House press briefing from earlier. We're going to show you that in its entirety. But don't forget, you can go visit our website, livenowfox.com. And you can go there if you need to find out where you can find us and how you can stream us. It lists all of our streaming platform partners. You can also give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is @LiveNowFox, and we post a lot of our interviews, a lot of the top headlines, the biggest stories of the day as well. You can also give me a follow on Twitter. My handle is @Andrew Kraft. That's Kraft with a C. And so don't forget, we also have live weekend coverage as well with our friends Rain Augustine and Stephanie Weaver. They do all the live news, live, raw, and unfiltered on Saturdays and Sundays, 7 a.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern, because you know the news never stops, not even on Saturdays and Sundays. But as I said, right now, we do want to go into the White House press briefing from earlier. A lot of questions asked about if there will be a federal vaccine mandate for everyone, you and me included, not only for 2.1 million members of the federal workforce. Will lockdowns, go back into place because of these restrictions that are coming back after 2 months with not many of these restrictions. And so that's all talked about here in the White House press briefing from earlier. Jen Psaki, not there, her deputy, Corinne Jean-Pierre, briefing reporter. So we're going to air that. I hope you have a great weekend. I'll be back same time, same place on Monday.
Nation update. They're so great. We're always happy to share them with you. So today we recorded over 500,000 new shots in arms, the highest number since 1st of July. And the average number of people getting their first shots each day is up 30% over the past week alone. And this is the third week that states with the highest cases have the highest vaccination rates. Every day, Americans are making the choice to get vaccinated. This is an encouraging sign, but we need everyone across the country to have the conversation with someone they know who is unvaccinated about getting the shot. This is how we will stop the spread of the Delta variant and, as we all know, save lives. Finally, I have a quick preview of the week ahead for all of you. The next week, this next coming week, the president will continue engaging with members of Congress to pass the bipartisan infrastructure deal, which will deliver historic infrastructure investments that will drive economic growth and create good paying middle-class jobs. Also next week, the president will meet with Dr. Eric Lander, his science advisor and director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, about his plan for preparing for future pandemics. On Tuesday, the president will deliver remarks on the administration's progress delivering vaccines to the world to fight this pandemic globally. On Friday, we will deliver remarks on the jobs report. As you all know, it's the first Friday of the month. And lastly, President Biden will then travel to Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, where he will remain over the weekend. Alex, please take it away.
Sure. So I know we haven't heard out at 3:10, so I have a couple quick questions on Congress. First, the eviction moratorium. Lawmakers are scrambling to find a legislative solution, but Speaker Pelosi said today that she'd like to see the CDC extended. I know you all have cited the Supreme Court decision as the reason Congress needs to deal with it, but why not just extend it, have that legal fight, and give Congress a little bit more room to work?
So as we've stated, Alex, and to your point about Pelosi, you know, the Supreme Court said it could only be extended with congressional authorization. That was their decision. That's how they were able to strike it down, and that's what they said needed to happen. And so this bill that Pelosi is asking for, this would meet that requirement. if successful. So this is important. It's incredibly important to move forward. And so the administration is going to work together with leaders in Congress on potential avenues to extend the eviction moratorium to protect these vulnerable renters and their families. We understand how critical that is, how important that is. It has been a lifeline to so many Americans here. So this is a public health concern, as you can imagine, that we think should be supported by both Republicans and Democrats. So we support the Speaker's effort, and we will do everything that we can to move this forward.
On voting rights, can you tell us any more information about how the president's meeting with Schumer and Pelosi on the sort of efforts around voting rights?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead. That was it? Okay, great. So, as you stated, the president and the vice president are hosting Speaker Pelosi and Leader Schumer at the White House today, later this afternoon. And they're doing this because they want to make sure that they continue having the conversation on protecting the sacred right to vote, because it's such it's an incredible priority for them. The president and the speaker, the Leader Schumer, are regularly in touch about this, but they wanted to have this meeting in person to talk about the next step. This is both personal to the president, as we've talked about many times, having fought for voting rights his entire life. He spoke about it in Pennsylvania not too long ago, just a couple of weeks ago, and he's going to just continue having those conversations.
And then one more on the CDC document that was just leaked. The Washington Post obtained a CDC PowerPoint that suggests that the situation surrounding the Delta variant is more dire than the administration has characterized it. I wanted to read a few quotes from it. It said, quote, "Given higher transmissibility and current vaccine coverage, universal masking is essential to reduce transmission of the Delta variant. Quote, Delta variant breakthrough infections may be as transmissible as unvaccinated cases. And quote, risk of infection is reduced threefold in the vaccinated population." And so President Biden has repeated over and over that this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated, but this PowerPoint seems to raise questions about that. He's also promised to level up with the American people, so his comments yesterday, was he being completely upfront about the challenge from the Delta variant? This PowerPoint would suggest it's a little bit more dire than he laid it out to be. And why wasn't that PowerPoint made public? Why did it have to be leaked to the public? And then lastly, I mean, why aren't we seeing universal recommendations for universal masking? Why is it just in areas of high transmission when the CDC seems to be suggesting universal masking is needed?
Okay, Alex, that was a lot. No, I appreciate the question. It's actually a very important question, and we need to, and I'm happy to address all of them. So since May, just wanted to step back a little bit. Since May, the CDC and the administration have been crystal clear about the increased risk of the Delta variant in our pandemic response. And so I just want to run through a couple of examples, because this is such an important moment that we're in fighting this pandemic. So in May, out of the concern of the spread of Delta, we restricted travel to India where it was growing. That is something that we did in May. And so that, as you know, that was many months ago at this point, or a couple months ago at this point. In the month of June, doctors from the admin blitzed local constituency and national media with over 400 media interviews with a clear message. Delta is a serious threat, and getting vaccinated is the clear solution. So that was in the month of June, for the month of June. Throughout June, the president, Jeff Zients, and our medical experts spoke dozens of times to the threat of Delta, the threat that Delta poses. On July 4th, the president made clear that COVID-19, quote, has not been vanquished, and Delta is a powerful variant. This is what the president said on July 4th. And in light of recent reporting, it is worth noting that Dr. Walensky said 8 days ago that the Delta variant is the most infectious respiratory disease she has seen in the last 20 years, her 20 years of her career. Our message has always been clear throughout. We need more people to get vaccinated to stop the spread of this variant, and so we have to continue to make that effort. Vaccinated and unvaccinated people infected with Delta have higher viral loads, meaning more virus in their body than with previous variants. The last two did not have that. And so this is what we're seeing in the Delta. High viral loads mean you are more likely to spread it. So in the rare occasions that vaccinated people get Delta in a breakthrough infection, they may be contagious. And this is what we heard from CDC this week. And so the most important takeaway, and I want to be really clear about this because this is critical for all of you who report about this and for those who are watching, we should have, the takeaway is we should have from this guidance and any follow-up reporting is actually pretty simple. We need more people to get vaccinated. That's the answer. We need more people to get vaccinated. That's if we want to stop the spread of this variant and avoid mutations, we can. So we just need to get more people vaccinated, and the good news is that the vaccines work. So we got to get out there and make sure people get vaccinated.
Corinne, the president said for the early months of this administration that those who were vaccinated and wearing masks and doing all those steps could look toward the 4th of July as that independence opportunity. We now know the CDC is basing some of this new science on a 4th of July party that happened in Massachusetts where the Delta variant was predominant. We saw that vaccinated people were passing it and so forth. Does this give the president pause about making recommendations about what the public can do? Because he encouraged people who were vaccinated to gather on the 4th of July. A group that did so is now sort of a poster example for the CDC of what can happen with this variant.
I mean, you know, Kelly, the president has always said he's going to follow the science and he's going to listen to public health experts. That's what we do, right? That's why we are all following the CDC guidance on masking. And so that's our North Star, as Jen has said earlier this week. Look, the job of all of us in this room is to communicate the truth about where we are in the pandemic. And this is something the president has said from day one, and also highlight how we can get out of this pandemic. So the vaccines work, that's the truth. We know masks work, that's the truth. They save lives and prevent spread of this dangerous Delta variant. So we need to help in communicating the actions we are telling the American people to take and getting vaccinated and wearing a mask. If you're in an area where there's lots of virus circulating, it's more contagious, you have to wear a mask. I know I have one more question that I actually didn't get to for Alex that I want to make sure that I answer, just as the CDC released more data publicly, or this data. So just wanted to say that the CDC's first and foremost priority is getting the American people information as quickly as possible. And so that's what they did on Tuesday. They got it as quickly as they can. They're going to be releasing this data today, as you know, and it was clear that vaccinated people had the ability to transmit, and action needed to be taken quickly. And that's why they did it. They did it ahead of releasing the data, and they're going to do that today, as I just mentioned.
Part of this is also in terms of getting information out. Like, why are the doctors not here in the briefing room to take our questions? Why have we not had a COVID briefing? When we got some update from Dr. Walensky, that was a phone briefing, provides information, but the public is eager to know more about what the Delta variant can do.
You know what, Kelly, I would argue that we had the President of the United States speak to this yesterday. He gave a more than 30-minute speech about where we are as a country. I mean, he is a trusted voice. He is the leader of our country. No, but we heard from him, right? We heard from the president yesterday. We heard from the president about the Delta variant and vaccinations in general the day before yesterday when he was in Pennsylvania, when he was supposed to talk about Buy American, which he did, but he led off talking about the vaccinations. We have had our doctors on your networks, on many of the networks that are here, talking, probably all of them, talking about the Delta variant all throughout these last couple of days. So they have been out there, they have been talking about it, and yeah, we heard directly from Dr. Lewinsky herself. You know, so this is something that we're going to continue to do. We're going to continue to make sure that we communicate directly with the American people, and also work hand in hand with local governments and state governments as well.
Trine, thank you. Just to follow up on all of that, you mentioned the CDC's data that was released on Tuesday. I think the question is, why doesn't that guidance match the internal memo's guidance? Because on Tuesday, they updated the mask guidance to say you only have to wear it in places that have high or moderate transmissibility. The internal memo that was leaked says, given higher transmissibility and current coverage, vaccine coverage, universal masking is essential to reduce transmission. So one, why don't the recommendations match? And two, should the American public anticipate updated guidance that includes universal masking and also new guidance about large gatherings and how many people should gather given what we are seeing from Provincetown?
Well, as you know, Weijia, we do not make those types of, decisions from here when it comes to the science, when it comes to guidance. That comes from CDC. So the questions that you just asked me, I refer you to CDC about those slides and the what you saw in the slides specifically. That comes from them, and they will have that specific information for you that you're trying to get here. I will say though, I think the most important thing, and I don't want to get away from this because this is what's the most critical thing here, is that people need to get vaccinated. That's the answer. If we want to make sure that we curb this pandemic, that we curb the COVID-19, that we win this fight that we're in, we have to get people vaccinated. That's why the president calls this a pandemic for the unvaccinated. We have to make sure that we take care of each other and that they not just take care of themselves, but take care of each other. And we're talking about our kids who are 12 and under who can't get vaccinated. We're talking about our grandparents, right? We're talking about older people in our lives that we want to make sure are taken care of. And so that is, if anything, should be one of the main reasons people get vaccinated, to make sure they take care of their families and their community.
Has the White House reviewed the CDC's internal memo and slides?
I don't have anything to say about that. Okay. I could look into that.
The analogies are helpful to understand, that the Delta variant is as contagious as chickenpox or more contagious than the common cold or Ebola. Are these things that they're going to present to the public to help us understand?
The data is being released today, I believe, right? Right? So it'll be available. Okay. It's being released today. Yeah.
And one more just follow up on Kelly. Of all the weeks not to have a COVID briefing, why this week?
I mean, I know that's the question you all are asking me, but the doctors have been on national television all week speaking to this, answering the questions on your networks. So they've been out there talking about. They're not hiding. They're actually having the conversations with anchors and hosts and answering the hard questions about the Delta variant, about the CDC masking. And so they've been out there. They're not hiding. They're actually speaking to this almost every day. And we heard from the President of the United States yesterday for more than 30-minute speech that many of you were in. So.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter.
Thank you. Building off of your point, the vaccines work. Then why is the president asking vaccinated people to mask up if there have been just 0.0035% of the 161 million fully vaccinated Americans who have had a breakthrough case?
Let me give you the facts about the Delta variant, and maybe this will help Peter. It spreads more than twice as easily from one person to another, and it's spreading rapidly. It is really just across the country, and that is just the fact. 2 months ago, only 1% of COVID in the U.S. were Delta. Now more than 80% are Delta. And so this is where we are today with this vaccine. And so we are listening to the experts, the CDC guidance, and this is what they are telling us. If you live in an area that is highly contagious and that has high levels, they are saying, giving the guidance of wearing a mask to protect yourself and to protect your community and your family. That is the guidance that we're getting.
And some of the preliminary stuff we've seen from the CDC says this new guidance for vaccinated people to mask up is based on data from people who got sick partying in Provincetown, Massachusetts. Has the White House seen any proof that COVID is spreading, vaccinated people are spreading COVID who are not going to big parties?
Here's what we know, and I'm just going to repeat again. We need to get people vaccinated. That is really the answer here. That is what we're seeing that's what we're hearing from CDC. That's what we're even seeing from these slides, is that people need to get vaccinated. That is how we fight the Delta variant. That is how we fight COVID.
And then last one, the president said yesterday, it is still a question whether the federal government can mandate the whole country to get vaccinated. He said, I don't know that yet. Does that mean he has asked the Justice Department to see if it's legal to make everybody get a vaccine?
So when he said that about the mandate across the country, I would encourage you to read his statement and make sure you read the contents of his remarks. So a national vaccine requirement is not under consideration at this time. That's where we are with that.
But has he asked the Justice Department to see if it's even possible?
I don't have any more to add to that. Okay.
A lot of questions, obviously, about the super spreader event in Provincetown. More than 800 cases, the 74% of people there fully vaccinated. So doesn't that at least suggest that maybe breakthrough cases aren't rare?
But that's not what the data shows us. That's not what we've gotten from CDC. We know that it is the breakthroughs that do happen with vaccinated people are rare. And so right now, what the CDC has told us is, because they do know that there are some breakthrough cases, we have to make sure we're masked. And so again, we just have to continue to make sure people get vaccinated. That is the answer. That's how we got to move forward. And that's what we're focused on here at the White House.
So we're supposed to see that as more of a one-off event?
No, that's
outlier?
Well, what I'm saying is that what we're focused on, our message is very, very clear, is that we want to make sure that people get vaccinated. That is, yes, that is one event, but what the CDC guidance tells us is that the breakthroughs have been rare. This is what the public health officials have said. Like, yes, there are breakthroughs, but they have been rare. But the problem is that it is now contagious, right? And so that's why they're asking us to wear a mask. Where before, with the last two variants that we've seen, we weren't seeing that. We weren't seeing vaccinated people pass that along. And so now that has changed with the Delta variant. That is how serious this variant is. That's why our message continues to be, please get vaccinated.
On the eviction moratorium, Speaker Pelosi in her statement said that only $3 billion out of an allocated $46.5 billion has actually gone out the door. So what is the administration doing to help get more money out the door faster?
Yeah, so that's a good question, because that shouldn't be happening, right? We are aware that the monies are taking some time to get to some time from, it's already out in the states, sometime getting to where the folks who really need it, the renters and lawmakers. So what we have done these past couple of days is we made an announcement last week that $1.5 billion of that ERA went out in the month of June, and that was the most that we saw in the last 5 months. And so we continue to work to make sure that people are being made aware that this is in existence. Look, this shouldn't be happening. States should be making sure that these monies are getting out as quickly as possible. And so just this week, we had a day of action to promote the availability of the rental assistance, which reached tens of millions of Americans. Last week, the Treasury released new data, which I just mentioned, with the $1.5 billion. And then, so what we know is that these funds can continue to be dispersed to renters and landlords until 2025. And so these emergency rental assistance are so critical, they're so important. And so we're making sure that we continue to work with local governments to get that out.
Yes, I think people are applying. We've heard tens of thousands of people have applied. Yeah. They're just waiting for the funds to be dispersed.
Yeah, I hear you, and that's why we're encouraging the states to get that out as soon as possible. They have it. They need to get that out. Yeah, go ahead.
Karine, given the seriousness of the Delta variant, are there conversations in the White House or between the White House and scientific advisors about more lockdowns, partial lockdowns, or anything along those lines?
So that is something that, I know this was asked to me yesterday. The way we see this is that we have the tools in our tool belt to fight this variant, to fight this vaccine. And we are not going to head towards a lockdown. We want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can, because after passing the historic rescue plan, we have the resources to make sure that doesn't happen. So our role, again, is to make sure that we get people vaccinated as quickly as possible. Look, these vaccines are free. they're easy to get. They've never been easier to get vaccinated. So that is the number one thing that we're trying to do, is making that happen. We have the resources to do that. That's what we've been able to do this past 6 months. We've been able to get more than 160 million people fully vaccinated. 80% of that are people who are over the age of 65. And so that's what we're going to continue to do. And so our goal is to make sure that we are not headed towards that. That is not going to be the direction that we take, because we have the tools to prevent that.
You said yesterday that the federal new requirements for federal workers could be an example for other employers. Can you just explain, will federal employees' data be collected when they submit their vaccination status, and will the federal government be paying for the tests that they take if they do not attest to being vaccinated?
So the agencies will pay for the cost of regular federal employee screening tests. So that's how that's going to move forward. And they're going to implement, the agencies are going to be implementing this program themselves. So they'll be in charge of that, how that moves forward. And so that's kind of how that's going to be dispersed, the program.
Just on another topic, lastly, the New York Times is reporting and others that President Trump pressed the Justice Department last year to declare falsely that the election was corrupt. Do you have a reaction to that? And would your Justice Department, the Biden Justice Department, do anything about that?
So President Biden has been clear that he believes it is absolutely vital to have a Department of Justice that is free from undue political influence, and these revelations underscore why that's important. Yeah. Go ahead, Phil.
Thanks, Corinne. Just to follow up on Mary Alice's question, her number, at least percentage-wise, was right from the CDC study. It says about 74% or 346 cases have been fully vaccinated in that cluster. So just to clarify, it's still the belief of the administration and the public health officials that breakthrough cases are rare on that.
So what we've been told by CDC and what we know from our public health expert is that they are rare. But here's the thing, and this is what we keep trying to say, is that we got to get people vaccinated. That is what we have to focus on. That is why we're seeing the Delta variant, and so that is what we're working on as an administration. That's what the president talked about. He talked about incentives. He talked about ways to do this in a more robust way, and this is the way we're going to be focused on, is making sure people get vaccinated.
So that actually, that was my follow-up, which is, it's very clear that those who are vaccinated see fewer symptoms, hospitalizations, death. There's no question about it when you look at the data. How concerned are you guys that people see a headline like that about breakthrough cases, or a headline from the slides about transmissibility, and it undercuts your efforts to say vaccination is the answer, vaccination is the solution?
Well, I just talked about what we've seen the last couple of days, the rise in numbers of people getting vaccinated. And so, if anything, we're seeing people are out there who are unvaccinated clearly getting vaccinated. And so that's critical, that's important. The numbers and the data shows that. And so that's what we're going to continue to do, is making sure that people continue to get vaccinated.
We were all being tested every single day. At a certain point, we were not being tested. I'm curious what the current status of White House staff testing is, and whether, given this news about transmission, there are plans to ramp up that testing.
So we're going to continue to follow the guidance that's been let out, that's been handed, and so all of that is going to be determined. Our testing is going to be determined by the White House Medical Unit. We continue to get tested here. The staff does. So does the president, and so that's what we're going to. That's how we're going to continue to move forward.
So when you say guidance, is that I think the current guidance is only if there are symptoms. If you're vaccinated, is that the current status?
Yeah, but we've also have stated in the past, like when a staffer's around the president, they get tested, and because we're around the President of the United States, we get tested pretty regularly. That's something that we have shared in the past. There's nothing new there, and we're going to continue to follow what the White House Medical Unit entails for us to do as staff and for the president.
On the eviction moratorium, why did the White House wait until yesterday to publicly inform Congress that it was them who needed to extend it legislatively?
So let me just first say about the eviction moratorium, because this is, I think, really important. We know that this has a disproportionate effect on those Americans, both most likely to face evictions and lacking vaccinations. And President Biden would have strongly supported a decision by the CDC to further extend this eviction moratorium to protect renters at this moment of heightened vulnerability. But like we've all said today, unfortunately, the Supreme Court has made clear that this option is no longer available. So the Supreme Court's ruling stated that clear and specific congressional authorization would be necessary for the CDC to extend the moratorium through July. So one of the things that I do want to say that we have been doing, we have had this whole of government effect to get the word out about the availability of the rental assistant and to support grantees to ramping up their efforts. And so that is our focus, because we know that getting that funding to renters and landlords is incredibly key and important. So we've been doing that since day one. And now what we're saying right now, and what we have been saying, is that we're going to work with Congress to make sure that we're able to extend it. We support Speaker Pelosi in her efforts, and what she is trying to do actually speaks to what the Supreme Court laid out in making sure that there is a continuation of the eviction moratorium.
Right, but the Supreme Court ruling was more than a month ago, and you waited until this week to tell Congress that they needed to do, and you effectively jammed them 2 days before the moratorium ended.
We've been having conversations with Congress for some time about this. This is something that we have been working with them with some time about how do we move forward. And so we're going to continue to do that. And we appreciate Speaker Pelosi's efforts, and we're going to work closely with her on getting that done. And again, from day one, this administration has been working to make sure that we really take care of the most vulnerable in this country who's been affected by COVID-19.
There was some confusion over military service members being mandated to get the vaccine. The president said yesterday it was all about timing and recommended the DoD